Greetings, everyone. On behalf of the founding director, Colin McAllister, I would like to welcome you to the sixth iteration of the Through a Glass Darkly conference series on apocalyptic. As you know, this meeting was originally scheduled for March 2020. At that time, we would have convened at the magnificent Heller Center at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. But of course, this was also the time when COVID-19 became a global pandemic, and our meeting, like the planet, went into hibernation mode. So it is with a mixture of relief, gratitude, and expectation that I open our long-delayed conference. It is a hybrid event, which I suspect will become the new normal for the next several years. For those conference participants who live outside the United States, international borders remain closed or severely restricted, and so we must participate electronically. But I am very glad to see that many conference participants will be on site. Through a Glass Darkly is generously underwritten by the UCCS Humanities Program, Dorothea Olkowski, Director, the Heller Center for Arts and Humanities, Rhonda Goodman-Gagan, Curator, the UCCS Department of Visual and Performing Arts, Teresa Meadows, Chair, and the UCCS Center for Religious Diversity and Public Life, Jeffrey Scholes, Director. Additional support has been provided by the Department of Religions and Cultures at Concordia University, Montreal, Carly Daniel Hughes, Chair, and its Faculty of Arts and Sciences, Patrick Leroux, Associate Dean for Research. We would also like to thank Bradley Pletz and the UCCS Event Services for so expertly facilitating this hybrid event. As I mentioned, our meeting this weekend marks the sixth iteration of the Through a Glass Darkly. Colin said to me the other day that ours is the longest running conference series on things apocalyptic. Indeed, Through a Glass Darkly has now become the world's premier congress on the subject. It got off to a terrific start with keynote speakers like John Collins, Bernard McGinn, and Dylan Burns, along with a full complement every year of excellent speakers. In many ways, the culmination of these first meetings is the magnificent Cambridge Companion to Apocalyptic Literature, which Colin edited. Most of its 17 articles were originally delivered as Through a Glass Darkly conference papers, and to my mind, the volume represents the latest word on the subject tout court. There will be a special session on this volume later today, on which more will be said. Let me look forward to the future. The next meeting, the following meeting of Through a Glass Darkly, will be its seventh. 7, as we know, is a meaningful number in apocalyptic speculation, and especially so in the book of Daniel and the Revelation of John. The 7th meeting also marks a slight change of course in our conference format in 3 ways. First, I'm delighted to say that we shall meet in Montreal in fall 2022, likely around the Canadian Thanksgiving holiday in early October. Second, our meeting will be a bit more like a workshop. This means a defined topic with perhaps pre-circulated papers and formal responses, which allow for the conference time to be devoted more to discussion rather than presentation. Third, we envision that the conference will lead to a volume, which will consist of both conference and non-conference papers. The subject of the 7th Through a Glass Darkly Congress in Montreal is the ancient and medieval commentaries on the Revelation of John, a subject that also exists to postilla, glosses, and retellings and abridgments of the book, as well as illuminated versions. Revelation commentaries are a special interest of Colin's, and we thought that with the publication of Rick Emerson's 2018 book, Apocalypse Illuminated, and David Barr's 2019 volume on late medieval Revelation commentaries, the time was right for a new investigation. One of its primary objectives will be to prepare a roster of the commentaries and related writings, as well as listings of their manuscript evidence. So our conference today is a hybrid in several senses, in that it spans the pre- and post-pandemic realities, in its mixture of on-site and online participants, and in its place in the series as Through a Glass Darkly transitions to a mixture of open-style conferences on things apocalyptic and workshop-style meetings on specific topics. Let me close my brief remarks by returning to the present and our conference. Looking back, I recall how excited Colin and I were as we planned for this event, and how much we looked forward to meeting all of you in Colorado Springs. Although the fact that the Canadian border with the United States remains closed means that I cannot attend in person, I am thinking of how beautiful it must be for all you on site, standing in front of the Heller Center with the sun over Pikes Peak to the west, and ça va bien aller, or it's going to be all right, as we emerge from the pandemic darkness back into the light. Thank you, and I hope you have a good conference.
It's so nice to see those of you who are here and those of you who are online. Hopefully, those of you who are online will be able to get a sense of this incredible space we're in here, the Heller Center, and the unbelievably high-tech setup we have here as well, which is sort of a conference produced for TV. So thank you everyone for being here. Our first paper, Brian Duvak, our initial presenter, was not able to make it. And so we're going to get a colleague of mine here at UCCS who has graciously agreed to step in, Dr. John Forshee, who will be presenting on apocalyptic time and the time of Apokatastasis. John, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. McAllister, for that warm introduction. I'm really delighted to be here virtually and in person with all of you here today. Thank you especially to all of those present and virtually for indulging my somewhat unconventional contribution to the proceedings of our week's end. Unconventional, maybe, since it is a musical work, but also wholly appropriate as this work is directly connected to and informed by the apocalyptic imagination. You might imagine that a work like this risks becoming quite top-heavy with research. I would like to say just a few words by way of introduction to what we will hear in this piece. Then we will listen to it, and there will be some time afterwards for some questions and observations. The title of the work is Apokatastasis. The stress of my pronunciation is slightly different than Dr. McAllister's. Apokatastasis is a modern electroacoustic work for chamber ensemble, which is to say, this is music for a chamber ensemble of 10 instrumentalists plus a computer-generated sound. This work grew directly out of conversations with Colin and took about a year, 2020 to 2021, to compose. The work received its premiere on March 19th of this year with Maestro McAllister on the podium. More than almost any piece I have composed, Apokatastasis is bolstered by an extensive bibliography. And as my own conception of apocalyptic and the ways it might intersect with music grew, so has my library, with titles ranging from biblical studies, such as André Lecoq's Book of Daniel and Collins' The Apocalyptic Imagination, to millennialist histories and predictions, such as Eugen Weber's Apocalypses. Other auxiliary readings included revisitings of Martin Heidegger's Being and Time, as well as works by Hans-Georg Gadamer, which deal explicitly with hermeneutics, health, and death. Given the year of research, there are many apocalyptic concepts motivating this work, with the most salient being, one, the apocalyptic notion of time, as formulated by Lorenzo DiTommaso in Apocalypticism in the Contemporary World. Two, literary structure of the Book of Daniel. And three, the theological doctrine of reabsorption or reconstitution. Of these topics, the literary structure of the Book of Daniel is especially evident, I hope, in the work. After even a single listening, it should be clear that Apokatastasis ends in the same way it began, with a shiver, a kind of a quiver of a short 2 or 3 note rhythm. If we examined the score together, we would find that the penultimate passage of the music unfolds in the same way as the second overall section of the work, and so on, until we reached a central musical passage not repeated anywhere else. Let's call the similar first and last passages A, the second and penultimate passages B, and let's call the central section of the piece C. Doing this, we could generally describe the rough form of this piece as A, B, C, B, A. In fact, Apokatastasis describes a form more like A, B, C, D, C, B, A, as you might hear. When this form concerns concepts and not only characters of words, this form describes a chiasmus. This is a crisscross literary form that traditionally places passages of great or of the most import in the middle of the text. Consider how unrolling a scroll will immediately present this important passage before the reader. And consider too the mnemonic value of such a form. For example, if you remember the first half of such a story, you can reconstruct the second half of the story. By the way, my musician's understanding of chiastic structure in the book of Daniel comes from readings of Langlet's Le Structure littéraire de Daniel 2:7, to Steinman's Daniel from 2008, and Hamilton's With the Clouds of Heaven, the book of Daniel and Biblical Theology from 2014. Such a literary design is compelling to a composer. Just as such a form offers the possibility of cohesion in the book of Daniel, a book written in 2 languages and over many years, so too might such a form offer cohesion for a musical work which proceeds through different styles and harmonic approaches. The computer plays a special role in this work. At once, the computer extends the sonic palette of the instruments on stage while also interacting with the ensemble as an instrumental voice in its own right. The central passage of the work features a computer at its most numinous and showcases the creation of synthesized vowel sounds as the fundament of creation. Conceptually, in the beginning was the word. And indeed, from this central beginning, the end begins to unfold. After the central section of the work, the music conceptually proceeds backwards, folding up the stars of the cosmos and reversing the flow of time back towards the beginning, towards before the beginning, to silence. This reversal of musical ideas by way of chiastic design speaks, for this musician, to the doctrine of reabsorption or apokatastasis. And just a few words on that before listening. Many listeners are aware that many musical works create a world with its own physics and sense of time. For me, composers such as J.S. Bach and Wolfgang Mozart create music like this, as does Gustav Mahler, for example. These musical worlds enthrall our listening attention, and as the musical world recedes, that is, when the music is over, the listening attention begins to change too. When the music is over, we are left as we were before the listening experience, yet subtly changed. After the immersion of the listening experience, our attention begins to descend back into the daily life for which our usual psychic state is most calibrated. And we are reconstituted with the usual listening self prior to the experience. Our attention has changed. We have changed. And our conception of the world has changed too. This idea of psychic change is certainly the biggest conceit of Apokatastasis, and I will thank you one last time for your indulgence for the flights of a composer's fancy in this regard. It would be good to listen to this piece now, and I would ask that you listen with apocalyptic ears. Notice the procession of textures in the accretion of interplanetary dusts, and find the central passage of this work as not the middle of the piece, but as the beginning of a creation. I will travel with you, and I will be here on the other side for questions and comments. Thank you for your attention and for your sense of adventure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Dr. McAllister, for excellently conducting this performance. This is a difficult piece, a virtuosic piece for each instrumentalist. So to gather these forces together and wrangle some sense out of them is no mean feat. So thank you, Maestro McAllister, for making this piece come to life like this.
And John, maybe just telling people can put questions in the chat.
Oh, sure. Yes, you can put questions in the chat. Or I'll take questions from here, or observations, or complaints, if we keep the complaints to a minimum. But for sure, there are a lot of things to discuss in this work, many more things than I could say in a few minutes by way of introduction. There is an article, a paper coming out on this work that details in more refinement the three pillars that I mentioned up front that are sourced, the three apocalyptic pillars that are sourced for this work, the apocalyptic notion of time, the doctrine of Apokatastasis, and chiastic design. That'll be coming out in a work, in a book, Dies Irae, Music in the Apocalyptic Mode next year. And this video is also available on YouTube. I might have said a few words, and I'm always reminded of this, and I forget before hearing the piece again or working on it, the nature of palimpsest, this idea of a work that has been written over, perhaps scrubbed out or partially scrubbed out and written over. This is a compositional approach that describes many of my pieces. And once again, I found that the apocalyptic imagination speaks directly to this kind of approach, as many of our books are, apocalyptic books are written over, lost, rewritten, just in this palimpsestic way. So I'm glad to take any questions. There are still many things I'd love to say about this piece. I'll keep my talks, my words to a minimum. Now, do I have this on?
Let's see. So you could read the comments.
I'll
On the
do the
screen,
comments.
John. If one of us asks you a question, maybe just repeat it. I think Suzanne has a question. So maybe just ask John, and then John can repeat your question.
Oh, you bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the idea of a palimpsest is also integral to the field of art history as well. And I could feel that, I could hear it. But do you want to elaborate a little bit on how it actually works in that composition?
Thank you, Stephanie. Suzanne, the question, sorry, Suzanne. The question, and I'll try to repeat it, was the nature of the palimpsest and its role or its evidence in art history. And if I could detail a little bit more how that impacts the composition of this piece and perhaps composition in general. I find that composing a new piece of music, I had an influx of new ideas and new topics and new concepts to kind of work with and make sense out of. At the very beginnings, before even a note goes to the page, I design the flow, the temporal flow of the piece. And some of my very first intuitions as a composer, I'll be honest, sometimes are kind of square. You know, they're blocky ideas that in a way function as a placeholder for more refinement later, and also allow me to conceptualize the entire duration of the piece. Now, as I revisit the composition and continue to compose and add ornament and detail, particularly in light of the composition of the computer part that plays a role here, I write over a lot of my music. Sometimes the music, as I come to it 2 weeks after writing it, might seem a little square, a little blocky, a little unrefined, or perhaps a little too something else, a little too similar to something that I've heard in my life. So I'll continue to kind of edge out those passages of music, sometimes writing a new, say, smaller composition on top of the longer duration passage of music in an attempt to at once kind of smear any outright connections to music that exists, for myself at least, and to also allow some ambiguity for the work. There's one last thing I might say about this that I think is very potent for modern music. And that is that when a piece of music reaches, let's say, a critical mass of intricacy or complexity, it becomes too much to take in on one listening. It becomes too much to take in on even 2 or 3 listenings. And some of the very deep structures of music like this are never fully grasped, even after a lifetime of listening. And this is very intriguing, I should think, to any composer for repeatability of their music. But it also speaks, I think, to the complicatedness, the complication of being a modern person in a modern world, confronting some of these topics of the end times, apocalypticism, finding a way to allow a musical work to facilitate the level of complexity that we encounter in our daily lives, I think is not a bad goal for much music. And so I embrace this palimpsest idea because it at once smears obvious relations to other things. It allows me to live out my compositional life many times over. And I hope creates a piece of music that is just a little too complicated to catch on the first listening. Thank you, Suzanne, for that question. Did I at least address the question? Okay.
Yeah, and I have written in the margin, YouTube.
Oh.
So I'll go back.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll look forward to talking more about that. Thank you from Selvin Gaskell. Incredible piece of music. It was a pleasure to hear your work. Can you speak on the beginning and ending of the piece specifically, and how a listener can understand the future of humanity or not through your compositional choices? Oof, that's a tall glass of water question right there. That's great. Well, for one thing, the beginning and the endings of the piece is what arrived almost first in the creation of the music. By the way, thank you, Sheldon, for that question. I didn't thank you for that. That's an excellently put question. The piece began with the beginning and the end. And I didn't conceive of them in this way at first. At first, I just had let's call it a lightning flash of a kind of a piece. That quiver, that little shake of almost nothingness, to my imagination, recalls, something like the first energetic quivers of the cosmos. I happen to be a lay reader of string theory and some writings on quantum theory, and I like very much this image of a tiny infinitesimal string slowly vibrating into existence, and then sympathetically vibrating other masses of regions of space. That's a little on the imagination side, what that quiver says to me as a composer. And other sections of the piece grew out of that quiver. Sometimes I took that quiver and stretched it out to 30 seconds and then tried to fill in the spaces with activities, with things, with creation. Other times that quiver is compacted into a little point. Sometimes that gives the piece the profile of a pointillistic composition where notes seem to hop out of the air. To me, this is creation roiling with energy and direction. Specifically, how a listener can understand the future of humanity or not through your compositional choices. I think the future of humanity in this perspective is the future of each one of us. It's the future of people. The future of humanity has to deal with where we are going, where each one of us are going. And that recalls or requires quite a bit of info about where we are and where we have been. You might note that to make a prediction about the future requires knowledge of the past to make anything like an informed prediction of the future. On that big picture regard, my 24-minute piece of music might or might not have very much to say about all of us collectively. What I can say in that regard, though, and this speaks a little to what I think of in terms of this piece as the apocalypse of the personal apocalypse. Conceptually, every time I wake up in the morning, it's a new creation, it's a new day. Everything about myself, my corpus, has effectively changed in the last 48 hours or so. So there are many ways in which we confront the new on a daily basis. The conceit of Apokatastasis is that a microcosm of that kind of experience can be found in listening to a piece of music. Any piece of music, but let's say the good piece of music that takes us someplace. As our listening attention starts to be taken up with the listening experience, our attention begins to fragment. We begin to lose a little bit less of what we were doing earlier and become a little bit more embedded in the present moment. That is, as we follow and track the music that we're listening to. As the music ends again, and I mentioned this before, but it's actually kind of the biggest deal for me with this piece, we become reabsorbed or repositioned in our daily life. And we're the same, but we're slightly different. This is an opportunity for novelty on the personal level. Who I was before the listening experience is irretrievably lost in the moment, and now recaptured after the listening experience, but with change. Maybe I'm slightly more informed, maybe I'm slightly more bored, maybe I'm slightly more energized by the experience, but something is different. I think that this apocalypse of the personal, in the way that I conceive it with this piece, is the biggest statement that Apokatastasis can make, both towards the future of humanity, which is the future of each one of us. Constant renewal, constant energy, and renewed strength in the years to come. That's my optimism anyway for the future. Thank you, Sheldon.
I think there's one above that.
Oh, is there one above that?
Mary France.
Oh, Mary France. Mary France, thank you very much for your question. Excellent. This is just a kudos for such an excellent performance by Maestro McAllister. Thank you very much. And by the way, Mary, and thank you very much for your comment. It gratifies me no little bit that you were able to track and at least perhaps sense the organized structure around the piece. That's another thing that I'd like to just say a word about. I'm really taken with the book of Daniel. This is due to Dr. McAllister and our conversations, but also to all the vast literature that I've had the chance to explore since starting on this piece. And the book of Daniel is really intriguing for a modern composer or composer of modern music, because the usual materials of a musical expression have been added to, let's say, have been amended also in the last 50 to 100 years. That is to say, the composer today doesn't often work only with melodies, as in singable melodies, doesn't often work with chord progressions that are very easily recognizable, for example. Other kinds of materials that we might encounter in the music of, say, Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, have been supplanted, or at least expanded. This means that creating a piece of music with a sense of musical cohesion is a new challenge for the composer. Now, musical cohesion, let's define as that quality which allows a listener to identify any passage of music as part of a larger passage, or even more specifically, any two passages of music to be from the same piece. It seems like a silly thing to mention, but for the modern composer, this is not such an obvious decision anymore. It used to be you might write a piece in B flat major, and the ending is in B flat, the beginning is. Sounds like one piece. The materials are different now. We still have counterpoint, harmony for sure, all of these things, but we perceive of them or conceive of them in different ways. Finding a way to create cohesion, say in a book of Daniel, or in a piece like this, a modern composition, I think is one of the big goals of many modern composers these days. So I found the apocalyptic imagination to speak very directly to that attempt. So it gratifies me a lot that you felt some sense of organization there. Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
About 5 minutes. Could you just say a little bit, John, about the instrumental forces? Why you picked those?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Colin McAllister has asked if I could speak a few moments about the instrumental forces themselves and why these instruments. And that's always an interesting question too. Sometimes a piece of music is requested or commissioned with a specific orchestration or instrumentation in mind. Someone wants a string quartet, you do your best to write a string quartet. In this case, the option or the choices were wide open. I was able to start with as grand a vision as I could muster and pare it down to what was reasonable. And that meant trying to select a palette of instrumental tone colors or sound colors that would span the gamut of the kinds of coloristic effects that I wanted to achieve. It also became a little complicated thinking of the computer being an instrument in the mix. The computer, as you might know, can play any sound, can create any sound, and can also replicate almost any sound. Even the sound of the human voice, as you might have heard in that very middle section of the piece with those ah kind of vowel sounds that are created. This creates a kind of a special situation for composers creating an ensemble, because you also want instruments that have a very wide and elaborate sound spectrum. That is, you want the selection of instruments that are most able to meld with the computer sounds. The sound spectrum of an instrument is that collection of frequencies and relative amplitudes that allow us to distinguish, say, a trombone from an oboe. If we could zoom in on any sound, we would find this very rich collection of frequencies that describe that sound, and that's the spectrum. Some instruments, like percussion instruments, have a less broad spectrum than others, like the horn, for example, or especially the violin. So the idea of the sound spectrum and some of the physics behind that dealt a lot with how I chose the instruments that would go with the computer part. There's another side to this, I can say quickly, that I conceived of the ensemble in a stereophonic sense, where there is a right channel and a left channel on the stage. Instrumentalists on the right part and the left part of the stage, so that along with the computer part, there could be a kind of a crisscross relation invoking some of that chiastic idea between regions of the stage and the channels of the computer. So there's also a stage deployment that speaks to some of the instrumental ensembles that are chosen throughout the piece. And certain instruments I just happen to love, like the French horn, the trombone. I'm a low brass player, so I have an affinity for low brass. Strings can do so many things. They're so versatile as instruments, so expressive. String quartet or something approximating a string quartet seemed like also a given if we could do that. So it had to deal a lot with the color that I could draw out of the ensemble. I conceived it a little bit like a painter's palette in that regard. Now, if I had, say, another 2 years to write a piece like this, it might be for full orchestra with every color available, perhaps including organ for that central section, big pipe work. But for a chamber ensemble like this, every instrumentalist, every performer is in the spotlight. Every performer is on the spot. And that also adds to the virtuosity and intricacy, I think, of the music. Did that kind of address, if not answer?
Any other questions? If not, John, we probably move on. Oh, wait, I think there's one more. There you go. Yeah, from Andras.
Andras, the notion, thank you, Andras Croft. The notion of universal salvation has been repeatedly condemned as heresy over the past 1500 plus years. Do you think that the vision of universal salvation of this piece has a revolutionary potential? I would wholeheartedly embrace your notion here, Andras. Thank you very much for your question. If there is anything revolutionary about music and about the ideas behind this music, I come back to the individual people, the person, to the person. We're each capable of an individual revolution in thought. I'm reminded of Gil Scott Heron, who said, "The revolution will not be broadcast," if some of you remember that from the 70s. This speaks to the fact that the revolution that's taking place is a revolution conceptually in the minds of people, of individuals. It's not a a headline that's going to be printed up and broadcast. It's not going to be a great change. I think that we have a great potential for personal, conceptual revolution of thought. How this pieces together in a societal way, I'm not sure of, and as a musician couldn't possibly conceive of beyond my wildest, conceits. But I do believe that we have this notion for us. One thing about universal salvation that I think is fascinating is that this idea of apokatastasis is not specific to Christian theology. We have examples of reconstitution in many religious beliefs predating Christianity also. So that tells me there's something there. There's a kernel of perhaps universal truth that for each one of us, we might have the potential for a revolution of thought. I feel like I addressed that question least of all of them, but thank you very much for your question, Andres. These are precisely the kinds of questions that listening to music enables. So I feel that no question is off limits in this regard.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you at home and here in person. Thank you, Dr. McAllister, for bringing us together.
Well, thank you very much, John, for sharing your music and your thoughts and for answering some challenging questions. It was really wonderful. And especially thank you for kind of coming in on late notice and agreeing to fill in for a presenter who couldn't be here. That was really fantastic. So I'd like to introduce now our next presenter, who will be virtual, Eli Mason from Concordia University, Montreal, one of our Canadian colleagues like Lorenzo, who sadly could not make it down in person. So we are sad about that. But Eli's paper is called Peevish and Rude, the Monster and Norse Apocalyptic. Welcome, Eli.
Hello, and thank you. I just want to see, can everyone hear me properly? Is my microphone good? Okay, I'm seeing nodding, so that's good. All right, so thank you, Colin, for that wonderful introduction, and hello, everyone. I'd also like to quickly thank the conference organizers in general for managing to put all of this together. I very much enjoyed being able to return to this material, which is near and dear to me. Normally my foot's mainly in the sort of popular culture, contemporary sort of scholarship. So this is very much a treat for me, as perhaps backwards as that may sound for a lot of people. And I'd also just like to say apologies if I end up having to take this coat off and wear a t-shirt, but it's very hot in here. So I'd like to start by addressing the title of my paper, that is Peevish and Rude, which you'll see also in the description of me, apparently, now, so that's kind of interesting, and establish the intended trajectory of this talk, which, like any good saga, I'm going to be talking about the Icelandic sagas, has its own twists and turns, and which, like the Midgard serpent Jormungandr himself, forms a kind of close by return, a close that I'm very fond of in fiction as well as in scholarship, if you'll allow me that. In the Icelandic Grettir saga, or saga of Grettir the Strong, composed in the late 14th century, upwards to about the year 1400, the titular hero Grettir Asmundarson can be understood as a dying breed of Icelandic protagonist. Though Christian, Grettir's impulsive and violent temperament recall not the virtues of Christian martyrs, saints, or princes, but what in 14th century Iceland was an already much disappeared sort of character. Though Grettir demonstrates a good degree of Christian piety, that is, over the course of the saga, he fasts on Christmas Eve in contrast to the monsters that he battles, and his very status as a renowned monster slayer frames him as a kind of bastion of Christian faith against heathen sorcery and belief. Although he kills human beings, he does wander around also sort of ridding Iceland of these pagan heathen monsters. Nonetheless, the methods by which Grettir defeats his monstrous foes align him firmly with the legendary heroes of the distant past, that is Iceland's distant pre-Christian past, and the settlement age, a period from the 9th century to about the 11th century. Through feats of trickery and physical prowess, Grettir defeats successive opponents, human and otherwise, an embodiment of the ideals of a pre-Christian ethics, seemingly, though perhaps not actually, eclipsed during Iceland's conversion period from the year 1000 through the 13th century. Grettir's thirst for glory, his goal to become more physically strong, and his antisocial wanderlust contrast with the much more settled Christian culture of the 14th century. This is the latest of the Icelandic sagas. Iceland's heroic and pre-Christian past, however, much like the series of spooks that will form the bulk of my analysis during this talk, continues to haunt the present of the 14th century and onwards, as Grettir's independence, the straightforwardness of his desires, arguably form a kind of lament for the loss of Icelandic independence from Norway. That is, its sort of freedom from monarchic control, and a nostalgia for the period of the Icelandic Commonwealth, as well as a sort of very real criticism of the descent into chaos that was experienced during the age of the Sturlungs, when many of the local chieftains were warring over what would ultimately be the deciding factor of Iceland's sort of takeover by Norway. Grettir's tragic fate at the saga's conclusion, that is, he dies as an exile on the island of Drangi, suggests the tragedy of Iceland's own fragmenting relationship with its history and ability to self-determine. Throughout the saga, Grettir is shown not only wandering of his own accord, but is presented as solitary, as an outlaw, a legal status that in Iceland was tantamount to a death sentence, and carried with it the suggestion of personal shame on his person as well. As a greater outlaw, he also would have been a target for people seeking to kill him for monetary reward. As an outsider, not only by nature, but by decree, Grettir is mirrored by the very monsters he is shown defeating. The most significant of these is Glam, a fellow slayer of monsters who becomes one himself when he is killed and then revived as a revenant. Like Grettir, Glam is antisocial, a wanderer. Though unlike Grettir, Glam rejects Christian truth, preferring to carry on according to his own personal code, demonstrating neither the time nor inclination for fasting on Christmas Eve, something that arguably is his downfall. Even before Glam's transformation into an undead revenant, he is notably described as, quote, peevish and rude, end quote, qualities we witness Grettir display over and again throughout the saga. The great majority of Icelandic monsters, whether on the larger scale of mythic giants such as Vafthrûdnir from the Eddic poem Vafthrûdnismál, or Surt, the fire giant responsible in part for the end of the world of the Aesir gods during Ragnarok, are consummate outsiders. Yet if so, and in the tradition of monsters cross-culturally, the Icelandic monster as other is threateningly and damningly proximate. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the cosmogonic, national, apocalyptic, and eschatological significance of the monsters that populate the sagas of the Icelanders, and fragments of pre-Christian belief that emerge in the poetic Edda. And I'd just like to addend here, put a footnote there that, of course, in the poetic and the prose Edda, what we're getting is not sort of an actual complete, accurate, depiction of pre-Christian belief, and in fact, even some very popular figures who we tend to associate with Norse mythology today, Loki and Odin, Balder, may well have been sort of later Christian interjections into that mythological landscape. So with that caveat. A conflict between gods and giants bookends the story of the world's creation and end in the Eddic Völuspá, Vafthrûdnismál, and Grimnismál, among others. Yet in the same text, the giant Ymir forms the very bedrock of the material world. Thus, in Vafthrûdnismál, in answer to Odin's question as to the origins of the earth, the wise giant, that is Vafthrûdnismál, answers that, quote, from Ymir's flesh the earth was formed, and the rocks from out of his bones, the sky from the skull of the ice-cold giant, and the sea from his blood. End quote. As in many non-native cosmogonies, that is non-native to Iceland, there is room here, of course, for comparison with the role of giants in biblical, apocalyptic, and depictions of cosmogony generally. The very world itself, the foundations of civilization, is crafted out of and also rests upon a monstrous body. This positioning of the monster, in this case the giant specifically, is not only embedded in the human world, but necessary for the thriving of human society. And it tends to exist in Icelandic monster narratives at both the micro and the macro level, deeply entangled with the corresponding positioning of monsters as sources of otherworldly and apocalyptic knowledge. In Vafthrûðnismál, for instance, the Aesir god Odin seeks out the, quote, all-wise giant Vafthrûðnir, in part due to Vafthrûðnir's own extensive knowledge of cosmogony and eschaton. By virtue of Vafthrûðnir's monstrous proximity to first things, he possesses elite expertise with and sacred awareness of Ragnarok and the workings of the world. Those familiar with the poem will, of course, note that in a contest of wits against one another, Odin, not Vafthrûðnir, emerges triumphant when Odin stumps the giant with a question he cannot answer. Quote, Odin said, much have I traveled, much have I tried, much have I tested the powers. What did Odin himself say into the ear of his son before he mounted the pyre? Vafthrûðnir said, no one knows what you said in ancient days into the ear of your son. With a doomed mouth did I tell my ancient lore and speak of Ragnarok. It was with Odin I've now traded my wits. You were always the wisest of men. End quote. The poem takes the form of a kind of rite of passage that establishes Odin's primacy over Vafthrûðnir, as well as Odin's own substantial knowledge of first and last things. As Armin Jakobsen argues in his paper, A Contest of Cosmic Fathers, God and Giant in Vafthrûðnismál, the competition is no casual bout, but a contest that describes the transference of paternal supremacy from the giants to the Aesir. This transference might be similarly extended to stand in as an allegory for the inheritance from father to son. Odin is, after all, part giant himself, the son of the giantess Besla, and, according to Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, the man boar, son of Buri, who was licked from salt blocks by the cow Audhumla, who herself nurses Ymir, that is, Ymir the giant. Aesir and giant are one and the same, divine monstrosity that sits at the heart not only of the numinous, but, as Timothy Beale writes in Religion and Its Monsters, quote, the outside that has gotten inside, the beyond the pale that much to our horror has gotten into the pale, end quote. In the Edda, it's giants all the way down. Composed in the 13th century, well after Iceland's 10th century conversion by edict of the Althing, that is, the Althing, Iceland's legislative body, the passing of Jakobsen's paternal authority from Vafthrûðnir to Odin also suggests the decline of pre-Christian beliefs and the rise of Christianity. As the poem itself reveals the workings of giants, that is, the workings of the world as it is formed and finally destroyed at Ragnarok, so does it describe the passing of a pagan way of life, replaced by Christian values and laws, alongside, perhaps, the ceding of Iceland to Norway and its return to monarchical control after roughly 3 centuries of independence. Apocalyptic and eschatological knowledge describes not simply divine drama, but contemporary and historical events personal to the Icelanders who composed and witnessed them. We see this in a very concrete sense in the significance of the fire giant Surt, whose most famously in the Vlispa, quote, comes from the south with what damages branches, that is fire. There shines from his sword the son of the corpse gods, rock cliffs clash, troll wives crash, warriors tread hell roads, and heaven is rent, end quote. The fiery descriptions of Surt have long been theorized to describe the physical eruption of one of Iceland's volcanoes, an occurrence that may well, in the 10th century, have expedited the conversion of Iceland. In 2017, Clive Oppenheimer, Andy Orchard, and others demonstrated through geological and meteorological analysis that the eruption of Elgia and the subsequent lava flood could be dated to 939, not 1939, 939 to 940 CE, and allows Orchard to theorize a relationship between the eruption and the Surt content from Völuspá, dating the poem's origin sometime after the date of that eruption, so after 939 to 940. Stanza 57 certainly invokes volcanic imagery. Quote, the sun turns black, land sinks into sea, the bright stars scatter from the sky, flame flickers up against the world, fire flies high against heaven itself. Elgia, if we accept his reading, is the giant Cert, and with his destruction of the Aesir, the legendary and pre-Christian past of Iceland likewise is vanquished, to be replaced by a new world inhabited by the survivors, notably Balder, a god who's often read or classified as a Christian interpolation, a kind of Christ-like figure in his own right. Monsters sit at the crossroads of past, present, and future in Icelandic literature. At once the foundation out of which creation is formed, they, like fire itself, ravage the earth in order for new growth to form. Rather than diminishing their potential to frighten, however, their centrality to the human world is only the source of further anxiety. Society and civilization are, after all, defined in part by what they exclude, the boundaries established by a given culture between permissible and impermissible, human and inhuman, self and other. Yet if the peripheries of boundary stones themselves are formed out of the very bodies of that which we seek to exclude or expel, then we have already failed in the very project of exclusion. In Kristeva's outlining of the abject, desire for that which disgusts and frightens is essential to our affective experience of abjection itself, the monster being the source of abjection in this case. And much of what I've said here so far has fairly aligned, I think, with discourse not only of the role of the monstrous, particularly chaos monsters in cosmogonic and eschatological stories, written more broadly, but also with our own understanding of the structural necessity of the other to the formation of groups and communities. What I would like to suggest now is a shift from the macro narrative of Ragnarok and divine knowledge to the ways in which apocalyptic and eschatological thinking undergirds the role of revenants in the sagas of the Icelanders, particularly the 13th century Eyrbyggja saga, which chronicles historical events along the Snæfellsnes Peninsula and Iceland's west coast, and the 14th century Grettir saga, which ends just after the death of Grettir Asmundarson in 1031. Though composed later, these sagas describe events from Iceland's settlement and Commonwealth period. So they tend to sort of record events from the settlement age in the 9th century and carry on into the future, mostly the 11th century. It's important to my analysis to establish quickly the terminology I've chosen to describe the monsters discussed in these texts. Following Konrad Maurer and Jan Arneson, revenants in Old Norse literature have prevailingly been rendered in English using the term ghost, a word that tends to suggest to many of us, I think, a disembodied, ephemeral kind of spectral apparition. When scholars discuss the Nordic undead, they similarly have in the past used the Norse term draugr or draugar in the plural to refer to these beings, despite the relative lack of the use of that term in a lot of the sort of most significant texts that describe Norse revenants. Armin Jakobsen has recently compellingly argued for a move away from the use of either these umbrella terms, suggesting that the revenants who appear in Grettir saga, Eyrbyggja saga, and also Laxdæla saga, as well as others, share an affinity not so much with ghosts, but rather with Eastern European vampires. So he's moving away from this idea of sort of spectral continental European ghosts. Norse revenants, in contrast to the mainland ghosts, are distinguished by their dramatically physical bodies. In such tales, the dead return to life with larger and vastly heavier bodies, something that you'll see again and again in my examples. A feature that's present in both Eyrbyggja saga and Grettir saga. Whether they're killed on land or at sea, they are described very frequently as black or blue, displaying the discoloration of a corpse, if not the attendant decay. So these bodies also don't tend to decay. And this is something that continues even as the bodies are sort of reinterred and disinterred again and again. Remarkably, these revenants also tend to share the wants, if not the needs, of the living, seeking out food and also property. Revenancy, unlike spectrality, is also fairly contagious, and rough proximity to an Old Norse revenant is often enough, we shall see in Eyrbyggja saga, to cause the local dead to likewise return as living corpses. Jakobsen likens this infectiousness to vampirism, as noted previously. Yet it is worth commenting that even the Eastern European traditions that he references are very slippery in terms of any kind of a monstrous taxonomy. This last fall, my students seemed somewhat disappointed to learn that we cannot trace a sort of definitive genealogy of the vampire, the witch, or the werewolf. These figures tend to be sort of very much intersectional and frequently overlapping. If a witch, also drinks blood and turns into a wolf at the full moon, then, what is she really? As such, calling the Old Norse revenants vampires attaches to them, I would argue, just as much cultural baggage to the figure as does a term like ghost, ultimately. Revenant, my own choice, allows for a more capacious consideration of these monsters, one that avoids the inaccuracy of popular attempts, both contemporary and medieval, to create clearly defined monstrous taxa. Thus, in Grettir's saga, the revenant glam is called troll, and we find both apturgangur, that is the term for revenants in Old Norse, and rime-like hauntings used in Grettir's saga, Erbygge saga, and Laxdæla saga. Though associated with a pre-Christian past, also, Old Norse revenants are rarely identified as inhabitants of hell or as demonic in nature. Jakobsen notes on this very issue that, quote, the origin of ghosts does not seem to be as important as their activities in these texts, end quote. Jakobsen says this in reference, of course, to the revenant's origin in one afterlife or another. So are they denizens of hell? Are they coming from heaven? Are they coming from some other afterlife realm? Yet I posit that the origin of these revenants is actually deeply intertwined with the very activities he positions as being primary. Due to an association between revenants and their property, that is, their land holdings as well as other possessions, revenants are as much representative of the land of Iceland itself as are the foundational giants of the Edda. Revenant stories in the sagas thus recapitulate the function of the giants from the pre-Christian material, representing elements of a pre-Christian past that must be destroyed so that the new order might establish itself, while simultaneously communicating through their continued existence in 13th century stories the ways in which monsters as pastness haunt the present and predict the future. In Erbygge saga, we see how revenants persist as monsters that threaten the survival of both nascent community and nascent Christian belief, while in Grettir's saga, the Vedic knowledge of the foretells through its prediction of Grettir's tragic fate, the tragedy of Iceland itself, and the eschaton of pre-Christian modes of being. In the 13th century Erbygge saga, Old Norse revenants are pernicious embodiments of pre-Christian belief, foreignness, and antisocial behavior. The return to life is also, as William Sayers and others have argued, inextricably linked with economic concerns, that is, worry about resources, conflicts over inheritance, and feuding over. The revenant Thorolf Flamefoot thus returns to life out of pure rage, following a dispute over the right of Snorri Gothi to cut down trees in a forest that Thorolf owns. Though Thorolf does legitimately have claim to these particular trees, which were a valuable resource, of course, in Iceland and which was becoming quickly deforested, the saga presents him as a bitter, unkind man and staunchly elevates Snorri throughout. After a heated dispute over the trees, Thorolf's son Arnkel refuses to help Thorolf retake the forest from Snorri. That night, Thorolf does not go to sleep, but sits in the high seat of his home, where his body is found the next morning, having seemingly died of spite. When Thorolf's family go to remove him, all the classic signs of revenancy are present. Thorolf was almost too heavy to move, he doesn't decompose, and trolls possess the oxen that drag the cart with his corpse along for removal for burial. Soon after his burial, Thorolf starts leaving his grave to pester the community, and also possesses some more animals and that sort of thing. That's also a very common feature. Eventually, Thorolf has killed or frightened off enough people from the surrounding farms that they are all but deserted. It is only when his son Arnkel is present that he will not attack other human beings. Arnkel is eventually persuaded to disinter his father and rebury him further away on the headland, and the headland where Thorolf Lamefoot is buried is named Lamefoot's Headland after him. Chapter 34 of the saga ends ominously with the line, quote, there Thorolf lay quietly as long as Arnkel was alive, end quote. We skip ahead a few chapters now. Indeed, Thorolf's haunting resumes after Arnkel's death. He is once more disinterred, found to be even heavier and larger than he was the first time, quote, big around as an ox, end quote. So his corpse is burned at this point. They actually he's so heavy that they can't actually move him. So they decide to burn him, and they scatter his ashes, which they kind of hope are going to blow out to sea. But alas, it's not to be. A cow who's nearby comes and she licks up the ashes and becomes pregnant. The farmer, a new character enters at this point, the farmer Thorod. And the farmer Thorod, who owns this cow, is told by his foster mother, who is a seeress, he's warned that upon hearing the calf's cries, that in fact the calf is a kind of troll. She senses its revenancy. But her warnings to have it slaughtered are ignored, and it grows into a mighty bull. Again, she warns that the bull will kill Thorod, quote, madly turning on mankind, end quote. But of course he ignores her, despite that the bull, called Glacier, is a bane to all humans. It is no wonder that the bull haunts the buildings of the farmstead, given that they are made from the very timber Snorri stole from Thorolf, the theft of which preceded and predicted his revenancy. Notably also, when Thorod's face-off with the bull finally occurs, Thorod uses a cudgel to defend himself. Quote, sorry about the noise. From a pile of wood which stood by the door, he snatched a big birchwood cudgel and swung it about his head, holding it by the branches, and ran down into the field toward the bull. Thorod raised the cudgel and struck him so hard between the horns that it broke at the point where the branches grew out, end quote. But the attack only makes the bull angry, and as Thorod's foster mother predicted, Thorod is gored to death. The bull runs off and sinks into a bog, whence it is absorbed into the land itself, and as with the headland before it, the bog is named after Thorolf. Glaziskilde, Glazier's bog. Monster and landscape become one. The second major haunting in our biggest saga occurs in a village called Froda, after a Hebridean woman named Thorgunna foretells her own death following some terrible weather. It rains blood on the community. And she sees that and says, someone's going to die. This is bad times. And she falls sick. Then she does die. Thorgunna, sensing that her end is near, warns the townspeople that, quote, evil will result if you disregard my wishes, having previously expressed a desire that her fine bedclothes be burned upon her death. And throughout her portion of the story, even before she dies, she's very covetous of her possessions. So they mean quite a lot to her and doesn't like other people touching them. Naturally, of course, her wishes are disregarded. Thorgunna returns to life while being transported to a burial place. And when those who are transporting her aren't afforded the guest right that they should be given by households that they travel to on the way, Thorgunna actually takes it upon herself to revive and cook them food in the kitchens of the would-be hosts. So she's not all bad, this one. But later, she does get a little bit worse. She starts to cause an outbreak of revenancy within the community of Froda. First, an evil moon appears, presaging the death of a shepherd that the text makes certain to tell us is depressed. Then the shepherd dies and returns, as do a number of other villagers from Froda. Over the harsh Icelandic winter, Thorgunna's Fulgia, a term that means fetch, returns in the form of a seal to devour Froda's stock of dried fish, something that continues throughout this narrative. At one point, it appears and eats out all of the flesh from the fish so that only the skins remain. Due to Thorgunna, 18 of 30 servants on the farmstead are killed. 5 flee out of fear of her, and leaving only 7 remaining. So there's sort of a mass desertion of the community at this point. The community itself is being destabilized by this figure. The most dramatic sequence in this particular haunting, however, has to be the drowning of a man named Thorod, as well as his fellow fishermen, which precipitates a legal drama over entitlement to participation in the community. Among other things, the matter-of-fact treatment of the revenants is very entertaining. Night after night, these fishermen, after they've drowned at sea, take up space at the hearth and frighten the villagers. So they'll come every night, sit at the hearth, drive off the villagers who would be sitting there, and enjoy the warmth, and then sort of vanish in the morning. Some order is restored when a man who Thorgunna was very fond of, called Kjartan, visits Snorri Gothi at Helgafell and returns with a Christian priest who instructs them to burn Thorgunna's bedclothes as she had demanded. They do as asked, and the following occurs. Right. Thereupon, Kjartan summoned Thorir Woodenleg, that is one of the other revenants, and Thord Cat cited Farmer Thorod, the drowned revenant, for haunting the house without permission and depriving people of health and life. All who were sitting by the fire were summoned. Then the door court was set up, the charges were stated, and the procedure was exactly as at an assembly court. The testimony of the witnesses was heard, the cases were summed up, and the verdicts given. When sentence was pronounced against Thorir Woodenleg, he got up and said, "Sat I have while the sitting was good." Thereupon he left by way of the door before which the court was not being held. Then sentence was pronounced against the shepherd, and when he heard it, he stood up and said, "Go I shall now, though I think I should have gone before." And when Thorgrima Geldraken heard sentence being pronounced over her, she arose and said, "Stayed I have while the staying was good." Then each one in turn, as his sentence was pronounced, got up, said something, and left. It was obvious from these comments that they were all reluctant to leave. Finally, sentence was pronounced against Farmer Thorod, and when he heard it, he arose and said, "There's no welcome here, let's away all." Then he departed. After that, Kjartan and the others went in, the priest carrying holy water and holy relics throughout the entire house. On the following day, the priest conducted divine services and sang a solemn mass, after which all apparitions and hauntings at Froda ceased. Thurid recovered completely from her illness. In the spring following these marvels, Kjartan obtained servants and lived at Froda for a long time afterward and became a most outstanding man. The casting out of the revenants is remarkable for several reasons. It reveals a deep concern with judicial order, even amongst monsters like the revenant Thorod, but also the push-pull between pre-Christian and Christian belief. We get a lot of information from this particular saga about pre-Christian folkloric practices. Through the priest banishing of Thorod company, he symbolically excises heathen paganism from the community. And yet, Thorgunna's accurate prediction of the haunting, as well as the priest's advice to follow her wishes, speak to a sustained belief in revenants and non-Christian folklore. Paganism, along with foreignness in Thorgunna and antisocial behavior in the shepherd, are expelled. The lip service must still be paid to custom, and since it is after these events that Thor of Flamefoot returns in the form of a vengeful bull, Christianity has hardly managed to eliminate monstrosity from the peninsula. That Thorod and the drowned revenants are not totally destroyed, but simply leave Froda to wander elsewhere, further suggests the continued presence of revenants in Iceland. If in these stories the monsters stand in for a rejected past that is giving way to a new Christian or Norwegian order, their disappearance is one that still haunts the present. In a very real sense, that these narratives were understood as worthy of retention is itself indicative of the continued relevance of such figures and the metaphors that attach to them. My final analysis returns to the 14th century Grettir the Strong. As Janice Haynes has argued, Grettir's saga outlines the potential threat posed to Iceland's agrarian Christian society by wanderers in general, as well as heroes and Vikings. Grettir is outlawed multiple times within the saga, formally and informally, by Iceland and Norway. And even when at last he finds some peace and safety in a valley guarded, notably by a giant, a man called Thorir, Grettir is unable to remain for the rather mundane reason that, quote, he grew so bored that he was unable to stay any longer. Though Grettir remains a pious Christian, even while dwelling with giants, he fasts while in Thorir's company. He fasts while in Thorir's company. He is doomed forever to remain an outsider, if not due to lameness or the fact that he's depressed, then by his status as a man symbolic of Iceland's own Ragnarok and the slow undoing of its previous norms. It's notable also that Grettir can trace his lineage, as of course can many Icelanders, back to Norway. In his particular case, it's Norwegian royalty, which may have some significance here. Norwegian characters in some instances are also considered to be foreign in certain sagas. Grettir is contrasted in the saga with several monstrous characters with whom he shares a violent, wandering nature and an association with the past. The most significant of these is the, quote, peevish and rude Glam. Glam is hired by a farmer to rid his land of a violent revenant. Over the course of Glam's stay, however, he refuses to fast on Christmas Eve, saying to the farmer's wife, quote, "You have all sorts of superstitions that I dismiss as worthless. People don't strike me as being any better off now than they were in the days when they didn't practice such things. I preferred the way people were when they were called heathens. I want my food and I don't want any trick." End quote. Glam breaks fasting protocol and allies himself outright with a bygone age, an age embodied also, though more mildly, in Grettir. When Glam is killed, and after he returns as a revenant troll who slays another monster slayer who is hired by the farmer, Grettir is then next hired to defeat Glam. Glam is, quote, "different from any human form," end quote. However, as a revenant, though also as a monster generally, he possesses hidden knowledge and magical abilities. Like the revenants near Bigya Saga, Glam is furthermore not kept out of the home, the boundary that would seem to denote safety, that ultimate separation between sort of outside and inside, but rather, quote, "towered up to the rafters," end quote. He also sort of does this thing that Norse revenants also do, which is straddle the roof. That is, he gets up on the peak of the roof and sort of kicks the sides really loudly. After a chilling combat between Grettir and Glam, Glam curses Grettir, foretelling Grettir's demise and, like the giants of the Edda, the symbolic death of the old world. The curse marks a turning point in the narrative, determining Grettir's fateful end. Let's see how I am for time. "You have gone to great lengths to confront me, Grettir," he said, "and it won't seem surprising if you do not earn much good fortune from me. I can tell you that you have attained half the strength and manhood allotted to you had you not encountered me. I cannot take away from you the strength you have already achieved, but I can ordain that you will never become any stronger than you are now, strong enough as you may be, as many people will find out to their cost. You have become renowned until now for your deeds, but henceforth outlawry and killings will fall to your lot, and most of your deeds will bring you misfortune and improvidence. You will be made an outlaw and be forced to live alone and outdoors, and this curse I lay on you. My eyes will always be before your sight, and this will make you find it difficult to be alone, and this will lead to your death." Just as Glam fell, the clouds drifted away from the moon. Glam glared up at it. Grettir himself has said that this was the only sight that ever unnerved him. Suddenly, Grettir's strength deserted him from exhaustion and also because of the fierce way Glam was rolling his eyes, and unable to draw his sword, he lay there on the brink of death. Grettir said that his temperament had not improved following the killing of Glam, and that he had much more trouble restraining himself and was much quicker to take offense than before. He noticed a marked difference in that he had grown so afraid of the dark that he did not dare to go anywhere alone after nightfall. He thought he could see all kinds of phantoms. It has since become a saying about people who suffer hallucination that Glam lends them his eyes, or they see things with Glam's eyes. The curse is a truly damning one for Grettir, since it causes him to fear the dark specifically, a condition, the dark being sort of an unavoidable feature of living out in the wilderness, as Grettir so often does throughout the saga. Finally, in the very sort of last chapters of the saga, or at least prior to a vague epilogue, Grettir is exiled to the island of Drangi. It's sort of a kind of self-imposed exile at this point, and he's sort of harangued by the nearby community that wants him off of the island that they own. He's kind of become the monster they seek to rid themselves of in a very real sense. And while he is on this island, he's injured by the sorceress Thurid, and then later killed by Thurid's foster son, Thorbjorn Hook. Though an earlier injury notably would have killed him in any case, giving him gangrene that spreads all the way up to his groin. Thorbjorn, who is also contrasted with Grettir in much the same way that Glam is himself condemned to outlawry for the killing, since he depended on the sorcery of his foster mother, and also since it was seen as a sort of ignoble slaying because Grettir was already dying. The duplicity of Grettir's slave Glam also plays a role here and lends sort of more fire to fuel to the fire of this condemnation of the killing of Grettir, despite his outlawry. At the same time, Thorbjorn's slaying of Grettir mirrors Grettir's killing of Glam and innumerable other murders that Grettir participates in throughout the saga, in that Thorbjorn at least lays claim to Christian piety, saying in response to Grettir's question of how they managed to find him on the island, quote, "Christ showed us the way," end quote. Grettir suggests that it was Thurid instead, so therefore a kind of sorceress intervention, yet the positioning of Grettir as monster remains to unsettle the reader. Though Slayer of Giants and Trolls, two slippery categories in this saga, Grettir also shares their eyes following his killing of Glam. These categories are further muddied through the depiction of a troll and giant who appear as mates, and both of whom Grettir himself slays, as well as the somewhat benevolent figure of Thorir, the giant who sort of oversees the valley where Grettir finds some temporary peace, shielding him and giving him some respite. Since the Thorir sequence takes place following Glam's curse, it seems significant that Grettir would be able to find respite or even permanent peace by remaining in Thorir's valley, thus sort of allying him even more with giants and other monsters. Like the giants, Grettir's is a way of life doomed to obsolescence, the same obsolescence that Odin faces in Voluspa, Vafthrûdnismal, and other pre-Christian apocalyptic narratives. Upon Grettir's death, the narration says of him, quote, "He could foresee most events, but could do nothing about them," end quote. Both Odin and Grettir disguise themselves with the name guest or visitor, and both appear to run headlong toward a preordained finish. There's not really much of an attempt to kind of escape the fate that has been given to them. And on numerous occasions, Grettir actually rejects help from people who would very dangerously, because you were risking your life and lending help to an outlaw, on the basis that he doesn't want bad things then to happen to them as well. Grettir, like Odin, seems part hero and monster, and the eulogy given for Grettir at the saga's conclusion reads as much as a eulogy for a way of life and a mode of being as it is for one particular man. Even Thorbjorn concludes after he has slain Grettir that, quote, "Here we have felled a great man," end quote. Placehood, paternal authority, and access to futurity are at stake in each of these narratives, positioning the monster at a crossroads of each, and is the very foundation of national identity. While Grettir is ultimately killed, the Arbigja saga revenants dispelled and the Aesir and their giants vanquished, they lurch on in undead in the very fiber of the stories that are told about them thereafter. And that's the end.
Thank you, Eli. I think you have a couple of questions in the chat there. If you would like to go ahead and just address those to start us off.
Awesome, thank you. Just take a look there. I'm not very good at reading and talking at the same time. Okay. So, okay. So I'll just read this aloud so everyone can hear it. My question, and this is from Dr. DiTommaso, my question, which touches also on the longstanding issue of the function of apocalyptic speculation, is whether these sagas function as oppression literature. And if so, might they have prompted economic and other changes of the period and reified in social tension, or do these texts more specifically the monstrous element point to different purposes, or perhaps there's no general function and each text might have been written to specific audience in a special social setting? That's an excellent question. I think there's valences of each. I would say that there's elements certainly in Grettir saga, in a sense in particular of sort of oppression literature, because at this point we're quite late into Norway's control over Iceland, whereas in these the earlier 13th century texts, that's not the case. And there was a shift also sort of the initial control of Iceland by Norway was not necessarily sort of meaningfully felt until a little bit later into the process either. But what it did do was consolidate power more within sort of the church ecclesiastical control of the law courts. But the all thing, the legislative body that existed during Iceland's Commonwealth period, existed for a little while into Norway's control of the island. So it's kind of a little bit of one and the other. But what's also happening is that, in many cases, the authorship, of course, of these texts is very disputed. But in the case of Grettir's saga, one of the potential authors was very much, would have written the saga earlier in the 13th century and was allied with the Sturlungs, so Snorri Sturluson and all of those guys, who wanted to see sort of Norway, extend this kind of stewardship over Iceland. And so there's a little as well there that depending on how much we want to see a future scribe or author, interpolating into the text later in this manuscript copy, the versions that we have, also sort of is trying to argue for, the good that's done in sort of accepting Norwegian rule to some extent. And I didn't talk about it very much, but there's also sort of, I imagine that there would have been quite a lot of negative sentiment toward the Gothar, these sort of ruling chieftains of Iceland, post the sort of age of the Sturlungs, when we saw a lot of kind of chaos and violence, civil war within that group. So it's kind of doing a number of different things there. There's a lot of different aspects of social tension, I think, that are at play. So there's kind of multiple valences, I suppose, and different sorts of things that are being commented on, and likely by different people who are adding new versions to some of these stories as well. There's also, I'll just say really quick as well, that there's also a desire to sort of maintain and to kind of celebrate to some extent the pre-Christian past, and to kind of hang on to the details of that. It's sort of believed that there was a large, or at least somewhat present. Sorry, I'm not putting this very well, but there was a feeling, even from clerically trained persons who were writing a lot of this stuff down, that they did actually want to collect this material and collect something authentic to maintain it. Sure if I have time to, do I have time to tackle the next?
Well, yeah, Eli, I think maybe we just, I mean, of course, that one of the unpleasant jobs of the conference organizer is to move the time clock along. And so I know there's at least a couple other really intriguing questions for you, but maybe those can just be addressed via chat for the moment. It's unfortunate. We all know that the most interesting questions come in the spaces between talks and at the happy hour and at the dinner afterwards and so forth. So, but thank you, Eli. It was just wonderful, and really appreciate you speaking on such a fascinating topic. And next, I'd like to invite up Jim Romano, who is here in person, to speak about Paul the Apostle, an apocalyptic journey into the real. And I think your PowerPoint's ready to go, so you should just be able to push and slide through there. So he's gonna.
So just go forward and back with my controls. Well, thank you, Colin. Thank you, everybody. Good to see you all. Apocalyptic literature receives significant attention as both a genre and a phenomenon. In both, it arises from the context of an identifiable system of thought. The formation of apocalyptic may often demonstrate a reaction to oppressive conditions, human failings, or cultural societal failures in a general sense. Typically, there is a broad approach to what is seen as wrong with the evident reality we may see as normal, while presenting a contingent reality shown as true, emerging, or not yet reality that will replace the current visible reality at the right time. Sorry, I lost my place. While apocalyptic literature as a genre is often viewed as representing a pessimistic worldview due to a focus on what is wrong with the world and drastic solutions, This paper will articulate how the Apostle Paul presents himself as an exponent and recipient of a transformative apocalyptic mode of life that is hopeful and positive. This view emerges from his own claimed apocalyptic experience between what is and what will be. Paul's apocalyptic thought is born out of a surprising turn for him in the interstitial space of the Christ event, something grounded in grasping what is unseen, but as the reality he perceives as underlying human perceived reality. The terminology of apocalyptic is slippery, according to David Ane. He differentiates between apocalyptic and prophetic, writing that apocalyptic eschatologies is pessimistic, where prophetic has an optimistic perspective about future restoration. Lester Grab also differentiates prophetic and apocalyptic, rightly objecting to the confusion of categories. Importantly, disabusing apocalyptic of an overused trope, Grab believes the end of the world idea attached to apocalyptic is a red herring. There are elements of both prophetic and apocalyptic in Paul, with the prophetic literature and ideals more commonly used and apparent. For this paper, the focus is primarily on apocalyptic in its lexical sense as revelation or unveiling. We should first clarify Paul's apocalyptic thought expressions. Apocalyptic literature blends with reality in the lives of those who live it as history. The lived aspect reflected in apocalyptic literature has much to do with people experiencing varied aspects of the conflict between the present reality and the descriptions of real reality that is said to be present, if not visible and coming, although not yet fully realized. It is not simply a matter of the final eschaton that apocalyptic places at the center of concern, but rather a presentation claimed to represent true myth, encompassing a grand narrative for reality and living in the present. As Augustine states in the 5th century CE, we cannot love what is eternal unless we cease to love what is temporal. Learn to dismiss it before you are dismissed by it. In other words, on the temporal perceptual reality, we will all eventually die and the world as we know it will end, so let that be part of one's attitude. There is a measure of realism as opposed to pessimism in these thoughts. Let's continue to differentiate apocalyptic thought and theology from issues limited to the end of the current age. According to J. Christian Becker, apocalyptic is born out of a deep existential concern from which discontinuity between this age and the age to come points to a radical transformation of the present world order. Thus, Becker observes, Paul's hermeneutic is shaped by the complex interaction of coherence and contingency. Moreover, the coherent theme of Paul's theology is an apocalyptic theme that centers on the coming triumph of God. Importantly for Becker, the strict temporal dualism is only peripherally present in Paul because the old age has run its course already. Or to quote 1 Corinthians 10:11, the end of the ages has come upon us, and the fullness of time has already occurred in Christ, Galatians 4:4. For Paul, eschatological hope contains the expectation of new acts of God, such as Israel's eschatological conversion, or the liberation of creation, or the mystery of change, or the mystery of Israel's way of salvation. So there is in Becker's scheme the acknowledgement of apocalyptic motifs, which are not from Hellenistic Jewish or Philonic influences, but are modifications of an apocalyptic substratum. In this vein, Paul envisions the risen Christ actively working in Paul's communities in particular revelatory modes. All of this happens in a way that is not pessimistic, but rather places a hopeful sense for life in the current economy while looking to an ultimate manifestation of a better reality coming in the parousia. From this perspective, we can look at how Paul expresses first-person claims about his experience of various apocalyptic or revelatory experiences. He claims in Galatians 1:11, "For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel, or the good news, that was proclaimed by me is not of human origin, for I did not receive it from a human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through a revelation of Jesus Christ." Here, the revelation, literally apocalypsis, is something conveyed outside human origin. Some claim this is merely about the manifestation of Jesus Christ to Paul and others as described in Acts 9. Aside from scholarly hesitancy to overuse accounts from Acts in filling out Paul's biography, it is also true that Paul himself writes that his more complete learning came later, and that can be seen in Galatians 1:15 through 2:1. But that initial road to Damascus experience does not conclude the unfolding nature of Paul's experience. Years after this event, in Galatians 2:2, Paul writes that he went to the apostles in Jerusalem in response to a revelation. It is at least certain that Paul claims more than one revelation. This apocalyptic sourcing for his teachings is likely more specifically identified elsewhere. In 1 Corinthians 2:7, he wrote, "But we speak God's wisdom, secret and hidden, which God decreed before the ages for our glory. None of the rulers of this age understood this, for if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, what no eye has seen, nor ear heard, nor the human heart conceived, what God has prepared for those who love him. These things God has revealed to us through the Spirit, for the Spirit searches everything, even the depths of God." These Pauline texts speak of the need for unveiling what is not accessible to regular human conceptualization. Divine assistance is necessary in Paul's apocalyptic schema for grasping what is mystery, secret and hidden from human grasp. This is at the heart of apocalyptic as a mode of understanding ultimate reality. Paul does not speak simply about what has become evident because of the life of Christ, new teachings through the Christ event, an appearance of the risen Christ to him on the road to Damascus, or any common human perception or conceptualization. Revelations to Paul include the unfolding of additional content. Considering the kind of expressions just reviewed, is there anything to be gleaned about how this thought connects with what is known to be reflected in apocalyptic literature? In different terms, can we see what could be the background mode of thought and lived experience from which apocalyptic literature emerges? John Collins describes that some main elements of apocalypse as a genre include narrative, within which there is an otherworldly being who describes, gives the keys, or narrates to the human within a dualistic framework of this and another world, but also time in this and a coming age. The recipient is not in control of the journey or visionary experiences another world, and is also the recipient of narration or audition. Paul relates an experience with these key elements that we anticipate within apocalyptic literature. And this is a long passage for a paper, but I feel I have to read this. This is the beginning. It's organized in what's beginning to be a chiastic structure. Leave me, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for power is made perfect in weakness. So I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may dwell in me. Therefore I am content with weaknesses, insults, hardships, persecutions, and calamities for the sake of Christ. For whenever I am weak, then I am strong. We should note that the time element is questionable here unless one takes the forward-looking expressions of personal development in the future. But interestingly, this passage about a revelatory experience receives limited attention concerning its ramifications in scholarship on apocalyptic thought in Paul. Generally, the details of this passage receive attention without adequate regard to its actual fit into the broader apocalyptic framework. We will briefly cover some of the details before proceeding with the larger picture. There is much argument over the third person references in the revelatory experience in verses 2 through 5, with suggestions about people other than Paul as the recipients. Some have suggested Jesus or Apollos, but there's no actual evidence for either. In another approach, Hans-Dieter Betz claims that the point is to parody revelatory experience. But contrary to this view, in verse 7, Paul extols the greatness of the experience with no hint at sarcasm. Importantly, after Paul shifts to the first person singular, in verses 7 through 9, he makes it reasonably apparent that he is the recipient of the revelations. Distancing Paul from revelatory experiences strangely disconnects him from his Second Temple Judaism milieu, as well as many New Testament experiences well documented from the Gospels, Acts, the Johannine writings, including Revelation, and even Paul's other claims to revelation. There is no good reason to create such a divide derived from Paul's own writings or what is written about Paul in the New Testament. In verses 2 and 4, being caught up is based on the passive form of the verb arpazo, suggesting divine agency to supply the transport by some means. Paul's description conveys a lack of awareness for spatiality, in body or out of body, along with a supernormal movement beyond human control. A key point is that Paul is not in control of the experience, but is caught up into paradise. One may psychologize such experiences in many ways. Still, such considerations fall outside the scope of our study as generally irrelevant to the analysis of the perceived reality for people claimed to be sane, serious characters in what comes to us as historical narrative. Debates continue about the mode of revelation. Paul reports having heard things that mortals are not permitted to repeat. But hearing is also an issue throughout the book of Revelation, some 38 times. Based on this report of hearing versus seeing, Linda Belleville prefers to call the revelation a supramundane experience while maximizing the audition above seeing. Audition fulfills an important criterion within apocalyptic literature. However, Paul states that visions are part of what he's discussing. It is important to note that in the basic sense of unveiling or revealing in apocalypse, seeing is a component. In 1 Corinthians 9:1, Paul stakes an apologia for his apostleship in part on his assertion, "Have I not seen Jesus our Lord?" Although there is no necessary linkage of this last statement to 2 Corinthians 12, it is nevertheless part and parcel of the apocalyptic mode of Paul's statements about how he comes to understand reality. The seeing aspect of revelation is not a mere metaphor. Of course, Paul leaves details as unspeakable, raising many questions. Is this about a restriction limited to a particular experience? Does this mean that Paul's other revelations are from different experiences, especially the gospel he says he preaches? Why can Paul write of this event without narrating the content, but in other cases speak of the content without describing the event? Clearly, it is the importance of disclosing the event in itself in this particular instance, which involves a hesitating use of a boast to counter opposition to Paul's apostleship. Perhaps most importantly for this study is to recognize that we have a window into a particular mode of an apocalyptic experience that begins to reveal something about the genesis of apocalyptic, a kind of proto-apocalypse. It is often thought in 2 Corinthians 12, 2 through 10, this passage, that Paul speaks of different apocalyptic experiences due to the transition between verses 1 through 5 and 6 through 10. So you can see this chiasm is separated around that area. David Litwa demonstrates parallels between these as each begins with a reference to boasting and revelations, then concluding with boasting and weaknesses. While this gives some accommodation to the shift from third person to first person, it fails in some respects. First, the thematic parallels are clear and point to a description of the same experience. Second, the passage does work as a chiastic structure or inverted parallelism centered around the boasting motif with corresponding elements in verses 4 and 7. And on this simplified chiastic diagram, I've just gotten the heart of what was said in those previous places. But you can see when you look at it this way that the center of the chiasm, which is the key issue, is this acceptable reason to boast. In other words, the purpose for the composition is to give a reason for boasting. It isn't to convey the apocalyptic experience. So that makes this kind of unusual in a certain way. These bring out an important aspect of the passage. Verse 4 is about being caught up, which has the passive verb already discussed. Then in verse 7, what the New Revised Standard Version translates as elated derives from the passive form of the verb huperairo, with a meaning of lifting in a possible literal sense. As Litwa suggests, this does show a potential relationship to an ascent report. But there's a contrast between being the prime mover of the verbal action and passively undergoing the action. Perhaps most important is the passive in the lifting or transport to the different or supramundane reality. A chiastic structure accounts for each of these elements and fits the time of composition well. The thorn in the flesh given by the messenger, or literally angel in verse 7, here called Satan, can be interpreted in various ways. The ha-Satan of the Old Testament, that's from the Hebrew, the ha-Satan, is an opposing angel who is not necessarily merely an evil being or force. Litwa argues that a true parallel is found in ascent reports about Moses in the Babylonian Talmud, when Moses ascends and is assaulted by angels. Suppose Paul does set himself in comparison with Moses here through a pre-Talmudic tradition. In that case, it does continue the same mode as 2 Corinthians 3, so a few chapters earlier, where self-commendation leads to a comparison of Moses's veiled glory as lesser than the current glory unveiled in Paul and the Corinthian believers. If Paul is drawing this extended comparison, it does support the point of his argument, especially in 2 Corinthians 10 through 11, over those who have undermined Paul's apostolic role to the Corinthian community and set themselves in a position of authority. In later Jewish Hekhalot literature descended from earlier Jewish apocalyptic during Second Temple Judaism, there are detailed instructions about the ascetic, liturgical, and theurgic techniques that make the visionary journey possible, with angelic interaction at various points. Jewish Merkavah mysticism, with Merkavah being from the word chariot in the book of Ezekiel, there are specific approaches to the throne of God. What becomes distinct is the active role for the visionary human participant as active rather than passive in the journey. In Hekhalot Rabbati 1:2 through 2:3, for example, there are 7 areas of greatness for the practitioner of Merkavah that accord great personal power and insight to such a person. Among these, severe diseases or other bodily punishment, including blindness, will come to anyone who opposes or even hardens his face against the mystic. Thus, there is an essential distinction in the emphasis on the mystic as a powerful force, rather than a servant, as Jewish Hekhalot proceeded away from Second Temple Judaism and into later forms. Nevertheless, Paul's texts within a broader Jewish mysticism provide an additional linkage in a triangular fashion with apocalyptic thought and literature. As Anthony Thistleton rightly states, in Paul's view, any absolute of revelation is anchored in the cross and the resurrection within the framework of Old Testament revelation and further disclosures as anticipation of the end when the whole picture becomes unveiled at the last judgment. So then the content of Paul's apocalyptic can combine with his lone depiction of the mode of his apocalypsis to give a remarkable portrait for a towering recipient of apocalyptic experience over time. That is referring to these multiple instances that he relates. Paul does give us a glimpse into the nuanced interaction between apocalyptic experience and what we can see as a seed of apocalyptic literature. It is impossible to know why Paul did not produce a completed work that fits the definition of apocalyptic literature per se. Still, this aspect of his formation and thought world demonstrates the importance of the apocalypsis as a lived and hopeful mode of building the community of Christ in the interstitial space of the already in current perceptual reality. So we began looking at apocalyptic as part of a thought world beyond genre and assumptions about eschatology or last things. Of course, literature defined as primarily apocalyptic brings some different issues from prophetic or historical writing. Still, where the underlying thought is concerned, excessively rigid categories can be unhelpful and overlook the broader movement represented by a more holistic understanding of apocalyptic. This is true in writings including apocalyptic material, but not necessarily classified as apocalyptic by genre. We move through Paul's apocalyptic thought world based on his experiences of revelation, which contain hope for a better and truer reality. A negative view of apocalyptic as a thought world does not give adequate consideration of the positive and constructive aspect for the dream of a greater reality erupting into the mundane and destructive aspects of what we perceive as reality. Apocalyptic thought offers not only a setting things right corrective, but also an analogy with childbirth, revealing something hidden, beautiful, and beyond normal human comprehension. Birth pangs precede the unseen reality that becomes known and seen after the intensity of labor. The child is initially concealed, even though known to be present. The difference is slight but significant. But who does not want to bring to completion the hoped-for delivery? The state of being pregnant is an interstitial state, occupying the region between conception and the mystery of birth. The full reality in the hoped-for child is only realized as a benefit when the concealed is revealed. Apocalyptic wonder is birthed from an epistemology grounded in a claimed response to the originating apocalyptic or revelation of divine plans. This interstitial space may or may not be ultimately expressed in literature, or indeed may not be expressed in a manner meeting all definitions of an apocalyptic genre. In Paul's proto-apocalypse, we find many earmarks of apocalyptic literature. Together with his being caught up without narrating the content, contrasts with other cases expounding the content of the revelation without describing the event. We see in Paul a sustained life within the framework of an apocalyptic or revelatory mode of being as a means to build communities over time. The current perceptual reality is perceived to be subsumed first theologically and ultimately in actuality. The inauguration of the Christ event is where Paul articulates a massive shift toward God, reconciling all things to himself. This is lost in thinking the New Testament speaks about how people can simply go to heaven, be resurrected from death, or whatever terms we apply to an individual. The whole gospel Paul expounds is about everything for all of creation. The personal roots of Paul's apocalyptic thought are clearly articulated toward the purpose wrapped up with a boast that others may see and hear or have revealed in or to them what has been revealed to Paul. Thank you. Any questions? Let's see. Nope, none there for me.
It comes across here on the chat.
Yeah.
What do you think the thorn in the flesh was?
Well, thanks for the question. So it's interesting because especially as Hecalot literature developed, there was this whole thing of this struggle with angels that was very typical, including angels trying to inflict death on the mystic journey person. And so that wasn't so much a thing at the time of Paul. And, one nice thing about the 2 Corinthians and even the other passages I mentioned, 1 Corinthians, Galatians, we know they're all written from, say, 50 to 55 CE. So we have very good dating on those, where sometimes with some of the other Jewish literature, we don't. But it's interesting that there's that connection, because it almost evokes the same thought, although the way he frames it is, it's as if this thing was done to him so that he couldn't go on and boast about what happened, so it wouldn't puff him up, as he might say. Phusiao, as he would say in the Greek. But yeah, it's unclear what it is, but people have speculated that it had to do with some kind of a sickness, or people have even speculated there was some kind of loss of eyesight involved, but we don't really know. But it does correspond neatly with other mystic journeys like this in Jewish literature. Thanks, great question.
Yeah, John. You mentioned that, and I didn't catch the exact passage that you're citing, the passages, but that Paul changes first person to third person.
Yeah, actually the other way around, yeah.
Oh, third person.
He moves from third person, then becomes first person.
We find that mirrored exactly in the book of Daniel also. Daniel begins the third person, and then after chapter 7, 12 is in the first person. Why this? Can you speak a little bit more? You started to talk about how Paul was not in control of the events, and so he was carried along by them. But is there another exegetical reason for this change of?
The classic one in a case like this is an argument that in the ancient world that it would be proper to speak of oneself in that way, so that when you're relating something great about yourself, you would speak in the third person. He or she experienced this, they experienced this, not I this, I that. So that's one really strongly supported possibility. And of course, the thing is, like I was mentioning some David Litwell work there, where he was splitting that passage in two. And John, I think this would interest you, because chiastic structuring gets ignored way too much in the biblical literature. And what he was segmenting was trying to break that into two complete experiences. But what I was trying to show with my chiasm was that if you look at it as a chiasm, and of course the issue in chiasm is, it's such an inversion from the way we as moderns think, right? We're used to everything we do, we have an introduction, we make a progression to a topic, and then we kind of make a point, we bring it to a conclusion. Chiasm is, and I think you've probably experienced this, it's hard to get our heads around it when we get into it, because you realize you begin and you get into something, you hit the center point, and that's really the key issue. And then you kind of back out. And the compositions are masterful. And for anybody that's ever tried to write chiastically, it's pretty tricky. But yeah, so it's interesting that that's right. The pivot point is around that boasting motif at the center, then it flips to first person. Like he's kind of done what he had to do, and now he can just speak about it plainly. He gave the reason for boasting. Now it's okay. Now I can boast. That's the way I look at it.
Jim, I think you've got a couple questions in the chat now. First one from Old.
Okay, it says, thank you very much for the interesting oh, sorry, I shouldn't have read that. It's like boasting. No, the motifs of spirit and cross are very important in Pauline letters and Pauline thought. Therefore, I was wondering, what is the role of the spirit and the cross in the apocalyptic framework that Paul introduces? Yeah, that's an interesting question. So let's see. Let me back out from that. So I am by discipline a Pauline scholar, and a lot of what happens in Pauline scholarship is unfortunately a hyper focus on Paul, almost like he was just the systematician who produced propositional theology all the time. And the mystical Paul falls through the cracks at times. And that's being recovered in quite a lot of ways and in a lot of places, fortunately. But yeah, those things appear at times. So for example, earlier in 1 Corinthians, I did bring in a passage from 1 Corinthians chapter 2, but actually in that same context, he did talk at one point about, well, I claim to know nothing except the cross of Christ. So it's like him putting everything off and saying, that's the only thing I really know. But then what does that really mean? You know, does it mean everything? Because in Paul, it's like, this was like what came to be everything to him. So, yeah. So it's hard to track those as separate issues. They kind of stroll in and out. So like in that passage in 2 Corinthians 12, there's nothing about anything about, you know, the cross isn't there, the spirit language isn't there, but obviously whatever was happening in the body or out of the body, I don't know. That's interesting because of the way Paul might have thought of body versus pneuma or spirit, but yeah. Let's see. The Hechelot, okay. Yeah, later period. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, the question is, you refer several times to the Hechelot literature, which as you know is a product of later period, but are you implying that Paul had a mystical experience equal to a more Hechelot style than a unio mystica? Well, you know, the thing that developed in the Hechelot was the more confrontational issue. I made brief mention of that. And that's a divergence, but that as that idea developed in later Judaism, and for those that don't know, with rabbinical Judaism, it came much later, you know, this period of the first century, you know, there wasn't rabbinical Judaism as we think about it. So there's kind of a lacuna in some of our knowledge about what was going on. And then especially with the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, and then the dispersal that that caused to what had been the center of Jewish religious life, created some issues. But I suppose Lorenzo, I think it was Lorenzo. Yeah, Lorenzo. Yeah. Maybe there's a via media on that. You know, it's interesting because the way Paul relates that experience, I see it as distinct in many ways from, say, John the Revelator, right? And the way he describes what happened to him. And yet it doesn't duplicate, say, slavishly from Isaiah or Ezekiel or, you know, other more ancient figures with these mystical experiences. So it's really quite unique, but it is pretty hard to root it in something. But I think, personally, I think part of the problem is that at times Paul gets looked at as being too Greek and not Jewish enough. And I don't know where you are on that, but you know, that's my feeling, is that sometimes Pauline scholars will work so hard at making Paul a Stoic, or, you know, name some other thing, mostly Stoic, that some of his Jewishness gets lost. And so we've got this fuzzy area. And by the way, another interesting thing about Paul is he's the only known New Testament writer who had been a Pharisee. So, you know, he did come from a different experience in a different place than the other New Testament writers. So I know that wasn't a great answer, but I do think if we look at that one passage in particular, that there's an in-betweenness that gets me about that. There's something in between there, and too many elements just start leaping out of it. That's just, the parallels are striking.
Great. Any questions you come across there? I think we're good then, Jim. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
We're working in today's schedule. We're just going to start. Jim, I've got lots of questions for you.
Well, okay, so we have reached the end of our formal papers for the day, and want to thank all of our presenters for that. And now we're going to continue with, and I appreciate you indulging me in this, a little book release party for the Cambridge Companion to Apocalyptic Literature, which, as Lorenzo mentioned earlier, was initially born out of some of the papers and some of the camaraderie that had been developed at this Through a Glass Darkly Symposium over the last 6 years. Before I say anything about that, I do want to give a shout out to Veronica de Orsa, who's here with us. She has been just amazing in helping us with publicity, with social media, Lorenzo and I had talked about that, and I'm not very good with social media, and Lorenzo doesn't even own a phone. So we figured that between the two of us, we would fall short on any kind of advertising that way. So Veronica, thank you very much for helping us out with that. So anyway, the Cambridge Companion was released exactly a year ago. In fact, the day that it was officially published was the day that this conference was supposed to happen last year. And so, of course, I had this great vision of that the UCCS bookstore would have to bring a massive truck of books in to handle all the sales that would happen. And that I would get to go to all of these conferences in the year 2020 and show up at the Cambridge booth. And then all of a sudden a light would shine on me and people would want autographed copies and follow me around in the hallway like they follow John Collins around at all the conferences. And so anyway, I got robbed of all that. So even though the book has been out for a year now, I still wanted to do this. And so I appreciate you all indulging me in this. Some acknowledgements. Of course, I acknowledge a lot of people in the preface to the book, and I won't go over all of that. But I do want to give a few shout outs, particularly to the wonderful team at Cambridge, and particularly Beatrice Rell, who was my editor there. And there is a funny story about how this book was initially conceived. I was at a conference in Chicago, and I went into the book stalls, and I was wandering around, and I went into the Cambridge booth. And this woman said, "Oh, who are you?" And I introduced myself. She said, "Oh, so what are you working on?" And I said, "Well, I'm kind of interested in apocalyptic literature." And we talked a little bit. And then she said, "Oh, well, we don't have a Cambridge companion to apocalypticism or apocalyptic literature. And maybe you'd be interested in presenting a proposal on this." I kind of looked around. "You mean me?" And so I said, "Okay, I've got to put this proposal together." And so I did. And long story short, it ended up happening. So it was really, the fact was this, that I couldn't handle any more technical patristics papers at the conference, and I was bored, and I went into the bookstall, and that's so things, fortuitous things happen. And that was a wonderful, and Beatrice was just fantastic, and her whole team during the process. I certainly want to thank my contributing authors, Frank Gummerlock and Andras Kraft and Lorenzo DiTommaso are here today. And they were all just fantastic. I want to thank Bernie McGinn, who I think Lorenzo had mentioned was a guest at the first edition of this conference, and who just was very encouraging the whole time about the whole business. And in fact, I found out later that he even vouched for me with John Collins, because when I wrote to John and asked him about contributing to the book, I think John told me, he said he wrote to Bernie and said, "Well, why is this musician writing to me about contributing a chapter to a compendium on apocalyptic literature?" And Bernie evidently said something that changed John's mind and relieved his worries about that. So I've always, and Bernie is just amazing. So I never had a chance to study with him formally, but I always felt he's been this kind of mentor from afar. And I would say the same for John as well. I want to thank Mary France, who's in our audience today, because she, when I first came to UCCS, introduced me to Frank Gummerlock, who took me into the dark black hole of Revelation commentaries. And so that's how that connection was made. I want to thank my students in my humanities classes over the years on the subject, and a TA that I had a few years ago, Don Unger, who helped with some proofreading for the volume and also supplied the index. And I want to thank Jim Romano, who just spoke here, a neighbor of mine in Manitou and a wonderful colleague who came in and helped me with this laborious process of getting the entire 500-page manuscript ready to send to Cambridge, and was very helpful with just questions about all kinds of things, but also making sure I didn't overlook some way some volume was supposed to be cited. So thanks, Jim. That was a lot of fun. I didn't count all the emails. We must have had 500 emails in a month that summer. So I want to thank my family, especially my wife, Barb, who everybody who's done a book knows that this is a time-consuming process. And I think my family, though, in general, they were sort of happy because I was much quieter than normally I'm playing avant-garde music on the guitar and this kind of thing, and it's loud. And with apocalyptic literature, I was much quieter. So maybe they appreciated that. And then Gerben Ergema, a colleague of Lorenzo's up there in Montreal at McGill University, wrote a really nice review just a few weeks ago for the Society of Biblical Literature on the Cambridge Companion. So that was rewarding after releasing a book at the time of the pandemic and wondering what had happened to it. And then you see this nice review by someone who I have not met. And so that was really rewarding. So it's happy hour here in Colorado. It's definitely past happy hour there on the East Coast. And for our colleagues in Europe, one of whom, Laszlo, is going to respond today to the volume, it must be 2 a.m. or later. So he has to switch from wine to Red Bull or something like that. But what we're going to do is, this is going to be relaxed. Enjoy yourselves. I'm going to read just a portion of the introduction to the book. And then I've asked 3 respondents, Frank and Laszlo and Lorenzo, to just give a few remarks about the book, and then we'll have a chance for some dialogue and feedback if you like. So I decided to title the introductory essay after this conference, Through a Glass Darkly, Time, the End, and the Essence of Apocalyptica. I've been a diehard fan of the band Blue Oyster Cult since a friend loaned me a copy of The Revolution by Night in the 7th grade. Donald Roser, aka Buck Dharma, is, in my opinion, one of the most underrated guitarists in rock and roll history. Although many people might not recognize the name, they probably know his best-known song, Don't Fear the Reaper. It was used in the original Halloween movie, and later, more prominently, during the opening credits of the television adaptation of Stephen King's The Stand. It continues to enjoy steady rotation on classic rock radio and experienced something of a renaissance at the turn of the millennium after being featured in the classic Saturday Night Live sketch, More Cowbell, starring Will Ferrell and Christopher Walken. But hardly anyone still listens to the first track on that same 1976 album, Agents of Fortune. After an opening salvo of pick slides and ominous minor third alternations of A and C power chords, the lead singer Eric Bloom snarls, "This ain't the Garden of Eden. There ain't no angels above. And things ain't what they're supposed to be. And this ain't the summer of love." And so perhaps I was destined to take an interest in apocalyptic literature. Apocalyptic speculation is largely a response to scenarios, societal, cultural, political, environmental, that seem untenable and insurmountable, beyond human cognition and agency. The order of the world is not how it is supposed to be. Jewish and Christian apocalypses, the best known example of which is the New Testament book of Revelation, have captivated theologians, writers, artists of all types, and the general public for centuries. This corpus of literature has had a profound influence on world history, from its initial production by persecuted Jews during the 2nd century BCE to the birth of Christianity. Ernst Käsemann famously and provocatively declaimed that, quote, apocalyptic was the mother of all Christian theology, through the demise of the Western Roman Empire and the medieval period, and continuing into modernity. Far from being an outlier concern or an academic one that may be relegated to the dustbin of history, apocalyptic thinking is ubiquitous and continues to inform nearly all aspects of modern day life. It addresses universal human concerns, the search for identity and belonging, speculation about the future, and for some, a blueprint that provides meaning and structure to a seemingly chaotic world. Giacomo Fiore, the Calabrian abbot, the sine qua non for the revival of apocalyptic thinking in the 12th century, was inspired to take up a career as a writer and prophet by 2 visionary experiences he had when he was in his late 40s. Like Joachim, I also came to the study of apocalyptic literature later in life, having spent most of my career as a classical guitarist and conductor, focused especially on the premiering of new works. Although I cannot claim to have labored 12 years day and night, as Thomas Malvenda did in composing his Leviathan 11 books on Antichrist, published in 1604, this volume here has been a few years in gestation, and so I have often mentioned to musical colleagues that I'm working on a book. Subsequent inquiry frequently leads to a nonplussed look and the question, but why are you editing a volume on apocalyptic literature? Why indeed? Well, studying apocalyptic literature and being a performing musician are both intimately concerned with time and the end. I've always been fascinated with conceptions of the end in music, particularly the demise of tonality and metrical time in the Western classical tradition. Tonal music, after all, is teleological. That is, its raison d'être is dictated by its end result. In this case, the impetus to resolve the inherent dissonance in the binary construction of tonic and dominant. The eventual ending of tonality, I put that in quotes, was largely set in motion by the composer Richard Wagner in the mid-19th century. In the opera Tristan und Isolde, based on the famous medieval story of forbidden love, longing, desire, and death, everything that unfolds is prescribed from the very beginning. Via the opening famous Tristan chord and the successive dominant seventh, a musical tension is immediately introduced, to which Wagner then maps the psychological, emotional, and sexual tension of the storyline. Through a variety of compositional techniques, Wagner prolongs this tension to the breaking point. 3 acts and an astonishing 4 hours later, the music at last reaches a cataclysmic, authentic cadence and resolution when Isolde, after singing out her broken heart in the final aria, the Liebestod, collapses lifeless on the body of Tristan. The developments and implications that Wagner introduced could not be ignored by future generations of composers, especially Arnold Schoenberg. Through the composition of his string quartet number 2, opus 10, written in 1907 and 1908, Schoenberg posited that tonality might be no more. The turning point of the work occurs in the second movement, when the thematic development abruptly ceases and gives way to a quotation of the popular Viennese folk tune O du lieber Augustin. According to the apocryphal tale, Augustine was an alcoholic musician who became so stupefied while making his rounds of the inns during the 1679 plague in Vienna that he was taken for dead and thrown into a mass grave for victims of the epidemic. Upon awakening the following morning, he climbed out of the pit and composed this tune with the refrain, O du lieber Augustin, alles ist hin, an ironic ode to life. Commentators have puzzled over this juxtaposition of a popular melody within a highly chromatic contrapuntal texture. Is it a musical metaphor pointing to Schoenberg's awareness that he had pushed tonality beyond the breaking point? The appearance of Augustine represents a dramatic turning point that prepares for the expression in the following 2 movements of an epitaph for the world that has been lost and the ecstatic expectancy of new worlds to come. In these final 2 movements, we bid adieu to any true functional tonality. Schoenberg adds a soprano voice, setting 2 poems from Der Siebente Ring of Stefan George, whose remote and aristocratic ethos resulted in works that created a mythic world of the imagination, in which the poet often assumes the persona of a solitary pilgrim estranged from his true homeland of the spirit. At the conclusion of the 4th movement, Entrückung, which can be translated many different ways, transport or rapture are 2 of the most common, which begins with the lyric, Ich fühle Luft von anderen Planeten, I feel the air from another planet. We do at last reach a final, eminently satisfying cadence. And yet, after this long traverse, the sense of homecoming is replaced by one of wistful, bittersweet nostalgia. We look back through a long, dark corridor to a dimly lighted room that is becoming enshrouded in mist. already fading from our perception. The End of Metrical Time is addressed in Olivier Messiaen's Quartet for the End of Time, an important and far-reaching work within the musical, political, and cultural history of the 20th century. Written and premiered in a Nazi prison camp in 1941, it was directly inspired by Revelation chapter 10, where the descending angel, wrapped in a cloud and with a rainbow over his head, announces that there will be time no longer. Messiaen himself stated that the lack of nourishment as a prisoner of war led him to dream in color and to see images of the rainbow of the angel, an experience perhaps not unlike that of the visionaries who composed the ancient apocalyptic literature. The title, Quartet for the End of Time, primarily refers to the composer's engagement throughout his career with the aspect of rhythm in music. Messiaen explained that the, quote, dual meaning of the title rests not with the notion of the interminability of captivity, but with the desire to eliminate conventional notions of musical time and of past and future. By using birdsong, Hindu rhythms, augmentation and diminution of note values, rhythmic palindromes, and often very slow tempi, Messiaen thwarted any sense of metrical regularity within the music and declared that time is no longer, inviting the listener to contemplate eternity. I also have pondered the concept of time, particularly how it is perceived by a performer. When I'm on stage, I know that my experience of time is very different from that of the audience. There's nothing normal about performing music. A heightened mental awareness, the exacting kinesthetic demands on the motor apparatus, and a desire to elicit an emotional response, quickening the entire setting. In addition, I often perform contemporary works that demand a finely articulated sense of temporality. My internal timekeeper is on overdrive, calibrating and executing more than one stream of rhythmic activity simultaneously. There is also a marked phenomenon of time compression, as what took dozens or even hundreds of hours in the rehearsal atelier burns like a kind of musical lignite in just a few minutes on the concert stage. This is my experience of living in what Gabriel Motzkin calls abnormal time, a transcendent state that can be experienced only at those rare moments when the normal everyday world loses its meaning, thus making this kind of time more authentic. Motzkin contends that a change in the underlying temporal structure is presupposed in different conceptions of the apocalypse, that is, an apocalyptic time. This is an analog to my performative time. I'm experiencing, as Augustine called it, the distentio animi, the distension of the mind that refers to its stretching out in relation to past and future, a threefold present known in memory, attention, and expectation. I know where I am within the architecture of the piece, am calibrating what I'm doing on the basis of came before, and I'm always anticipating the end, regardless of how far off it is. This is the same for apocalyptic expectation. Not only are we headed towards the future, but the future is also reaching out to us in our anticipation of it. Apocalyptic literature is not just about what will happen in the future, it is also about the past, and most importantly, about the here and now. Apocalyptic literature, like music, asks us to reflect not only on where we are going, but on where we currently are, as well as where we have come from. In the concluding chapter of this volume, Lorenzo DiTommaso observes that the immediacy of apocalypticism has and is becoming more pervasive. Apocalyptic predictions, he writes, have become more public, pervasive, and participatory. The passport is internet access. Where once apocalyptic revelation was transmitted from prophet or seer to prophetic community along restricted channels, now it can be broadcast across the entire social bandwidth. The prophet today has 6 billion faces, and that prophet is us. The apocalyptic mindset paints a picture of the world in sharp binary contrasts: light against darkness, good versus evil, God against Satan, us versus them. Themes that seem to resonate more loudly in the tenor of our time. And yet apocalyptic literature is also about hope. As John Collins notes, to be sure, the hope of salvation in another world, whether conceived as a new creation in the future or as a heavenly world of eternal life, is not without its problems, as it lends itself to displacement of human endeavor. But at the least, we should give it credit for its indomitable hope, which is not always supported by rational analysis of human affairs, but may well be indispensable to human flourishing. Over 50 years ago, Frank Kermode eloquently stated that we as humans rush into the midst, in medias res, when we are born, and that we also die in mediis rebus, in the middle of things. To make sense of and give meaning to this arbitrary span of life, we construct fictive concords with beginnings and ends. We imagine arbitrary chronological divisions, saecula, to bear the weight of our anxieties and hopes. We project them onto history to create a perpetual calendar of human anxiety. We claim to live in perpetual transition, and perpetual transition in technological and artistic matters is understandably an age of perpetual crisis in morals and politics. Thus, apocalyptic speculation continues to undergird our ways of making sense of the world. For the producers and consumers of apocalyptic literature, now as then, things ain't what they're supposed to be, and this ain't the summer of love. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to speak moderately loud because all my family is sleeping. I would like to thank you for being part of this conference, and first of all, I would like to congratulate my friend Colin for this wonderful book. Also I have to start with a confession and some apologies. My confession is that initially Colin contacted me. That's how our friendship started. Contacted me to ask me to write a contribution for this volume, which I couldn't finish, unfortunately, for the right time. I would have written about the nature of the apocalyptic paradigm. But nevertheless, I hope that there will be an expanded edition, as Francis Gumerlac has said before. So for that edition, I would like to contribute my missing chapter from this book. And my apologies are going to Colin that I couldn't meet his expectations. So it is sorrow for me that I couldn't participate in this wonderful book. That being said, I have summarily read the volume, which I find an extraordinary and comprising book from the beginnings of apocalyptic thinking until today. And since both Colin and Francis Gummerlock have presented the chapters and the main ideas expressed in the volume, I would only like to highlight one study, one chapter, which I liked very much. I like them all, but the last chapter of the book, written by Dr. Lorenzo DiTommaso, was of high importance to me. This is very interesting because if I would have been asked to speak about this book some years earlier, I probably would have dealt with the historical parts, the historical chapters of Apocalyptic. The formation of the main ideas in the antiquity and in the Middle Ages. But since I have been working with social media apocalypticism lately, I have found DiTommaso's chapter most important for me. So in some headlines, I would like to present this chapter. The chapter is based on two main lines of idea. One, a shorter one, which is theoretical, and the other one concerns the actual presence, the contemporary presence of apocalypticism in our world. First, I turn to the theoretical part, and I explain why it was important to me. Tomorrow, I will speak myself also about some theoretical notions concerning the paradigm of apocalypse. And it is pity that I haven't known this chapter and generally Lorenzo DiTommaso's work earlier, but it's never too late. So I am happy now that I have read this wonderful study. So the nature of apocalyptic, as DiTommaso explains, relies on three main features. One concerning the space, the other the temporal elements, and the third, which might be called existential, as he concludes that paragraph. I would call also dramatic this aspect of the apocalypticism. So these three features, these three aspects of apocalypticism are can be considered as main building stones of the entire apocalyptic mentality, as Tommaso di Lorenzo explains. Now I turn to what is now of more interest for me, the larger part of his study, the apocalyptic shift. The apocalyptic shift, as he explains, is a modern phenomenon, a phenomenon in which apocalypticism has gone global, and not only global, but somewhat more radical in both its traditional religious versions and the secular versions of it. Before turning to the presentation of and my ideas, my interpretations of this apocalyptic shift, I would like to add that besides the traditional and the secular apocalypticism mentioned here, we can count a third aspect or a third line of apocalypticism, which is mentioned by Michael Barkun. He calls not apocalyptic, but millennialist ideas, and he enlists religious or traditional millennialism, secular millennialism, and as a third one, the improvisational millennialism, which is a very good reflection of what happens today, and it offers also a kind of explanation to that feature which later is described in this chapter as a super flat apocalypticism in the and towards the end of this chapter. So as DiTommaso explains, the modern apocalyptic shift is a very recent phenomenon. It went on in two phases as he interprets them. The first phase from the 60s to the late 90s until the end of the 20th century. Also formed and influenced by the Fourth Great Awakening in the United States, but also by the appearance of new religious movements worldwide, and also by interesting non-religious secular phenomena and ideologies and movements like communism or national socialism in their radical forms, extremist forms, and also by the nascence of environmentalism, which all contributed to a kind of heightened apocalyptic fervor. The second phase, as he explains, begins with the 21st century, there are four main starting points which all contributed to the formation of this new wave of the apocalyptic shift. The first one, the September 11th event in 2001, with the collapse of the Twin Towers. The next major point was the Great Recession in 2008. The third one he considers the digital revolution. And the fourth one, which is very interesting for me, is the illiberal, the so-called illiberal revolution, which is, of course, a political, mainly a political direction, but not only. It can be sensed in a much larger scale, also in popular culture. I stop here for a moment at this illiberal revolution, because beside the examples DiTommaso gives in his arguments, I would like to add also the Hungarian case of illiberalism, which is an explicit illiberalism. They even use this word for explaining their ideology, their present ideology, their present I don't know what to call, countering the Western liberal ideas, and mainly it appears in very heightened discourses against the phenomenon of migration, of gender policies and gender ideologies, also against the pandemic ideas, which are not accepted by the political mainline. So these four points are completed by the idea of the fifth Great Awakening, which is again a religious phenomenon. And not only religious, but also we can expand it rather to a spiritual phenomenon. In this case, the fifth great awakening, as Lorenzo DiTommaso explains, is already beyond the borders of the United States. It is a really global phenomenon with new religious movements appearing all around the world. And not only in the Christian environments, but also in other religious or ideological or even secular environments. So if we go beyond Islam or modern Israeli new awakenings and apocalyptic ideologies coming back, we can observe, and this is my completion to what DiTommaso's arguments say, that the New Age movement, especially in its present form, merging with conspiracy theories, which was called by Voss and Ward as conspirituality, or other interesting forms in environmentalism, in radical environmentalism, or transhumanism or post-humanism. These interesting apocalyptic ideas, features appear in newer and newer movements. And at the end, I wish to conclude that for me, the greatest surprise was the notion of super flat apocalypticism. I found it very strange at first, but as explained by DiTommaso, it was clear that what he means by this super flat apocalypticism, and I would like to cite this. So, if I may, super flat apocalypticism proceeds from an essentially hierarchical and non-linear system of information creation. Open access to an electronic universe featuring instantaneous data retrieval, unlimited archival capability, and hypertext referencing connects any generative prophet to the full spectrum of apocalyptic predictions, past and present. At the same time, user-generated content, multimedia interactivity, and virtual communities permit a real-time public dialogue of new apocalyptic prophecies. In theory, anyone can be a prophet and anyone can influence that shape of a prophecy. That back and forth dialogue between the creation and recreation of apocalyptic prophecies occurs in a social media forum that is dynamic, instantaneous, democratic, and outside the pale of all theological firewalls. Apocalypticists now bring an omnivorous intellectual appetite to a table where the menu has changed from prix to à la carte, and the number of items available has increased a thousandfold. Syncretism is virtually inevitable. That is what I can relate to Barkun's improvisational millennialism. The production of apocalyptic predictions in the digital era has become public, pervasive, and participatory. Gender, nationality, social status, and religious affiliation are less relevant in an era of avatars, alliances, and atomized populations. One self-selects the groups on the basis of habitual affiliation or personal inclination. And the rest was read by Colin, the ending. Indeed, the prophet has 6 billion faces, and that prophet is us. This is very important for me because I deal with social media apocalypticism in the last years. This approach offers me a good explanation for this phenomenon, or rather not phenomenon, but it is a group of phenomena. It is a symptom of our world, this apocalyptic shift, this super flat apocalyptic. And I also looked for the earlier version of your arguments about super flat apocalypticism. So the picture is now clearer and wholer to me. Actually, I would like to have a more close contact with you, discussing these ideas, and saying that I think that it is also a good ending, a good concluding chapter of this book, because it offers a kind of frame to it by basing the theoretical foundations, as John Collins in its first chapter, and approaching our contemporary world. So this is my, these are my reflections concerning this volume. Sorry for focusing only on one, but this was the most valuable for me in my later work. So I wished to add my reflections on it. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for the volume. And I hope that for its extended version, I can contribute as well. And I give the floor to our next speaker. Lorenzo DiTommaso.
Can you hear me? All right. Well, it's good when someone agrees with your scholarship it's better when someone disagrees because you actually learn something. But what is most gratifying is that when someone actually fully understands what you were trying to say. So Laszlo, I appreciate your comments because you fully understood what I was trying to get at, and you came to my work late, and I came to your work late. I think it was actually through Colin who introduced me to your work. And I've read several things, and I do hope we have many opportunities in the future to discuss things apocalyptic. I think you will appreciate, Laszlo, especially what I am about to say in my comments to Colin's volume. So Colin asked me to say a few words about his excellent new volume, for which I offer my warmest congratulations. I have taken this opportunity, however, to situate the volume within the broader context of things apocalyptic, and in specific an issue that I see has arisen in the scholarship of late. The last 2 decades have witnessed an explosion of handbooks, guides, companions, surveys, encyclopedias on things apocalyptic. The mother of all such handbooks is the Encyclopedia of Apocalypticism, which was edited by Collins, McGinn, and Stephen Stein and was published in the late 1990s. Its 3 volumes are arranged historically and cover the ancient, medieval, and modern worlds respectively. Since then, the volumes that have been published have tended to be more limited in scope. There are Oxford handbooks of apocalyptic literature, of millennialism, and of eschatology, and about 24 thematic volumes that address the subject in part or in whole. The most recent addition to the field is the Cambridge Companion to Apocalyptic Literature, which was published in 2020 and edited by Colin McAllister. The Cambridge Companion resembles its many antecedents in its thematic compass and comprehensive coverage. Where it differs, however, is in the exceedingly high quality of its contributors and the correspondingly high quality of its articles. About a decade ago, facing the then unknown threat of online publishing, book publishers discovered a new cash cow of encyclopedic volumes, which they could sell to university libraries as one-stop reference works or bundled together in online packages. Now the market is flooded. Volumes cover every topic from astrology to zoology, and the main difference among them is the quality of their contributions. So in this cardinal respect, the Cambridge Companion is exemplary. It is exemplary also in its broadband approach to the subject. Let me unpack this statement a bit. 50 years ago, Klaus Koch published his seminal work, Ratlos von vor der Apokalyptik, or perplexed by apocalyptic, in the sense of being at a loss of what to do with it. And no wonder. On the one hand, theology and tradition had made Daniel and Revelation the model apocalypses and the revelatory content and presumed function in social setting paradigmatic of apocalyptic literature more generally. On the other hand, scholars of Koch's time were faced with a tremendous amount of fresh material in the form of either neglected early apocalypses like the early Enochic writings, or as a result of new finds such as the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi codices. 2 novel approaches to things apocalyptic were developed in the years that followed Koch's book. The first approach is based on Christopher Rowland's definition of apocalyptic as the revelation of heavenly mysteries, which he proposed in his 1982 volume, The Open Heaven. The second approach is based on the definition of the genre apocalypse that was developed by the SBL, Society for Biblical Literature, Genres Project, led by John J. Collins, and promulgated in his 1984 volume, The Apocalyptic Imagination. These 2 approaches have dominated scholarship on apocalyptic literature for the past 40 years. Indeed, both Rowland and Collins contributed papers to the Cambridge Companion. 40 years on, in the year 2021, we are at more or less the same point that Klaus Koch was back in 1970. The problem now is different as it was back then, as I will explain, but the situation is the same. We are still, in some ways, perplexed by apocalyptic. The perplexity expresses itself along 2 avenues, heuristic and evidentiary. These categories are artificial, of course, but diagnostically helpful to get my point across. From the heuristic perspective, the approaches of Rowland and Collins have proven hugely influential. Rowland's approach has proven popular among a wide variety of specialist fields, including the New Testament, mysticism, and Gnosticism, while Colin's approach has anchored 2 generations of studies that begin with his famous definition of the genre. The problem is that the 2 different approaches have different starting points and endorse contradictory notions about the nature of apocalyptic. This is no mere issue of semantics, but a fundamental difference on what constitutes apocalyptic and thus also where it is found, its origins and its relationships to other categories, and its social functions and its settings. Moreover, this difference cannot be resolved within the formal logic of either system. From the evidentiary perspective, the problem is not the difference between the approaches of Rowland and Collins, as I just described, but the fact that both approaches were formulated in light of the evidence from early Judaism and New Testament Christianity. So while they explain this evidence very well, if in contradictory ways, their diagnostic utility diminishes in later historical periods and other cultural ecologies. Now, this much was known back in Cook's day, since Norman Cohn had already published his classic, if flawed, 1957 book, The Pursuit of the Millennium, on the apocalyptic millennial movements of late medieval Europe, while the first social scientific studies on modern new religious movements had appeared by the late 1960s. But the evidence has grown exponentially since then, as has our awareness of it, and hence the problem. And this is the problem. How can we discuss and perhaps even describe things apocalyptic in a meaningful way when the subject extends across the ancient, medieval, early modern, modern and contemporary worlds, and which also manifests significant geographic, religious, cultural, and social variations? This is the question that faces any consideration of things apocalyptic that extends beyond a single apocalyptic text or an apocalyptic community or a work of art or a piece of music or an animated film. The question does not have to be answered, but it is there whether one chooses to answer it or not. Most scholars do address it, though typically in an implicit fashion, in a choice of model or approach, or by means of a one-time definition or one-time definitions that are deployed in order to establish a foundation for their arguments. So while a monograph on, say, Byzantine apocalyptic speculation might not be in conscious dialogue with the larger universe of scholarship on things apocalyptic, it inevitably freights assumptions that almost always locate its presumptions and assumptions within its particular field, and whose grammar of apocalyptic, so to speak, might be unintelligible to scholars in other fields. This is equally true for work on early Islamic apocalypses, Latin American apocalyptic groups of the 19th century, or Japanese apocalyptic manga and anime of the present century. This is also the problem of handbooks and guides on things apocalyptic. It does not have to be solved, as I mentioned. Each of those Oxford handbooks, the one on apocalyptic literature, a second on millennialism, and the third on eschatology, are superb standalone volumes in their own right, and reference sources to which I return time and again. But they are incompatible in many of the definitions and presumptions, and contain little within them that might offer clues as to ways to which they might be reconciled at the conceptual level. Now, this is not a crippling problem, since scholars today need not hew to an authoritative model or normative description. In fact, scholars today not only have unprecedented access to work in other fields and thus different ideas about things apocalyptic, but also many more heuristic tools on their belts, which may be deployed as the occasion requires. Nowadays, it is the fruit of an approach or method that counts, not the root. But the problem of a common apocalyptic grammar in the post-Collins and post-Rowland age remains. At a conference last month, I heard a fine paper which proposed that it might be the time now to jettison the term apocalyptic, or perhaps to abandon all hope to formulate a common grammar or understanding. I'm not so sure. While there will always be a place for local studies and thematic handbooks and guides, I'm not ready to abandon the search for the DNA of things apocalyptic, the conceptual blueprint that reifies itself in a myriad of morphological expressions that both exist in and are shaped by the cultural ecologies for which they have meaning. I suspect my colleague Laszlo and others would agree with me. Thank you very much.
Frank and Laszlo and Lorenzo for your wonderful comments and reflections. This was a real privilege for me to do this book and quite an experience. And of course, the best thing that came out of it is this wonderful networking that I've been able to have with just so many great people all over the world. And the journey continues. Lorenzo and I are editing 2 books now. You can see my wife just walked in here. Whenever my wife and Lorenzo's wife get together, they try to keep us apart because they say that our discussions will just lead to more bad things. less time on vacation, Lorenzo, is what it comes down to, I guess. So, yeah, so I'm certainly happy to take any questions from anybody if they have any, or observations. I had a friend of mine who said once that, you know, when you publish a book, it's like having a child. And so you're not supposed to point out defects in the child after it's born, I guess. But he said it's just too late to take it back. No, it was really great. And again, thank you to everybody. And Lászlo, especially thank you for your late night. I saw your clock. It said 2:30 something when you started. So I know it's a late night for you there. So great. Well, if we don't have any questions, I think we'll just wrap things up then for tonight. Again, thank you everyone for your attendance, and we will start tomorrow morning at 9:30, I believe, Colorado time. Is that right, Jim? Which is 3:30 GMT, I believe. Is that right? So great. Well, Lorenzo, thank you. My co-director, who's supposed to be here, and really miss you being here. And we will see everybody then tomorrow.
Okay. Look forward to
all right. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
It's unusual for me reading because I generally use presentations, but now I have been too busy with the works of my students, correcting the works of my students. So I rely now on my own written paper. So good morning there in America for everyone. Here we are already in the evening, twilight approaching. And my paper is about a kind of approach to try to define apocalyptic. And what is apocalyptic? Is it a noun, or is it an adjective, or this will be discussed in this paper, and I hope that my paper will raise questions for you, and hopefully we can debate on them. So as an introduction, I will start with some personal remarks and personal recollections. Knowing my interest in apocalyptic, someone quite dear for me, with firm faith that we are living in the troubled final times, and that the world will sooner or later end because of our wretchedness, often sends me with derision thou links to websites, articles, and videos where the actual exact dates of the end and Christ's glorious second coming are prophesied and speculated on astrological alignments. Yet others, while showing strong aversion on or ironic skepticism towards such religious convictions and are making fun of those believing in them, discern seriously and enthusiastically about a bright transhumanist future where our species will be virtually immortalized thanks to the triumphant science. But students of mine have have written essays about TV documentaries presenting the grim effects of global warming and questioned whether scientists, aside of warning, could ever do anything to stop the threatening cataclysmic processes. At the same time, several old childhood friends keep arguing that there is no such thing as global warming. The entire climate hysteria is made up by occult, malevolent political and economic forces and spread by the servile, manipulative mainstream media to keep people in fear, darkness, and ignorance. Still, on the other hand, I have been assured by a number of interview partners during my research investigations that humanity, although in deep moral crisis in these times, was approaching a new, higher spiritual stage that would bring harmony, peace, and prosperity for the entire earth. It seems that on however different terms, whether on religious, mystic, or scientific convictions, people are concerned over the future of humankind. Debating on my research results on a recent occasion, a good colleague of mine argued that if science forecasted any end cataclysm based on thorough studies, exact calculations, and rational arguments, and dealt with a cosmological finite universe, it was not the same with religious predictions about some impending day of doom. Thus, one should not discuss the two, the rational and the imaginary narratives, on the same level. Another colleague, many years ago, was even more critical of my interest in apocalypse. You study what? What a fancy way of wasting time. Still, after almost 30 years in apocalyptic studies, I can state that humanity's fascination with the end is worth investigating, and I hope in this paper I can show that apocalyptic ideas permeate nearly all segments of our contemporary global society and as many areas of the universal human culture in its many aspects of religion, science, and spirituality. In that scope, the following lines of argumentation are meant to offer a clear description of the nature of the apocalyptic phenomenon from various aspects, and furthermore to demonstrate the existence of a distinct category of the imaginary, or in other words, a special mental paradigm, the apocalyptic. In order to reach such a conclusion, a synthesis of very wide view is necessary, completed by analytic interpretations from multiple disciplines of humanities and social sciences, emphasizing from start that this endeavor is basically a theoretical approach open for debate. Although the apocalyptic paradigm is far from being a new and original idea, see Kermode's writing from 1966, and it has been approached from various sides and described with different terminologies by Cohn, John Collins, Richard Landes, Chip Burlett, Michael Barkun, Edingers, and so on. And I myself have dedicated several studies to its exploration. It still may seem a daring and abrupt hypothesis. If I were to advance the idea for an unsuspecting general audience that the apocalyptic mindset is a unique and primal archetypal structure, or an original standalone mythic frame which determines our history and culture and even our future prospects, beyond accepting the initial skeptical looks, I would be constrained first to define some basic notions like apocalypse itself, or prophecy, or eschatology, or millennium, or messianism, and then explain their relations to each other and how they form together a complex symbolic system of the imaginary organized around grand dualistic schemes of temporality, spatiality, and axiology. And this I will attempt to do in this paper, bringing in supportive arguments from most reliable specialists in various fields of the sciences of divine authority, human creations and behaviors, and offering illustrative examples with the hope that I can hold up the case of the apocalyptic. I start off with a confession clarifying my motivation of why I plunged head-on into the study of apocalypticism back then, some 30 years ago. I was a second-year student, and while reading the book of Enoch, just out of curiosity, I was struck for the first time by the experience of what a different impact had this text on me as opposed to my any other previous lectures. The attribute of apocalyptic came to my mind regarding certain artworks, similarly projecting in a visionary manner the end of times, the universal destruction, the general resurrection, the perdition and salvation of humankind, all having a special revelatory language and an ethically very strict dualist structure. At its first occurrence, this apocalyptic seemed to be an appropriate term to describe the mentioned works, and I felt it curious that I hadn't stumbled upon it. Stumbled upon it in the terminology of the systematic aesthetics quite studied at that time. I found it curious that although the apocalypse, the book of Revelation, the end-time destruction has always incited the Western and generally human imagination, and countless works were created under the spell of the end, yet the aesthetics and its related disciplines dealing with artistic creations, arts, literature, the words of values, ever so sensible to such questions, seemed to me then to close their eyes over the long row of works of apocalyptic inspiration. Studying the phenomenon, the conviction was growing ever stronger in me that only a poetic aesthetic category in Aristotelian terms would be proper to describe integrally and adequately those artworks. In lack of a better term, I named that then, tentatively, this category apocalyptic as noun, starting from the adjective apocalyptic. Over the years, along two theses, one dealing with historical aspects and the discussion of apocalyptic symbolism, and a doctoral dissertation dedicated to art, historical, and literary generic analysis, I had been striving to demonstrate the necessity and legitimacy of this new category or criterion, if you like, through presenting and interpreting religious traditions, dozens of literary texts and artworks, and deciphering their symbolism. Later investigation turned me to the analysis of visionary and rhetorical aspects in apocalyptic through online media representations to social media apocalypticism. Of course, along this lengthy project, I learned that many scholars whom this paper will discuss have already studied and discussed the end-focused phenomenon with different terminologies and methodologies, and under various names like eschatology or millennialism or millenarianism. And I also found that my apocalyptic label was neither very original nor too way out after all. So apocalyptic has ever since remained in the front line of my research interest, but beyond the original aesthetic approach, it grew into the hypothesis of a more general paradigm of spiritual history, a mythos structure with psychocognitive substratum. The coherence of the many facets of doomsday beliefs, ideas of judgment and salvation, hopes in the perdition of every evil, expectations of a coming redeemer, of the advent of an eternal brave new world, as well as behaviors related to this complex has made me see apocalyptic increasingly more than a matter of exalted visions to be studied by aesthetics and art history, and definitely more than just an issue of theological rhetoric. Rather than a mere aesthetic category or a topos in literary criticism, it seems reasonable to consider it a probably universal paradigmatic way of thinking, a distinct archetypal structure of the imagination. This hypothetical apocalyptic paradigm will be discussed in the below paper, together with the description of some of the characteristics that constitutes its unique, still very diverse nature. For that matter, we have to answer questions as what is apocalypse, or what is an apocalypse? What is apocalypticism? What is apocalyptic like? What are its main components or elements? What are its distinguishing features? Or what related concepts can help us understand it? Also, we have to find answers to further important issues, like what main variants of apocalyptic may be identified, and how does apocalyptic relate to other categories or great paradigms or structures of the imaginary? How can apocalyptic be approached? Is it a noun or is it an adjective? Is it a biblical genre? Is it a rhetorical mode or a collection of motifs and tropes? Is it a mythic model? Is it a poetic aesthetic category or a philosophical concept? Is it a semiotic grammar, a symbol system? Is it a psychoanalytical complex or a cognitive structure? Is it a mode of collective social behavior? Or is it all these taken together? Answering these questions requires several definitions of the key terms and concepts, but the most important is to reach to a satisfactory definition of the apocalyptic itself. Or maybe we should set up even two definitions, one minimal but not too restrictive, based on what criteria are to be taken into account to speak about the apocalyptic proper in a concise and strict sense, and one wider, more general, but not too inclusive either, which looks at more aspects and deals with different variations, requesting several approaches from a number of disciplines. In order to build up the case and validate my hypothesis of a self-sufficient apocalyptic paradigm, I will rely on my previous studies in this topic, borrowing several argumentations and citing elaborated in them, based on the vast literature dedicated to eschatological theology, prophecy, interpretation, apocalypticism, church history, messianic ideas, millenarian movements, utopian ideologies, ecology, New Age researches. But alas, I fear that however much I have read sources and studied the specialty literature, I can still be accused of ignorance in regard to a given apocalyptic writing and this or that already well-known author and their studies and theories concerning apocalyptic. Nevertheless, I am convinced that the main schemes and threads of thought may suffice here for a starting point of a student's orientation in the world of the end. So, while it is not the scope of this essay to present the history of apocalyptic studies, still a very brief overview of the origins I will touch. And I will list some names who should be studied for a deeper and more detailed discussion of the research history and current state of studies, like George Nicholsberg, study in 2004, or Bernard McGinn, two retrospectives from 1984 and the second one from 2000. Lorenzo DiTommaso, Andrew Webb, Adela Yarbo Collins have also dedicated some works which overview the current state of apocalyptic studies. And with this same occasion, I would like to modestly recommend my recently published apocalyptic bibliography in Marno and Riedel, 2018, and an older database for apocalyptic web resources created, named apocalypticum.lap.hu. Now I turn to my argumentations proper. I build my paper on the following structure. I will start with a section dedicated to the conceptualization for the clarification of terms, where I try to confront and harmonize key concepts like apocalypse, apocalyptic, apocalypticism, eschatology, millennialism or chiliasm, messianism, and prophecy. Then I will present some methodology implied and applied. The main procedure is hermeneutic with various approaches from aesthetic and dramatic aspect, applying generic categorization, cultural, historical description. A short contextualization will follow, both historical and actual, and finally, I will set up some conclusions which offer an overview of the presented interpretations converging to the apocalyptic paradigm, ending with some preliminary deductions for the envisioned project. So let us see the elements for the apocalyptic. I start with a strongly debated issue regarding the status of the word apocalyptic. Because many argue over whether it is an adjective or is it a noun, with all the semantic implications flowing from it. Linguistically, more conservative or pedant views stick to its adjectival use, discarding its nominal employment because of its inexact meaning. While supporting both kinds of usage, both within and outside theology, as deliberated by Klaus Koch, John J. Collins, and later Hanson, himself, I still wish to add reinforcement in a more general sense, but with very concise meaning to the application of the apocalyptic as a noun, the here being highlighted. Since my mother tongue, Hungarian, allows, even facilitates, just as German does, the philological use of nominal abstractions of Latin origin, like comicum, the comic, or tragicum, the tragic. In a principle-like denotation of a category, when I first started to elaborate my thesis on the aesthetic nature of apocalypses and derivative artworks, it came to me quite naturally to name the essence of the apocalyptic character as apocalypticum. Id est the apocalyptic. It is very interesting that Colin McAllister, when I was 2 years ago in Colorado Springs, has reached to the same idea, but he named it Apocalyptica. And if I remember well, I think that he named Lorenzo as the origin of this idea. Only later, I returned to my text, while due to the lack of extensive specialized Hungarian or Romanian language monographs in the field, I turned to reading English studies. I encountered this ambiguousness of apocalyptic as both adjective and noun. Here is how I define this term for its interpretation as aesthetic category back then in my PhD study. Beside the already frequently used terms apocalypse, apocalyptic, apocalypticism, I will propose the introduction of a not quite new but scarcely known variant, the noun apocalypticum, that is the apocalyptic, that would be an abstraction drawn from the meanings of the other synonymic notions of the same word group, denoting all the qualities which generally characterize those expressions. Of course, the apocalyptic, beyond its above definition, is not only an aesthetic category, just as it is neither a mere theological issue of biblical genre or religious history. Its inexact usage or ambiguous, cloudy meaning comes from the fact that several specialists, theologians and historians alike, apply it with instinctive confidence as an umbrella term. This it is indeed. In my interpretation, encouraged by the formulations like that of Hanson, apocalyptic is a form of eschatology and hence a religious perspective, or Klaus Koch's common mental and spiritual background and a certain kind of religious speculation. Fletcher Lewis's emphasis on its essence as an intellectual reality, a system of thought, or Bernard McGinn's allusion to an apocalyptic worldview, or Presley's wording, the way of seeing and interpreting the world, apocalyptic is primarily a mentality, a mode of thinking, that is, a mental paradigm. I will skip now some parts because my time is short. The And I cite another more lengthy but important author, Beale. Though there are many definitions of apocalyptic, it is best to understand apocalyptic as an intensification of prophecy. Too much distinction has typically been drawn between apocalyptic and prophetic kind of works. Beckham, whilst millenarianism should not be confused with apocalypticism, let alone with apocalyptic literature, it is nonetheless hard to separate thoughts of one from the other. And also he continues, until recently, apocalyptic was associated with, if not identified as, eschatology. Now, apocalypticism is viewed as a particular theological worldview. Apocalypse is seen as a literary type, though not always as a genre. Both worldview and form were prevalent in the intertestamental period in which the New Testament was produced. So on. So to continue to my idea, while on the one hand, we can define an apocalyptic mentality, be it genre or mentality or worldview or paradigm, we have to define also the term paradigm, which again is a problematic word. Being aware of the overworn and ambiguous status of Kuhn's term, I still consider paradigm as a most convenient tool for denoting a definite set of elements, structures, relations, and conventions that build up as a consistent worldview shared by a community for a given time period, but not as elaborated as an ideology. For our purposes, paradigm is most useful as defined by Egon Guba, an interpretative framework which is guided by a basic set of beliefs that guides action. In these terms, the apocalyptic paradigm denotes such a common religious worldview that acts as a reciprocally influencing model of and model for reality, built upon a basic set of beliefs, like the linear development of human history, which is to be disrupted by an imminent divine intervention, a theodicy-oriented rejection of the world, inseparable from certain fears of destruction and hopes for salvation and regeneration for the elect, being expressed in and manifested through apocalyptic works and movements, messianic, millenarian, and utopian ideas, and often, but not necessarily, going hand in hand with phenomena of subversiveness, fanatic exaltation, fundamentalism, dualistic exclusivism, paranoia and scapegoating, or even demonizing. It is a conglomerate leading to events that provoke massive, radical, long-term changes in a given society or culture. The elements of the apocalyptic paradigm listed in the above definition are crucial, closely interrelated. They work in synergy and form an organic whole, the apocalypticum, or apocalyptica. To avoid further redundancy in sketching the interconnections between these elements, I will only refer to the classical or best-known definitions of the given terms when needed, without reproducing them. Apocalypse, apocalyptic, apocalypticism, these are the most frequently used, defined, and redefined yet the most controversial concepts in the field's terminology. Conventionally, apocalypse may denote the end of the world or the book of Revelation, a literary genre of religious literature or a work pertaining to it, and rarely, literally, disclosure. The cloudy term apocalyptic is the most semantically charged. Depending on its nominal or adjectival status, it may mean the collection of apocalyptic writings of a certain tradition, an end-waiting spirituality or movement. Or, if used as an adjective, it refers to such a quality in descriptive or interpretative terms of given pieces of literature, artworks, religious streams, catastrophic events, desolate landscapes, or post-cataclysmic scenarios. The next term, apocalypticism, is in principle the clearest notion. Used almost exclusively in academic terminology, still there are divergences in its application. It either means the end-waiting spirituality of a person or community and related activity of a religious movement in given critical, spatial, and temporal conditions, or the nature of apocalyptic texts. There is also the adjective apocalypticist, derived from this latter noun, used to denote a person or a movement displaying such behavior, or rarely the attitude itself possessing such characteristics. I turn now to the next term, eschatology. The doctrine of the last things is very often used in close interconnection with or as a synonym of apocalyptic. Indeed, the composite term apocalyptic eschatology is used by several authors like Hanson or McGinn to denote exactly what the concept of apocalyptic means for others. In a stricter sense, if we stick with the exact denotion of the terms, this apocalyptic eschatology is the variant we are interested in for our topic, comprising both the meaning of exalted expectation of doomsday as revealed in the scripture, and the last, as well as other worldly things involving the just divine judgment so much feared and desired. Although, I turn to now to the next term, millennialism or millenarianism. Although having a concise and specific meaning in both academic literature and mass media, variations of millennialism and millenarianism or millenarism are often used to denote almost the same set of phenomena as the above variants of the word apocalyptic. For our use, it is important to remain with the original and narrow sense of millennialism as contrasted to apocalypticism in order to denote quite a specific manifestation of apocalyptic, namely the chronology-focused millenarian apocalypticism, waiting for the Redeemer that becomes generalized in the latter half of the Middle Ages. Messianism is closely related with apocalypticism, sharing common roots in Judaism, but they are not necessarily preconditions of one another. Actually, Messianism is much more interconnected with millennialism proper than with apocalyptic in general, since messianic expectations for divine or earthly savior, king, who would redeem a certain chosen people or nation and restore a whole kingdom in this world, have directly led to chronologically bound millennial ideas. The messianic idea prospecting a future perfect state of a people or country is a special case of utopianism, a religious form of hopes for an idealized society and environment, with expressions already in Old Testament or Near Eastern sapiential literature. Prophecy, in its own turn, is another strongly debated concept. While some argue to distinguish it sharply from apocalyptic, yet others reason against such a mutually exclusive separation, suggesting instead that apocalypse should be taken only as a subcategory of the prophetic. I emphasize only the close relation and interdependencies of the two categories, assuming that both prophecies might be apocalyptic and also that apocalypses are of a prophetic nature. Well, to put it briefly, the apocalypticum, as I understand it, is a complex but clearly definite worldview and behavioral model that implies all the concepts, meanings, and manifestations of apocalypticism, eschatology, millennialism, messianism, utopianism, and prophecy as defined above, together with all their variations and connotations. Certainly, these implied terms each do preserve their own clear, well-defined meanings, distinct from the other concepts, and even more importantly, distinct from the incorporating apocalyptic paradigm. However, the listed elements are only basic ingredients of the apocalyptic, and their joint presence with everything they imply assure only the minimum requirements for a phenomenon to be recognized as apocalyptic. Depending on time and place, on culture and specific circumstances, other characteristics enrich and fine-tune the various manifestations of the apocalyptic. Though not indispensable, Gnostic dualism, alienation, fundamentalism, exclusivism, fear, paranoia, scapegoating, and demonization of the other are often prominently present, insomuch as we feel that these are essential characteristics of apocalypticism. Still, other peculiarities, like the sense of crisis, the sense of liminality, and cognitive dissonance, very much dependent on perception, add to the distinctiveness of the apocalyptic either as a catalysts or as effects. In discussing historical and contemporary phenomena of apocalypticism, millennialism, the major part of literature considers these elements direct indicators of the apocalyptic complex. Now, for concluding the conceptualization of the apocalyptic paradigm, I invoke here a comprehensive definition from my earlier study on the nature of the apocalyptic category. Although then I focused rather on generic and aesthetic aspects of apocalypsis, nonetheless, the observations can be considered valid in the extended sense we use now. From formal aspect, the apocalyptic creations are visionary revelatory works characterized by prominent symbolism and dramatic nature, and they are usually built on stylistic intensification and contrasting of elements within spiral or framed structures. In terms of content, apocalypse is an eschatological myth deriving from a sense of crisis or from crisis and answering theological concerns or even secular concerns. It is characterized by extreme dualism in which a specially inverted and distorted dichotomy is manifested. This myth unfolds in a specific drama built on the regular structure of a crisis, catastrophe, apokatastasis pattern on two registers, two registers, the universal macrocosmic level and the personal microcosmic level. According to the functional aspect, the following features are characteristic: a divine revelation disclosed with superior authority as response to the crisis of a certain community, which involves its audience to take part in the plot, initiating them into a mystery by offering them a transcendent perspective on their world. In parallel, continual reactualization of old prophecies to current events fuels a dramatic process of revealing, concealing. Hidden divine meanings are revealed in a shrouding allegorical language, understandable only for the insiders. At the same time, the escalatory repetition of alternating fearful and joyful elements in the apocalyptic texts leads to an elementary emotional shock that results in a powerful catharsis, and it ruptures the participant believers from their usual quotidian reality, provoking deep and long-lasting changes in behavior and self-consciousness. The same observations apply on a more general scale for the mentality that stands behind these creations tagged as apocalypses. The attitudes, behaviors, or movements labeled as apocalypticism are each symptomatic products of this worldview, since this apocalyptic mentality not only produces apocalyptic works, but it reads, sees, and interprets everything in apocalyptic terms. I finish now because I have run out of my time. Sorry for being so long. And if you wish to address some questions, I am looking forward to it.
I'll go ahead and say so.
Great. Thank you very much, Laszlo, for that. And thank you for jumping in. Everybody can hear me now?
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, excellent. Excellent. So yes, great. Thank you.
Oh, I have many questions I can see.
Yes, so I encourage people to continue dialoguing via the chat. I think that's a great way to go. Next, I'd like to invite a presenter who is here with us today. Karlyn Griffith from Cal Poly Pomona will present on late medieval illustrated apocalypses in France, tradition and innovation. Let me pull your PowerPoint up for you as promised.
Thank you, Colin. I am so excited to be here in beautiful Colorado and the wonderful Heller Center. I got to experience some rain yesterday, so that was a special treat. And I want to thank the organizers, Colin and Lorenzo, for including me in this exceptional group of apocalypse scholars. I'm keeping very good company, and I'm pleased to be part of this tradition. And a quick word of warning before I get started. So you're going to get a lot of images. And if you want information or I go too quickly, all the slides are labeled. So there should be a number at the bottom and I can pop back to an image, or you can send me an email or chat and I will get you whatever information you need. The visual quality of John's revelation lent itself naturally to imagery. It is therefore no surprise that illustrated apocalypse books were consistently popular throughout the Middle Ages and frequently lavishly illuminated. The image programs in apocalypses not only visualize John's complex vision for the reader-viewer, streamlining the often repetitive symbolism of Revelation into a digestible linear narrative, but the image programs also give unique insight into how reader-viewers wanted to engage with Revelation. As Lorenzo DiTommaso aptly explains, the spectacular imagery of John's revelation is only, quote, the visible tip of a deep theological iceberg, end quote. The aim of this paper is to explore the play of tradition and innovation in 14th century French apocalypse manuscripts to better understand how revelation was received outside of doctrinal and monastic contexts. I focus on apocalypses made in France beginning around the year 1300 to about mid-century, because a variety of unusual circumstances surround the production of these manuscripts. To begin with, there really hadn't been dedicated apocalypses made in France since the Carolingian period, at least according to the surviving books. Then suddenly around 1295, illustrated apocalypses were made in the Lorraine region of France, Metz to be precise. Most importantly, these manuscripts copied iconography from English apocalypses with Latin, biblical, and commentary texts. Within just a few years, this iconography was combined with a vernacular translation of Revelation and an anonymous vernacular prose commentary. The English iconography at first was simply redesigned to fit the layout of vernacular manuscripts. And soon after that, entirely new imagery, and often creative imagery, was developed. Then just as suddenly, these apocalypses ceased to be commissioned. A second and completely unrelated wave of illustrated apocalypses occurs in Normandy beginning in the 1320s. There are two other apocalypses made in this period, which I will discuss later on. Despite this interest in illustrated apocalypses and their continual popularity in England, no apocalypses appear to be made in Paris until around 1400, even though Paris was one of the largest centers of manuscript production. I'll return to this notion at the very end. French apocalypses have received a fraction of the scholarly attention given to their English counterparts. This is in part because English apocalypses, and I've got two examples for you here, feature some of the most dazzling imagery among all medieval manuscripts, and also because the imagery tends to follow distinct iconographic families, making it easy to group them. Much of art historical scholarship is concerned with tracing iconographic families in order to establish originals and prototypes. Or scholars focus upon the degree to which the imagery operates in tandem with the text of Revelation or commentary texts. For English apocalypses, Suzanne Lewis has provided the foundational study on the word-image binary in apocalypse manuscripts. She sees the images as another text to be read, and finds meaning via theological doctrine, not just the biblical and commentary texts inscribed in the manuscripts. She correlates the imagery to a vast repertoire of exegesis. I take the position that whereas early medieval apocalypses, illustrated apocalypses, were surely made in monastic scriptoria for monastic reader viewers, manuscripts made in the late 13th and 14th centuries were more likely to have been made in commercial scriptoria and commissioned by lay patrons, likely nobility. Therefore, it's unlikely these patrons were well-versed in philosophy or doctrine. Lewis, though, supposes that apocalypse patrons would have studied the manuscripts with a confessor, and there does seem to be evidence of this happening in some circumstances for the English apocalypses. Most of the illustrated apocalypses made in France are virtually unknown to scholars, yet they present a different picture than what has been previously supposed about apocalypse manuscripts, and one that permits an investigation into the role these manuscripts played in popular culture and this popular apocalypticism. Let me give a very brief history of illustrated apocalypses. The first extant illustrated apocalypse manuscripts date to the early 9th century and were made in northern France. I give you two Carolingian examples here. Beyond this period, there are just a smattering of extant manuscripts with apocalypse imagery until 13th century England. The variety among early illustrated apocalypses suggests there were several versions of image programs available in Northern Europe. On the right is the Etonian apocalypse. I think that's your right. On the right is the Etonian apocalypse, probably made for Otto III. On the left is a folio from a limited preparatory image program of Lambert of Saint-Omer's 12th century encyclopedia, the Liber Floridus. undoubtedly related to the Liber Floridas program, is this early 12th century cycle introducing Haimo of Auxerre's commentary on Revelation. Arguably, the most important development in apocalypse manuscripts was the proliferation of deluxe apocalypse books, not on the continent, but in England in the 1250s. Most of these manuscripts were paired with the Latin text of Revelation and Baron Gaudis's very erudite 11th century commentary. Based on the dozens of extant English apocalypses, these books were bestsellers in England and became quintessential art objects of Gothic England. While apocalypse manuscripts were booming in England during the 13th century, on the continent, apocalypse imagery appears only as parts of the aforementioned Liber Floridas manuscripts and in moralized Bibles, the closely guarded manuscripts of the French monarchy, seen here. Thus, the sudden burst of apocalypse production in Lorraine is rather surprising. I've isolated a corpus of 10 manuscripts, all made between 1295 and about 1320. More precisely, these manuscripts were made in Metz, which at the turn of the 14th century was a leading center of manuscript illumination. Metz drew artists from across northern France and produced some of the greatest manuscripts of the age. The city was the urban heart of the Lorraine region, Old Lotharingia, and was flanked by the independent County of Bar and the Duchy of Lorraine affiliated with the Holy Roman Empire. The Count of Bar had clear allegiance to Edward I of England, supporting him in war against Philip IV of France. Indeed, the Count of Bar married Edward's daughter Eleanor in 1294. The Bishop of Metz, Renaud de Bar, was the brother of the Count of Bar and the major patron of Meissen luxury illuminated manuscripts in the early 14th century. It is generally believed Eleanor brought with her the manuscript that was to inspire the sudden yet brief burst of illustrated apocalypses in Lorraine. The folio on the screen is from one of the first Lorraine apocalypses, which features iconography and format that is nearly identical to several English apocalypses. Here I show you some iconographic comparisons between Lorraine and English apocalypses. Although Eleanor's apocalypse is lost, 6 extant manuscripts possess iconography that allows us to reconstruct the English exemplar, but more importantly, to observe the modifications made in the Lorraine copies. A major difference between French and English apocalypse production is that French apocalypses do not adhere to the exemplar. Rather, the layout, imagery, text, or language was modified, and often more texts were added. The Burckhardt Wilt is the earliest extant Lorraine apocalypse. It most closely copies the iconography of the English model, but it also has a preparatory cycle of 5 full-page miniatures. 2 images present allegorical trees of virtue and vice, and 3 miniatures show an allegorical rendering of the bride and Christ as the groom from the Song of Songs. This suggests the patron was a woman, possibly one who had entered a convent. Adding supplementary images to the apocalypse program gives insight into the practical ways this reader-viewer understood how to prepare for her last things. In this case, through virtuous choices and to identify as the bride of Christ. Every other extant Lorraine apocalypse manipulates the standard layout of English apocalypses. Save a few exceptions, the English apocalypses with Latin text feature large episodic miniatures above the text of Revelation and appropriate excerpts from the Latin commentary below, as can be seen in these 2 examples. This format fits with Lewis's proposed reception process of lingering over an image while listening to a confessor read, translate, and explain the adjacent text. The variety of layouts in the Lorraine apocalypses suggests that whereas English apocalypses might have begun in monastic scriptoria and have been designed for devotional reception, the Lorraine apocalypses were designed in commercial scriptoria where patrons were able to make requests that reflect their preferences for looking, reading, and reflecting, most likely independently. For example, this apocalypse made around the year 1300 is exceptionally large, measuring 15 by 12 inches. With this large size, the designer essentially combined 2 folios from the English exemplar into 1, thereby reducing the total number of folios for Revelation. Yet in person, the miniatures are still quite large. This consolidation was likely done in order to accommodate the addition of two unillustrated texts, the prophecy of the Tiburtine Sibyl and a collection of moralistic sayings. Keep the prophecy of the Tiburtine Sibyl in the back of your mind. In another Lorraine apocalypse, the texts have been omitted entirely, and the half folio images stretch to fill the page, creating a picture book. The removal of the Latin text suggests the patron wanted to just look and contemplate. Presumably, they were familiar enough with Revelation to not need description or explanation. The disfavor toward Latin texts is abundantly clear in the next development of Lorraine apocalypses. The Dresden and Liège apocalypses shown here, just so you know, their names refer to their current location. These apocalypses preserve the iconography from the English exemplar, but replace the Latin text with the vernacular translation of Revelation in the anonymous prose commentary. The iconography is significantly reduced to fit the layout for vernacular manuscripts. This layout typically features 2 columns of text, and if images are present, they are restricted to the width of a single column and scattered throughout. The Dresden apocalypse with this image that I have for you on the right is a little exceptional, spanning 2 columns. These smaller miniatures typically punctuate text or use visual signifiers to elaborate upon the text. With the vernacular text, the focus is clearly on being able to read and understand independently. Furthermore, this swapping of text and redesigning the imagery gives further evidence that Lorraine patrons did not simply want copies of someone else's manuscript, but desired to personalize their books. Indeed, both the Dresden and Liège manuscripts show rather unprecedented visual innovations. My personal favorite is the one on the right, the 4th horseman in the Dresden apocalypse. The Dresden artists brought considerable drama to the scene by adding a cart filled with demons and showing the horseman waving his sword about. Since the Liège artists, like the Dresden artist, had to reduce the imagery to fit the smaller miniatures of vernacular manuscripts, he perhaps felt more freedom to improvise. On a few occasions, the Liège apocalypse makes visual reference to contemporary religious figures. In the miniature for Revelation 11, the 2 witnesses are dressed in white habits and carry books to look like mendicants. I can't decide whether Franciscan or Dominican. I'm inclined towards Franciscan. The equation of the witnesses as modern-day mendicants is made perfectly clear in the final miniature. That's this one. John is shown instructing or preaching with a book. Next to him are the 2 men in white, the witnesses from chapter 11, dressed again as mendicants. The second pair of figures on the right has no visual analog in the other miniatures or the adjacent text. Their Jews' caps and scroll indicate they are Enoch and Elijah, the Old Testament prefigurations of the apocalypse witnesses, as explained in the vernacular commentary back in chapter 11. The third image, which I guess you can't see because my face is on top of it, but it shows, it's just an example for comparison from an English apocalypse, so you can see what the witnesses usually look like. This final Liège miniature, this one that concludes the entire manuscript, is entirely original and equates John with the biblical prophets as apocalyptic witnesses who, as the commentary explains, warn against temptations and are persecuted by the Antichrist. The figures also subtly associate mendicants with apocalyptic prophecy. If the habits indicate Franciscans, the reference would boldly condone Bonaventure's controversial association of Francis with the angel of the 6th seal, making Francis a forerunner of the apocalypse and his followers modern-day witnesses. Or the images could conjure up the extremist Franciscan spirituals who heretically cast Francis as a neo-Christ and caused deep scandals for the church. The desire to visually locate Revelation in the present is grounded in the vernacular prose commentary. Written in Paris by an anonymous Dominican around 1235, this commentary on Revelation was written for the French monarchy's moralized Bibles. You'll recall I showed you one a little bit ago, but I know it was several images past. This commentary interprets the complex symbolism of Revelation in terms of current issues facing the church. such as corrupt prelates or predominant vices. For lay readers, the vernacular commentary was a graspable alternative to the erudite Berengaudus text found in the Latin apocalypses. A family of 3 mass apocalypses by the artist who signed his work as Nicholas also feature mendicants. In the illustration to chapter 19 shown here, the divine warrior condemns the beast and false prophet to the pool of fire. A winged demon, and you can just make him out on the far right over here, symbolizes the beast, which the commentary explains as Antichrist. He carries a cleric who represents a modern-day false prophet. The black kappa over a white scapular and tonsure identifies this cleric as a Dominican. Such an anti-fraternal characterization reflects Antichrist's principal quality as a clever deceiver and can be found in popular culture, including representations of Faust Semblant as a false friar in the Roman de la Rose. Like the mendicants in the previous example, the Dominican false prophet is easily relatable and relevant. However, here mendicants are cast in an entirely opposite and cynical manner. The figure of Antichrist is one of eschatology, but it is also one of legend. John's Apocalypse does not mention the Antichrist. This important eschatological figure resides more so in the cultural gray area of legend and popular religion than church doctrine. Eventually, the figure becomes quite ubiquitous, appearing in various Romance texts, such as the famous Roman de la Rose just mentioned. But Antichrist also became the go-to insult, particularly between emperors and popes. One of the appeals of the prose commentary is that it mentions Antichrist 42 times. The final Lorraine apocalypse I want to share with you shows the most overt effort to mix Antichrist legend into an apocalypse. In the Harley Apocalypse, an extra long miniature was used to depict Antichrist's confrontation with the 2 witnesses of Revelation 11, and then their execution by Antichrist's henchmen. These were the most well-known events of Antichrist legend. Again, they are not in the biblical text. Instead of just a figure swapped out to make an allusion to Antichrist, as in the Nicholas example, here biblical scenes are fully replaced with a narrative from Antichrist legend. Underscoring the importance of this scene are 2 mermaids, positioned between the biblical and commentary text. The commentary explains the beast of the abyss who kills the witnesses is Antichrist. Indeed, this was a common exegetical interpretation of Revelation 11, in which the 2 witnesses warn against temptation before Christ's second coming and their subsequent execution by the beast of the abyss. This pair of mermaids is seemingly innocuous, but it further imports lay material culture into the reception of this apocalypse. According to bestiaries, these creatures are famous tempters of men and symbolize a pertinent vice among the laity, lust. The next image of a dragon rising from a well symbolizes the beast of the abyss who destroys the witnesses. Together, these images visually demonstrate how Antichrist legend fits into the events of Revelation and how Antichrist temptations can derail the reader-viewer from salvation. This apocalypse once formed part of a compilation that also included the prose version of the prophecy of the Tiburtine Sibyl. Now, I told you to remember that text. The prophecy of the Tiburtine Sibyl gives an account of Antichrist's arrival and his appearance. And the text in the Harley Apocalypse is philologically related to the same text in the previously mentioned large apocalypse. The third and final text in the Harley Apocalypse compilation is the Tournament of Antichrist, a romance allegory in which Antichrist's army of vices battle Christ's army of virtues that interestingly include Arthurian knights. Following conventions for verse illustration, large historiated initials visually punctuate this text, drawing the reader-viewer's attention to courtly virtues such as largesse and prowess, and vices such as drunkenness and fornication. Key figures such as the woman of Revelation 12 and the Queen of Heaven, and the heavenly Jerusalem and the town of Hope or Esperance, create visual analogs between Revelation and this romance. The entire compilation, therefore, shows how John's revelation was understood to coexist among legend, romance, and popular culture. Very much in the same spirit of innovation represented by the Lorraine apocalypses is the apocalypse of 1313. A colophon provides the date, and the style locates the place of production in Liège or northern France. This apocalypse is notable for its creative imagery, especially in the form of moralizations and visual exegesis. For example, two full-page images of the tree of life in the bosom of Abraham were added to chapter 22 to provide a broader exegetical perspective of John's vision. Other modifications lend the apocalypse a sense of urgency, locating the events of John's prophecy in the present. A nice example is the men who gathered to fight after the pouring of the sixth vial, who are shown as armored knights, representing France, Castile, and the Holy Roman Empire. And they are down here, which you can kind of make out the three different colors representing the three different heraldry. And yet again, clerical figures, including tonsured monks and bishops, appear peppered throughout the images. One of the most noticeable innovations is the repeated appearance of demons throughout the miniatures. They appear wreaking havoc within the 7 churches of Asia and accompany the whore of Babylon. Not only do these demons underscore the ultimate point emphasized in the apocalypse text, that damnation is scary and to be avoided, but they also serve as visual foreshadowing for the dramatic conclusion to this apocalypse. 4 folios with gruesome scenes show sinners tortured, sometimes according to their sin or their occupation. Notice a butcher prepared for slaughter, an innkeeper beaten with a carafe, and a fishmonger drowned in a pool. Overall, greed and lust received visual prominence among the punishments. More sins common to the laity. Now I'd like to turn to the Normandy apocalypses. Similar to the situation in Lorraine, an English illustrated apocalypse instigated a sudden interest in these luxury manuscripts in Normandy between 1320 and 1335. Although the Normandy apocalypses began to be produced only a few years after the end of the Lorraine apocalypses, and both groups derive from an English exemplar, the 2 iconographic cycles are unrelated. Some of the most remarkable features of the 4 extant Normandy apocalypses are their dazzling painting style in bright colors and the inclusion of heraldry. The lavish illumination epitomizes the sumptuous quality of Normandy art. These artists closely copied the iconography of the English exemplar, but they adapted the imagery according to regional trends. Even details as seemingly mundane as drapery folds were updated. The slide at the top is an example of the type of English apocalypse that would have served as model. The technique used here is simple line drawing in colored ink. Notice in the Norman examples, the deeply saturated colors and careful color modeling in the drapery. One of the most noticeable innovations is the repeated, I already did that one. The painting style and presence of heraldry places these manuscripts in the town of Coutances in Western Normandy in the 1320s and 30s. Coutances was rather provincial, even within the Duchy of Normandy. It is highly unlikely it had a permanent manuscript workshop. My study of Norman manuscript painting, wall painting, stained glass painting, and painted sculpture indicates the apocalypse artists were itinerant artists working in other media. The result of this is that the artists brought their disparate painting practices to manuscript illumination, yielding stunning and notably monumental imagery that would have delighted any book collector. The large size of the miniatures in the English apocalypses may also be a reason for their popularity, especially among wealthy art patrons. In Coutances, of templates or pattern books common in manuscript workshops meant fewer routes for visual innovation for painters not trained in manuscript illustration. Yet the apocalypses all show an effort to update the generic imagery of the English model to look more modern. You can see these modern updates in the buildings, such as the Gothic-looking temple which appears far more current than the Eastern-looking temple seen in the English example below. I've also added another Normandy example of Gothic architecture in the right image. The same modernizing effect can be seen in clothing. My favorite example is among the inhabitants of Babylon bewailing its destruction. On the far right, and I hope you can see it, she's right here. On the far right is a delightful image of a well-shod woman raising her skirts high above her knees. The Whore of Babylon on the right also got a fashion update. These simple changes transport the apocalypse from a generic future to a reality the reader viewer recognizes. And ultimately, they enhance both the visual splendor and the eschatological purpose of these books. The most important addition in the Norman apocalypses is heraldry. Heraldry is certainly not uncommon in medieval manuscripts. It asserts the identity and status of the patron. But these are the only apocalypse manuscripts to feature heraldry, to my knowledge. In the miniature depicting the opening of the fifth seal, a sequence of small shields is painted on an altar cloth. So they might be a little bit hard to see, but they're right here, the silver images, those are all shields. Below, it's just green and red patterns, tassels. And then different but similar shields are here, and then they're right there. The 6 shields are of Norman families in or near Coutances. The cloisters apocalypse also once featured an additional scene, well, it does feature an additional scene at the end, but it once showed the coat of arms of its 2 patrons, a husband and wife kneeling before the Virgin and a saint. Although these were later scraped off, leaving a palimpsest, X-ray and ultraviolet scans revealed the shields and identified the woman as Jehan de Montigny, a Norman knight. Not only do the shields point to the presumed circle of patronage for these manuscripts, but they also demonstrate the patron's desire to insert their identity on both the art object, but also within John's prophecy for eternal salvation. The final extant apocalypse from this period is an apocalypse made in Wallonia around mid-century. Just a reminder, Wallonia is southern Belgium. The difference in quality between this and the other French apocalypses is striking. Though the evidence is sparse, the Wallonian apocalypse appears loosely dependent on Lorraine iconography. The most telling evidence is the repeated use of the visual trope of John witnessing his vision from within a tower, which is a key marker of Lorraine iconography. The Lorraine example is up here at the top. That's the Dresden apocalypse. In the Wallonian program, the trope becomes excessive and clearly misunderstood. You can see the misunderstanding here where John is maybe conversing with himself, possibly from opposite another tower. Here an angel and John converse with each other from within towers. The artist essentially devises all interlocutory activities through towers. Other figures are just as bizarre, such as the 3 white riders from Revelation 19, which is quite inexplicable because the white rider is the Lord of Lords, that's Christ, according to nearly all commentaries. The focus in this apocalypse is clearly on reading or on information. What is the role of imagery then? It certainly isn't devotional. It would be hard to meditate on those bizarre images. As with many vernacular didactic texts, the imagery is there to delight and mark or punctuate the text. Even though the quality is not as dazzling as the other apocalypse, it's still illustrated and therefore very expensive art object. Like several other French apocalypses already mentioned, the Wallonian apocalypse is part of a large compilation volume. It begins with an abridged narrative of the life of John in the Wallonian dialect of Old French. There's also an apocalypse with an abridged Latin text and an Old French translation of the Baron Gaudi's commentary, followed by the Image of the World by Gautier of Metz, a narrative of the Passion of Christ, the Meditations of Saint Bernard on the Virgin, advice from a father to his son, and a homily of Mary Magdalene. These texts are diverse, ranging from biblical, cosmological, hagiographic to homiletic. But the manuscript is not a true miscellany, a random assortment of texts. These texts, some of which are illustrated, present a body of essential knowledge for a layperson. Notably, the introductory text is the Apocalypse, reaffirming its critical position in the medieval worldview. An English apocalypse may have started the trends, but French patrons and artists mixed, adapted, created, and innovated, creating remarkably unique art objects. These apocalypse manuscripts are also artifacts, participating in popular religion. We can see how patrons explored their social standing, contemporary politics, and local lore through John's revelation. One final thought I want to share goes back to the tradition of apocalypse imagery in France. As I mentioned, the very first medieval manuscripts were actually made in northern France, even around the regions I've covered today. Although little apocalypse art in monumental form remains, there's plenty of evidence that it was around. Charlemagne's Palatine Chapel had apocalypse scenes in the dome above the altar, and Reims Cathedral still has its sculptural apocalypse cycle on its west facade. A smattering of figures in a few French apocalypses show at least an awareness of, if not a direct borrowing from these older cycles. The distinct dress of the Son of Man and the seven candlesticks in the Nicholas apocalypses adheres closely to the 12th century Haimo apocalypse. The woman clothed in the sun in the Harley and 1313 apocalypses copy not the dramatic English iconography seen at the bottom, but the early medieval woman, such as can be seen in Carolingian apocalypses and the Etonian Bamberg apocalypse on the right. This suggests to me a rather ubiquitous presence of apocalypse art, both public and private, in medieval life. So why now? Why in these locations? Why did it take an English apocalypse to kick off these trends? It is important to remember no dedicated apocalypse manuscripts were made in Paris or for the French monarchy until the 15th century. There was apocalypse imagery in royal art, in the Revelation cycle, in their prized moralized Bibles, in the Rose Window, in Louis IX's Sainte-Chapelle, and on the west facade of Reims, the Coronation Church for the French monarchy. This is in stark contrast to England, where the apocalypse manuscripts, these luxury books, can be reliably linked to the monarchy and other members of the aristocracy. Some scholars think it was the gifting of a moralized Bible from the French king to the English king around 1250 that prompted the surge in illustrated apocalypses in England. Remember, the text, the anonymous prose commentary, came in that moralized Bible. The county of Bar in Lorraine had clear affiliations with England, as I previously mentioned, and Normandy as well had close political ties with England. And both regions were actively fighting to preserve their domain against French encroachment, which they would actually lose. These English apocalypses, therefore, may be very real tools of political alliance, or perhaps salvific proclamations of nobility. Either way, the French apocalypses supply tangible insight into apocalyptic beliefs and practices beyond the monastery. Thank you.
Karlyn, I think you already have a couple questions in the chat. Maybe they can scroll up to the top one for you.
Haha, illuminating. Scribe, what reasons, post. Can you scroll down a little bit more? Okay. Yes, so the Arras apocalypse, that's in Latin. So that has the Latin Revelation and Baron Gauda's text. It has in vernacular the prophecy of the Tiburtine Sibyl, and then a text on philosophical sayings. So that's that manuscript. The other vernacular texts, all vernacular texts with pictures, they all have the same commentary. Whenever they're made, wherever they're made, it's the same commentary that comes from the memorialized Bibles written by a Dominican in 1235. It's actually really fascinating how this text gets around. And I have compared that commentary text to the other Lorraine texts, and they are philologically related. So they're all kind of derivatives of each other. They copy the same errors. So we know that somehow it got to Lorraine, maybe via, it's just a theory, maybe that commentary text got to Lorraine in the same manuscript as the illustrated Latin text. So the Dallas Apocalypse, I showed you earlier, it doesn't matter. I showed you way too many images and I know it. But the Dallas Apocalypse made around 1265 was for Edward I and his wife, Eleanor. The beginning of it had the unillustrated prose commentary text. And then it had the pretty pictures and the Latin text. So that already existed in 1265. And that could have supplied the model of the English apocalypse that was given to Eleanor. So that's just, I can't prove that, but I think that's the most logical way to explain how this text gets to Lorraine and is copied. So, and you don't, I don't want to say something I shouldn't, but I don't believe that version of the text. I don't believe you find it without pictures very often. It's almost exclusively in these illustrated apocalypses or in the moralized Bibles. Okay, could the three writers of the Trinity? Well, we can look at that. I'd be willing to consider it. My hesitancy is that if you look at all the images of this manuscript, and if you want the shelf mark, I can give this to you. All of these manuscripts are fully digitized online, which is really exciting. But image after image after image, they're really, really abbreviated scenes. And I just don't think that the scenes pertain to visual exegesis. There's just not enough imagery. It could be a signifier to the commentary, but here, I don't know. I don't know that there's a whole lot of mental activity that's being called upon to connect the images to the text. That's just my read on that. But I can look past, or I can look again and do a reading and see if the Trinity makes sense. But I've never seen the Trinity shown as Jesus 3 times. But the number 3 makes sense.
Maybe just read the question.
Okay, thank you. Can you say a little bit more about how the inclusion of the Tiburtine Sibyl into a manuscript of Apocalypse commentary generates a more personalized eschatology? So, so for that, I'm not really focusing so much on the specific text, but the fact that different texts are grouped together. So you have to imagine this person pretty well to do. These manuscripts are very expensive if there's pictures in them. So they go to a scriptoria, and maybe there's some texts that are pre-made as booklets. It's possible. I've examined the codicology of all of these manuscripts, and that there's no indication. These all look bespoke, completely bespoke. So someone knew of this text. They wanted this text, Tiburtine Sibyl, or whichever one it is, they wanted it with Apocalypse. And so that's what I'm focusing on, this choice of bringing different texts together, and that when you put them all together, you get a different object. Instead of just looking at the codex, the book, as a repository of texts, I look at it as an assemblage of choices, and how when you read it all together, that changes the reception of the apocalypse. The object itself is different. So the focus on the Tiburtine Sibyl, I think it's interesting that there are 2 related texts in Lorraine. And in the Harley Apocalypse, I think the choice, I mean, if you want to focus on why that text, the first of the Ross Apocalypse, it's hard to explain. It's just, it's eschatological. But the Harley Apocalypse, that one is really interesting. And that's what I've focused most of my research on. I think it's Antichrist. The imagery in the Apocalypse had additional Antichrist scenes. Then you get the Tiburtine Civil, which really, unless you get Adso's letter, that is the best description of what he looks like and when he is coming. And it's pretty relatable. And also, I think there's something to do in the Tiburtine Civil with all of the kings and the focus on the role that kings play in Antichrist's arrival and the second coming. I think that's significant. Although there's no kings in around Lorraine, but there are, like I said, the County of Bar and the Duchy of Lorraine. They have all these political affiliations with Holy Roman Empire, with England, with France. There's a lot of power dynamics that I think are undercurrents to the interest in this subject matter. But then back to the Harley compilation, the third text is the Tournament of Antichrist, which really has nothing to do with Antichrist. He's kind of a minor figure. It's all about virtues and vices. And that's my anchoring of how I interpret that manuscript about personalized eschatology, because it's a romance, it's fantasy. And the fact that it's Antichrist, it kind of shows you that's really what their interest is getting these stories, getting these narratives, less than understanding, the doctrine and preparation. A nice comparison would be the first image I showed you of the Burckhardt Wilt. That was probably the best evidence for a monastic or devotional reception, when the patron has a reference to the Song of Songs. So that's my interpretation of that. Okay, do you have any suspects? Which groups may stand behind this 13th century trend to customize and anthologize Apocalypse manuscripts? So the trend that I see is in the 14th century, but as far as me guessing which manuscript it was, I've actually figured it out. I didn't want to bore you with that because that's just, following redactions. And I'm sure you guys all know about textual redactions. We do the exact same thing in art history with iconographic redactions, and your eyes would water. It's very boring. But I have figured out exactly where the Eleanor's manuscript, we'll just call it that to make it simple, where it fits within English iconographic families. It's probably one of the very first. I'm not saying her manuscript was old, because her manuscript could have been a copy of an old one, but I'm guessing, I know that the iconography dates very, very early into the development, which I think gives evidence that there's a royal connection, because I do think, and I'm not the only one, I'm borrowing this from many other art historians, I'm pretty certain that moralized Bible that was given as a gift, I think what happened is the English monarchy, they wanted their own royal manuscript. That they wanted something that associated with them, but they can't copy the moralized Bible. I mean, that would be very inappropriate. It's very clearly French. And the image, I don't know if you guys picked up on that. The image shows Blanche of Castile, the mother, instructing her son. And on the other side, the roundels, that's Revelation, that she specifically added to the second version of this manuscript, so Revelation would be in it. And then the commentary text, the way the moralized Bibles work is they'd have a biblical text, and it's the whole Bible, and the picture of the biblical text, and then a moralization. Here's the prose commentary that was written just for this manuscript at the request of Blanche, and then an illustration of the commentary. And you do get a lot of mendicants in all the moralized Bibles, because it was designed by Dominicans. So I think what happened in England is that they saw this manuscript and they wanted their own. They wanted their English royal manuscript, and so they made illustrated apocalypses. And I think that a book that was made early when this trend started was given to Eleanor, she married the Count of Bar. And the Count of Bar, why did he want to copy? I think that's a really interesting question. We know why Eleanor wanted that. It was a gift from her in-laws of their super cool books. But why that became so popular in Lorraine, I don't know, but I think it has something to do with politics. Yeah.
Well, Karlyn, thank you very much for that. Oh, read your question. Oh, so the, yeah. Sorry. Okay.
I guess I should look this way and not at you, so that's
It's
all right.
okay, just make it-
Karlyn, well, thank you very much for the presentation. So what my question is that I think of the generalized history of what happened in Britain when the Norman conquest happened, and Alfred the Great had established Old English as a literary kind of groundwork to develop the nation, and then there was just flood of the Latin and the French kind of just subsuming the British culture. So what's intriguing to me is the idea of the British or the English manuscripts then flowing back
Yes.
to France, when in most of France, British culture was looked at as being pretty crude and primitive, right?
Mhm.
I'm just, yeah, could you
Sure.
address that? Thank you.
I think about that a lot. And another fun fact is the English manuscripts that have the prose commentary, they're all the extant manuscripts, it's in Anglo-Norman. So, I mean, they were, and even the manuscripts that I've shown you today, the dialect is in the Lotharingian dialect. I can watch in the manuscripts how the scribes are converting it into the dialect that they're familiar with, intentional or not. I find that fascinating. But as far as the flow of art, absolutely. So what the English kings did, Westminster Abbey, that's a riff off of what Louis IX was doing. They're trying to keep up with what's happening in Paris with the French monarchy. The French monarchy is just bursting with art and showing their dominance. And so the English are definitely responding, kind of trying to one up. You can see it in architecture. I mean, I think Westminster Abbey is an excellent example. It's huge. Yeah. And it combines the Coronation Church, necropolis, and a place for their holy relics, Edward the Confessor's there. So in France, those are 3 different locations. And it's in the style that's supposed to be really avant-garde. So I think most definitely we have ground to stand on saying that the English apocalypse is, they're so stunning, they're so lavish, and only that I think could really overshadow the moralized Bibles, which are thick. And I mean, look how much, oh, you can't see the PowerPoint's not up, but there's tons of gilding. So, so I think the extravagance is something to think about. And I think that's why the French kings, same reason that they don't start making apocalypses. It's so bizarre to me that you get apocalypses everywhere, but in Paris. And Normandy had this weird trade dispute, but at the time the Norman apocalypses are being made, the French king is really trying to usurp that territory back. They're trying with all these proclamations, and eventually it comes down to war. And the same thing happens in Lorraine. Interestingly, the Count of Bar sends his son to the French court. He's required to send his son to be raised. And I think that's why there's a cessation of the apocalypses. I think the son comes back and doesn't want the manuscripts that are associated with England. I can't prove it, but there are some dates that make this a very intriguing explanation, because it's so random. Why in that location? Why is it so quick and you have so many? I'm 100% certain that the Renaud de Bar, the Bishop of Metz, commissioned one or many apocalypses. He has extant, I don't know, several books, and they're gorgeous. I mean, they're really some of the most stunning books of all the Middle Ages. I'm sure he funded this. He was a big collector of books. So there's definitely a connection to the Bar family. It kind of ties everything together.
I have one more
Okay.
I know we're getting short on time, but I wanted to squeeze, squeeze in one question. I really liked how you talked about this incredible spirit of innovation as to how these images are adapted to regional ecologies in the late medieval period. And that's kind of related a little bit to what I'm going to be talking about today. But I wanted to ask, I have at home this facsimile of this 15th century German block book that conjoins the life of Antichrist with the 15 signs of doomsday. Of course, and like the Tiburtine Sibyl, another incredibly popular aspect of medieval apocalyptic thinking. Do you ever see just wholesale images of the 15 signs of doomsday or of life of Antichrist that sneak into these? Or maybe if you could say just a little bit about that in general in the French tradition. Thanks.
So you saw the Antichrist in the French tradition. I think the Barry Apocalypse has a few references. And for that, of course, you want to read Rick Emerson. He has a commentary volume on that manuscript coming out. But what I showed you is really the Harley Apocalypse has the most overt in-text imagery. And what I'll tell you about the English apocalypse is there are picture books unrelated to the block book that you're thinking of. I know that one, but they're picture books. They have lots of text scrolls, and these are very early 1250s. And at Revelation 11, they take out the normal depiction of the two witnesses, and then they put in an extra image of Antichrist on his throne and engaging with the witnesses, and then Antichrist, his henchmen killing them. So that's really kind of in the Antichrist depictions. That's kind of it. That's the most we really get. And one apocalypse, really interesting, didn't have that up in the main images. So a later artist, maybe 10 years later, went in the margins underneath and added 3 or 4 images of the Antichrist cycle. And that, I think that's pretty remarkable. But as far as depictions of Antichrist, yeah, there's not a lot. The Tiburtine Sibyl only has one miniature I didn't show you, and it's the resurrection of the dead. That's it. So no depiction of Antichrist. In the Tournament of Antichrist, we see him once battling Michael, and he just looks like a knight. So there's nothing there. You can see depictions of Antichrist. The most depictions in the Middle Ages is in the Jour de Jugement. And there's one manuscript that contains this text, and it's 1330. And that has Antichrist dressed as a Franciscan. And you see him over and over and over. And that's kind of it. There's Herod of Hohenberg's Garden of Earthly Delights. She has 1 or 2 images of him, but it's always in the context of Revelation 11. So it's never really just Antichrist. It's like, a dude who's around. It's always within chapter 11. So I think that's interesting, but no stories or depictions like the 12 signs of doomsday or all that. You don't get Antichrist until then.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
With that, we will take a break for lunch, only if you passed all 5 questions on the quiz. So I'm going to grade them now, and anyone who didn't scored 3 or less will not get lunch. So we will resume, Lorenzo and colleagues, in 90 minutes or so, 2 o'clock Mountain Time, which I think is 8 p.m. GMT. And we really look forward to seeing all of you then. Thank you, and congratulations to all the presenters this morning. You're right. We just returned from a fabulous lunch in the solarium.
That's it. That's right.
And it's nice weather today, and might get a little rain this afternoon, which would be perfect if it were overcast and a little cloudy for our next presentation, I think, from my colleague Suzanne Macaulay, who's going to kick off our post-lunch session today with a presentation on Hellscapes, Japanese medieval scrolls of the afterlife. And she insisted that it come after lunch, not before. Isn't that right, Suzanne? So welcome.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to be back. Yes, and as a subtitle to that title, and thank you, Colin, for introducing me. And thank you also for inviting me to be part of this. I feel kind of like this is a reunion, and not only of the space, but with the people, the topic. And so a subtitle to this is There is Yet Another Hell. In the Japanese scrolls, there are a set of Japanese hell scrolls whose text begins, and yet there is another hell. So we'll visit lots of hells. And we're also going to take a detour from continental Europe, England, and go east to Japan. So this will be examining non-Western themes of hell. And I'm interested in, obviously, the visual representation of hell on earth, and especially the lower realms of the 6 Buddhist realms of existence. And I'll refer to that again. And also the rendering of the physical body in an apocalyptic type of space that's unreal, surreal, and often very desolate. But before I launch into that, I thought that I would give you a background as to what type of work was being produced in 12th century Japan, 12th, 13th century, so you can see the context out of which these scrolls came. Did I advance it? I just used the, I see you using that.
There we go. Maybe it just did.
Oh, okay. All right. So one of the most precious and aesthetically pleasing pieces that are contemporaneous with the Hell Scrolls is a page from the poetry of the 36 immortal poets. And this particular one is attributed, this was 12th century, it's attributed to Lady Ise of the 9th and 10th centuries. And I call it precious because it's composed of paper that has been handmade, of course, and very specific kind of calligraphy that we call the running grass calligraphy. And the way the calligrapher has used it in this particular composition is almost as if it's raining across the picture plane in between the landscape elements. And then the next piece that's Colin, I seem to, I am pressing forward with all my might.
There you go.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, and then a very sort of famous literary group of images from the Genji Monogatari Emaki, the tale of the Genji scrolls. Emaki refers to the scroll, the illustrated scrolls. And this also is 12th century. It tells a tale of generations which are linked through kind of karmic consequences. One generation commits, I suppose you'd say, a sin, and then the next one, the reverberations go through the generations. And it's a convoluted and kind of wonderfully complicated tale. But in this series, you can see that the space is, I am wanting you to look at space. Space is treated quite differently. And because of the tension in these visual narratives, you almost feel like space is closing in. It's almost claustrophobic. It's too tight. You want to just sort of push at it. And as far as the viewer is concerned, you're looking over, except for the one where the women, well, yeah, basically you're looking, it's as if the roof has been taken off and you're peering in. There's kind of a voyeuristic role that the viewer takes. And one,
Oh, yes. And then look at the one in the upper left. This is the cloistered women, but the artist has glimpsed the garden, and the garden represents freedom, although it's freedom that none of these women will ever experience because they're, as I said, cloistered. And of course, the density of the figures, the fabric, and so forth gives you that same sense of confinement and tension. And then, just slightly later, but the Heiji Monogatari was first an oral poem that was recited. And then by the time the 14th century rolled around, it was depicted as a hand scroll. And this era in between the late Heian, and that's the Genji Monogatari, and the Lady Issei poem, the elegance of the aristocracy, and then the Kamakura era, in between those two was years and years of civil war. And so the whole country was affected by these tremendous struggles. And of course, there was poverty, starvation, people were homeless, wandering the streets. And though that state of affairs is really the visual representation for the Hell Scrolls. But I thought I would show you this because of the magnificent rendering of the fire at the Sanjo Palace. And you read it from right to left. And the realism. And also earlier in other presentations, we've been talking about the other senses besides the oral and the visual. You can see or almost hear and feel the heat, the screaming, the clash of the people fighting, and very densely, again, portrayed. And then these kind of wonderful building roofs that serve as kind of a framing element here. So that's the mood of this time. So really, let me just see if I can experiment for a minute. This represents really a moral crisis. And I think the motto was, all life is war at this time. No one was exempt. The idea of portraying hell goes way back to both Chinese mythology and Indic traditions that actually predate Buddhism. So these are the 10 kings of hell, much later representation in the 18th century, but they represent the judges who would evaluate each person and decide exactly what realm they would go to. And that would include the paradise as well, or how the cycles of rebirth, where would they be reborn? So scenes of hell first appeared in 6th century Central Asian paintings. And the iconography, as I said, was derived from Indian traditions that predated the Buddhist era. The belief in transmigration of souls comes from there, and that, of course, was incorporated into the Buddhist beliefs and Chinese mythology. And then this idea of hell really became an important theme. It illustrated in a painting after the 10th century. And basically, the 10 kings of hell judge the faithful in their journey to another realm. They determine the next reincarnation. And on the outside of this, the family, with the rituals and the offerings to the priests, can intervene. So if a member of the family is stuck in the hell of the hungry ghosts, if enough propitiatory actions were made, possibly they could be released into another realm. So it's not the end. And that this whole thing is more about transition, transformation, rather than, okay, you're stuck here for eternity. The iconography and the style will give you that sense that it is for eternity, but there are a lot of ways that a soul could work their way out of this. So the 6 Buddhist realms of existence, the hells, the jigoku, the hungry ghosts, the gaki, the naraka, the different realms of rebirth, and that's derived from Sanskrit, so that would be derived from the Indian cultures as well. I think we've got seats. Miyoko, welcome. You probably want to sit where you can see the imagery. So those are the lower realms of hell. And then one ascends to the hell of the beasts, Jikusho, and fighting warriors, Ashura, humans, Hito, and the celestials. So you can see it. I mean, obviously it's a hierarchy and arranged. So Jikoku is hell. And in China, it was Diu. And as I said, the Naraka comes from the Indian Buddhist term for hell, but it also encompasses this idea of different realms of rebirth. And then within that, there are subcategories, and there are 16 lesser hells, many, many kinds of divisions in this belief system. And so the paintings of the 6 realms were popular, and numerous reproductions occurred during this kind of intermediary period between the late Heian and the Kamakura. Okay, well, this is, I've got the 3 images here, which I will identify. On the left comes is the Hell for Monks scroll, and that was 12th to 13th century. And on the right was the Gakizoshi. So that is the Hell of the Hungry Ghosts. You can see they're depicted in this way that probably a lot of people wandering the streets during this time of civil war and strife looked. Starving, distended stomachs, skeletal bodies, and picking their way through the hell. And then the lower right is from the animal scrolls, again, contemporaneous with these other works. And I want you to notice, the kind of the lively line, the calligraphic line, the energy in that line. It's a satire on Buddhism of all things, and also Shintoism. If you look in the back, you'll see the foxes cloaked in the Shinto priests' outfits. And then when we go over to the left with the Hell for Monks scroll, this was a demon, which I think is possibly, because of the horse's head, related to one of the bodhisattvas, the Bato Kano. So figures can be associated with positive and negative. It's not always, it's interchangeable. It's not always defined as such. And then you'll see all the monks, and again, in this very calligraphic, linear, energetic style, just kind of scrambling across. So the monks are, the monks' hell also is very graphically envisioned, and they are being forced to go to pools of excrement, usually boiling. And this, this shows up a couple of times. See why I did not want this before lunch. But so the animal scrolls, again, is from the same era, but it also allows us to see kind of the type of style that was adapted and used in the hand scrolls. And now a comment about hand scrolls. You unroll them as a viewer, you let the rhythm be determined by what you want to see and how much you want revealed. So the viewer becomes very active in this process. And so with these hell scrolls, you would go from a group of figures to another, and there would be text intervening that would discuss the beliefs that were embodied in that. And then back to what I said earlier, actually, Jim, you mentioned this idea of the transformative mode of existence where it's not an end in itself. You were talking about a different topic, but I think that also applies here. So these people suffering in hell were not doomed for eternity. That's not a concept. And this is the God of heavenly punishment. And again, the 12th, it's just a detail from the 12th century. Let me just go back a wee bit and a couple more comments about the Gakizoshi. So these people, these souls were tormented. They were constantly in search of food and water, never sated. And that's really kind of the level of existence in these hells. Nothing ever gets satisfied. Nobody ever gets released from this physical torment within that context. So the themes are disease, deformity, horrors of hell. Gluttons are hungry forever. They can never appease their appetites. And then the hell for the monks, as I said, the demon jailer was leading them. It was a river of excrement, pardon me, it wasn't a big hole. And the bodhisattva that is associated with Bato, or is Bato actually, presides over life and death and is a symbol of great power. But in this case, as I said, I think this is an attendant borrowing the look of Bato. And so this is a detail from the scroll, The Extermination of Evil. And it's a demon that's derived from the Chinese tradition, the yin and yang tradition of all things are inseparable and also contradictory opposites. So the word ambiguity was raised in this conference, and that certainly applies here as well. So the polar opposites, female, male, dark, light, young, old, and then the God of heavenly punishment was incorporated into Japan's esoteric Buddhist sects and had special prayers addressed to him. He's also associated with Shinto as a sibling of the main deity, the goddess of light. And he offers protection against the ox-headed deity. And the ox-headed deity is the god of pestilence and epidemics. So we've certainly had enough of that. And he's munching on the ox-headed god. So you only see anatomically legs dangling in this particular scene. The scroll of hungry ghosts, the hell of excrement. This seems to be a popular thing. So the guilty souls fall into these pits of boiling excrement and are consumed by maggots. And that keeps happening over and over and over. So these are really raw visual descriptions. As I said, a little bit unsettling, distorted figures, the realism of the times. Really, all you had to do was walk down the street and see people that were starving, dispossessed individuals roaming the streets, distended stomachs from famine, emaciated skeletal. So the artists were really interested, when you kind of move away from the iconography here, in portraying realism. This was, you saw the sort of beautiful, aesthetically perfect scrolls that were contemporaneous, but this gave the artist, a challenge in terms of visually thematic material, actually observed from like socio-environmental conditions. And a lot of these scenes you'll have noticed are monochromatic, and the atmosphere is very dusty, murky. And so that kind of intensifies these depictions of horror and certainly creates another worldly ambiance. And this is the hell of the iron mortar from the Hell Scroll. And as I said, 6 of these hells start with the texts that say, and there is yet another hell. So these are the detail of the demons who are crushing the souls of the damned in this iron mortar. You can see, the results at the bottom of the mortar. And, you know, these are very interesting, animated, energetic kinds of demons. You can almost hear them. I mean, the sort of sonic resonance in some of these drawings and paintings is audible, actually, snarling and gasping, screaming, growling, all those wonderful things that one can do if you're a demon. And then the hell of the cockerels, the hell of the rooster. And this is an interesting composition as well. It sort of dominates diagonally the whole picture plane. And this idea was that that was a fire-breathing rooster. And so the souls were seared from the heat of this monster over and over. And then of course the text always accompanies it. So if we could really physically unroll these scrolls, this is how it would appear: illustration, text, and illustration. And, you know, we've been talking about kind of monochromatic compositions, but here red, you know, kind of offers some highlights to the composition. And red was a very important color in terms of Buddhist belief and practice. And red repelled demons, although this is a demon, and it was a powerful color used often. So it's majestic and terrifying, and then it's very interesting the way it's kind of placed diagonally and dynamically within the picture plane. And this is the hell of dissection from the Hell Scrolls. And so this is like, again, a repetitive scene. Bodies are dissected, and then they become whole, and then they are dissected again, on and on and on, until that cycle is broken by either the intercession of enough prayers and enough offerings to the priests, or, you know, an epiphany on the part of one of these damned souls. But here red is used very effectively. You can just have the feeling of the blood oozing out of these cadavers. And then there's another side to all of this. Jizo, who is part of the Buddhist pantheon, was known as an intercessor of saving, in particular, children from this particular hell, children in limbo. And there are lots and lots of rituals that are practiced in terms of parents who have lost children, having to do with the accumulation of building piles of stones so the children can climb out of the hellish atmosphere that they're in. And also, remember I said, there are ways in terms of Buddhist belief to transcend this sentence to these various hells. And the Lego, the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas are welcoming souls to the Western paradise. In these compositions, the idea is that Buddha and the Bodhisattvas come out to the person. And Kuya was a monk who transgressed by killing a deer. And ever since then, he repented. And his way of repenting was to always recite Namu Amida Butsu, which is a chant that if it's repeated over and over and over and over, also helps the soul reach enlightenment and paradise. And there's so much more I could say about the rendering of Kuya, but that's. And then the other group, now we're moving into a transition coming into contemporary times, is the Hiroshima panels, which were created between the 1950s and the 80s by two artists, Maruki Iri and Maruki Toshi. They went, after the bombing in Hiroshima, they went to Hiroshima about 3 days later, just, you know, to see if they could help. And it was horrendous. And I'm sure many of you have read about it. And so they decided to do these panels. And as I said, look, it's almost 30 years of painting. They're about 2/3 life size. And at one point, they were trying to capture numerically, as many of the bodies as possible. And I think, let's see. Yeah. So the Maruki say, we were painting the atomic bomb. That's what they felt. And that was, I guess, their feeling of atonement, but it had nothing to do with them, but they saw this horrible action of man's inhumanity to man. So this is really the apocalypse of the personal, which John mentioned. It's a great term. So they were saying, obviously, we are painting the atomic bomb. One atomic bomb in one instant caused the deaths of more people than we could ever portray. This was not a natural disaster. It was a procession of ghosts. And as I said, they started to, they chose a number of people and to portray, and then they found out that they could never complete the number that had been affected, no matter how long they worked. This is the panel of crows, and that's alluding to the fact that the crows came and fed on the corpses. There's I think it's from the Tokugawa era, painting of crows that's very decorative, but it does the same thing of that figure ground where the black crow form, just sort of highlights and takes over the background. So now I would like to move to a short video, and I'll just, let's see, about 4 minutes. Would that be adequate? Or? Well, I'm looking at the time. Oh, okay. So Eiko Otaki is a very well-known, very radical contemporary dancer. She's in her 60s now, and she's still performing in public spaces like railroad stations or Wall Street, and so she has a series of works, the body in Wall Street, the body in this and that. But the one that I'm referring to is a body in Fukushima. So this is the 10th year anniversary of the tsunami, the earthquake, and the detonation of the nuclear reactor at Daiichi in Fukushima territory. And so what she went in 2011, I think about 3 months after everything had, after the meltdown. And then she began this series. She started working with a photographer, William Johnston, and they would go back to the area of Fukushima and he would photograph her. I was talking to somebody recently, and I remember well, she didn't tell me. William told me that as she always dances barefoot, of course, and they always had a Geiger counter nearby, and William would get so nervous. And she was just totally involved. It was, her belief was that it was her generation that caused this, that built this and made it possible for this disaster to happen. It was greed, it was corporations, and so she too is atoning, for this by dancing. And she's done, I think, about five series. The actual video is 3 hours long. The one I'm going to show you is just an excerpt from the video. It's not the real video. And it's based on the stills that William took of Eiko. So this is an image from a station, and it says, almost 30 miles south of Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant in 2014. So let me just quote from her blurb about this, a body in Fukushima documents Eiko's 5 visits to irradiated Fukushima. This 3.5-hour film was crafted from hundreds of photographs. We exhibited some, I can't remember, maybe about 2014. And of Eiko in the surreal irradiated landscapes of post-nuclear meltdown, Fukushima, Japan. Okay, video, please. So you can see her arrested motion is evocative of the Hell Scrolls. The first time I saw these, that's what I said, because she reminded me so much of those figures, you know. Okay, I think we have what?
Time for questions?
Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
about 5 minutes. Oh,
Chad.
yeah.
It's kind of a general question, Suzanne, but I was curious about the Bodhisattva in hell.
Oh, sure. The one that was the jailer, so to speak. Yeah.
So typically, would a Bodhisattva in that situation be perpetually in that role? They could never transcend that role?
Well, I really think that that wasn't the actual Kano figure. That was an attendant, assuming, you know, the attributes,
Okay.
the horse head. And actually, you know, I've been linking it to Indic traditions, and Vishnu was associated with the horse head as well. I mean, just a kind of cross comparison. Yeah, otherwise, I don't know. There shouldn't be a Bodhisattva in hell, but it would be an intercessor anyway. I mean, I don't think that character was.
Hi, Suzanne, how are you? Lorenzo.
Oh, hi, Lorenzo.
Nice
Hi.
to see you again. Really, really nice to see you. I really truly enjoyed your presentation. I learned a lot, and I learned a lot about the reception history of these ideas. Just a couple questions, if you don't mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the rooster hell scroll, the rooster jigoku, right? Is that part of a conceptual idea of the lex talionis, and in this case, that people who consume animals or hurt animals are pecked to death by this rooster or something like that? That's the first question. And the second question is, I'm just trying to place the historical period. Is this during the Onin War? And if so, is there a relationship between the appearance of these hell scrolls, the jigoku, and the expectation for the Maitreya Buddha, the future Buddha?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Those are very good questions, Lorenzo. Thank you. Back to the rooster. I really should have talked a wee bit more about the connections between the crime and punishment. And as far as the rooster goes, I think it is, you know, as you were suggesting, a punishment that talks about cruelty, consumption, over the top, gluttony, possibly, all of those attributes. And so the punishment, of course, was being burned by the breath of the cockerel. This was during the Insei period between late Heian and Kamakura. So it was riddled with, like, Genpei, civil wars.
Right.
And yes, and then when, and what else did you ask in
Well,
terms of?
I was wondering, I believe at that time, or maybe shortly later, there was a sharp rise with the in expectations for the Maitreya Buddha.
Yes, and that's interesting because that parallels our discussion earlier today about the coming of, well, Maitreya, the Supreme Buddha, but the future Buddha. There were so many esoteric sects operating at this time, and a lot of those belief systems filtered into the Hell Scrolls, into the narratives. I haven't specifically seen, I think that I haven't seen anything written in the text about Maitreya, but the climate, the religious devotional climate would fit that anticipation. but I don't have anything concrete.
Well, thank you, Suzanne.
Anything else? Okay.
I have one quick
Oh,
last question,
yeah.
if I may, just quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of one of our presentations earlier by Karlyn, and contrary to the illustrations that Karlyn showed us from the 14th century, the figures, the human forms in the scrolls, the hell scrolls here, are much more minimized into the landscape. Because they're smaller in the scheme of things going on, and you don't often get a frame crowded with figures having things happen to them.
Right.
And yet,
Right.
the figures are not as minimized in the landscape as I would have suspected, seeing other nature paintings.
Oh,
Scrolls.
Yeah, that's
I
from
guess
a
now
later
that I thought of it,
period. Yeah.
particularly Chinese, but
Yeah. There's a Japanese version, but it's it's about a century later in
okay.
Muromachi. Well, not that far, but that's interesting. I did want to talk about this idea of the expansion of space that's depicted in these, where the figures are kind of pushed into a corner within all of this grayness, and then the extension of time. So it's forever until, enlightenment or, release of some sort. But yeah, that's a good observation. Very different than the framing of like the manuscripts from Lorraine and so forth, where the figures just fill up the whole frame. And it's when you see it in the Sumier paintings, 50, 60 years later, then that kind of space becomes very sacred and spiritual, and you experience it is, let's say, pointed to by the elements that are in the composition. In this case, as I said, they're kind of trolly, squirrely, crawling around in one place. You don't see demons all over the place. And also in some instances, the hungry ghosts were invisible. So there are some compositions where people are just kind of like a Buddhist ritual. They're just paying very much attention to what they're doing. And then the ghosts are right up there, kind of like, bloated ticks or something.
Remember,
Just
the
to
sound's off, so you can talk to me. Didn't know?
What? Sounds off?
Oh, no, I think, are we good? Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And now we're going to continue with one of our virtual presenters from Rhode Island College, Brandon Hawk, who will be talking about Apocalyptica as world literature. Welcome, Brandon.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Okay, I'm going to share in the chat a Google Doc, and then I'll also share my screen so that you all can see it. All right, there we go. Before I get started, I wanted to thank Colin and Lorenzo for inviting me to the symposium. And I want to thank all of the speakers so far. These have been really great talks. It's been very stimulating. And thank you for everyone who's here for attending my virtual talk presentation. I want to note at the start that some of this comes out of an article that was published in the Medieval Globe in December 2020, but I've reframed some of the discussion and some of the theoretical work, and some of the, especially in the second half of this, I've added a whole bunch of new material to sort of represent where the work has shifted now as I try to expand that article into a book-length study of the subject. So I'm grateful for any feedback on this that anyone might have. Over the past several decades, scholars have challenged the concepts of literary canon, literary history, comparativism, and world literature, theories have simultaneously questioned the foundations of literary study and pointed in new directions to pursue. These emerging directions both radically changed literary criticism in the 21st century and pose new ways of approaching the longue durée of literary history. Similarly, scholars have increasingly paid more attention to the global Middle Ages and early globalities, even as we've seen in this conference, as we've looked around the globe and at different cultures. It's hardly possible for scholars to ignore the implications of these developments. In my own work, one way I'm seeking to engage these issues is through the study of the transmission of Apocrypha. And in this presentation, I specifically want to talk about apocryphal apocalyptica. Widespread transmissions and receptions of apocryphal apocalyptica across the global Middle Ages gesture toward expansive ties in the wider medieval world, at the same time that they decenter narratives of nation-focused literary histories. The geographical scope alone is vast, as apocrypha are found in the North Atlantic, continental Europe, North and East Africa, the Middle East, China, and India. Similarly, they appear in a diverse array of languages like Arabic, Armenian, Chinese, Coptic, English, Ethiopic, French, Georgian, German, Greek, Hebrew, Irish, Italian, Latin, Old Norse, Slavonic, Spanish, Syriac, just to name a handful, and many others. In many cases, the textual traditions of Apocalyptica demonstrate clear but not completely understood examples of multilingual and cross-cultural connections, including languages often underrepresented in literary histories. Biblical Apocrypha signal the diversity of medieval religious beliefs as they resist historical interpretations that reify Christianity as monolithic, the Bible as sole scriptural text, or a singular authoritative interpretive tradition. Such works were cultural vanguards during the medieval period, and their multilingual and cross-cultural connections become all the more significant when we consider their widespread prevalence. Following the methodologies in the field of world literature, I take a post-colonial theoretical approach in order to decenter subjects that have been historically constructed as normative, and to take account of subjects that have been historically marginalized or excluded. And for that matter, that's Apocrypha. Although I'm a medievalist, my primary specialization is Western European literature. My aim is to avoid Eurocentrism, to decenter Europe, to reinstate new ways of seeing Apocrypha as part of a wider literary network across Afro-Eurasia. Among other post-colonialists, Dipesh Chakrabarty has written about the problem that within the academic discourse of history, Europe remains the sovereign theoretical subject of all histories. He further avers that history, or even, quote, other histories tend to become variations on a master narrative that could be called the history of Europe, end quote. Along similar lines, I aim to challenge the historicist problem of writing history, as Chakrabarty poses the issue from the lens of, quote, first in Europe, then elsewhere, end quote. In fact, Apocrypha themselves challenge this trajectory, since this type of literature and many of the primary sources originated first elsewhere, then in Europe. In a number of ways, apocryphal apocalyptica decenter literary histories rooted in nationalist impulses that have been mobilized for imperialist and white supremacist agendas. Unfortunately, modern scholars have often misread and mischaracterized apocryphal literature, leading to scholarship that has reinscribed traditional nation-focused literary histories in imperialist readings. Some of these misreadings are due to large-scale exclusions of apocrypha from serious scholarly consideration, while others are due to the complicity of scholars in retelling tired narratives that build on, and in turn, perpetuate nationalism, imperialism, and white supremacy. Against these narratives, Apocrypha demand to be read for how they resist normative assumptions founded on nationalist, imperialist, and white supremacist ideologies. In this sense, studying the afterlives of Apocrypha across boundaries like geographies, temporalities, and languages is arguably more productive than searching for precise origins. Apocrypha require examinations of transmissions and receptions because originary contexts are rarely accessible. Toward such aims, we might consider how extra-biblical texts challenge assumptions and shift paradigms previously reified in modern scholarship. My first point of entry in this talk is about linguistic epistemologies. After all, a primary way that apocryphal apocalyptica decenter nationalist literary histories is by means of their languages. Some apocrypha, like the 15 Signs Before Judgment, which I'll return to in a little bit, defy scholarly identification of original languages of composition altogether, and thus cannot be linked to specific national origins. Biblical apocrypha challenge trends in scholarship that might reify Eurocentric and national literary histories. One such trend is a focus on national literatures. And of course, we see this even disciplinarily, where we have disciplines like English and French and Spanish departments, but often they don't talk to each other. Pre-modern apocrypha afford a much wider scope since they are composed and circulated in much more capacious networks, as already enumerated above. Apocalyptica have the potential to provincialize scholarly conceptions of culture, geography, and languages, revealing a wider scope that expands outward toward a capacious global Middle Ages. Apocrypha beg to be studied with nuanced approaches to multilingual origins and transmissions, as they subvert tendencies in the writing of literary history to attend mainly to national languages, or only to one language at a time. From another angle, Apocalyptica further defy scholarly assumptions about languages in the global Middle Ages, a point I want to dwell on for a moment. Although scholarship continues to perpetuate the idea that Greek was not well known in the early medieval Western Europe, the multilingual background of this Latin Apocrypha helps to shift narratives about multilingualism in the Middle Ages, especially in early medieval Europe. We've already heard earlier, for example, about Andras's Greek and Latin in the 13th century, but I want to back up even further to show knowledge of Greek in the earlier period. Toward that end, I've compiled a few lists of apocrypha that challenge such assumptions, with some information about certain apocalyptica that I will discuss throughout this presentation, as well as various others. This is where I'll turn to the handout or point you to the handout. I know not everyone can see these lists well right in front of them, and they're mainly props for the larger framework I'm discussing. I'm happy to return to them in the discussion afterward. The first list on the first page of the handout, which I'll just, there we go. That centers it so you can mainly see it all at once. This first list contains various examples of apocrypha translated from Greek into Latin, or from Latin into Greek, or from Latin into other Eastern languages without a clear intercessor or mediator between them, which challenge common scholarly assumptions about the origins and transmissions of these sorts of works. As we see from this list, the interplay between languages is both profound and not uncommon in the transmission of major apocryphal works. I'll just signal a few. For example, Jubilees, which was composed in Hebrew, survives in full only in Ge'ez, but was translated at least in part into Latin no later than the mid-6th century. Or the Protevangelium of James, which was transformed completely into the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew. Or the 15 Signs Before Judgment, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Or the Acts of Peter and Paul, which traditionally was seen as translated from Greek, but several scholars recently have shifted that to say that it was probably composed in Latin around Rome and then translated into Greek later, which completely shifts some of our epistemologies about how these apocrypha are composed and then move outward. The second list that I have here on the handout is exclusive to Apocalyptica, translated from Greek into Latin. With these two lists of just some of the most prominent examples, I want to emphasize that the translation of Apocrypha in the Latin West was a lively industry in late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. And again, I want to highlight that this challenges the notion that many scholars have that Greek was unknown, or Greek was forgotten, or Greek was left behind or set aside in the Middle Ages until the so-called Renaissances of the 12th and 13th century. Instead, we see quite a lot of engagement with Greek texts being translated into Latin, and some of them quite important for later traditions. We see first Enoch being translated, at least part of it. We see the Assumption of Moses, the Ascension of Isaiah, two of the Sibylline texts, the Erythraean and Tiburtine Sibyls. We see second Esdras, which is a compilation of a few different apocryphal texts, the Revelation of Ezra, various Daniel Apocalyptica, the Apocalypse of Paul, and the Pseudo-Methodius Revelations. All of these having quite an influence on the medieval West at various moments, being translated in this early period. Setting up some of these ideas as framework, I want to turn to two specific case studies. First, I'll discuss the 15 Signs Before Judgment, and then the Apocalypse of Paul. Finally, I'll return at the end of my presentation to discuss how post-colonial critique offers ways to examine the reception of Apocrypha and our epistemological assumptions in modern scholarship. The 15 Signs Before Judgment, which is the next page of the handout. Again, this is sort of just notes for a framework for you to follow along. This text defies national literary histories in its role as a widely translated work across the medieval world, since the basic facts of its transmission history confound linguistic, geographic, and cultural boundaries. I provided just a bit of an overview on the handout, but I'll say a little bit more here. Versions in poetry and prose exist in Latin, English, Welsh, Irish, Icelandic, Swedish, Frisian, Dutch, German, French, Anglo-Norman, Provençal, Spanish, Italian, Franco-Italian, Basque, Hebrew, and Armenian. And I keep throwing these lists of languages at you to give you a sense of how widespread these were, how prevalent they were, how multilingual they were. The earliest witnesses to the 15 signs are composed in Latin, while translations, including a 14th century Hebrew version, demonstrate various translations. The Hebrew version demonstrates reliance on the Latin versions. The sheer breadth of languages is not the only challenge to considering the circulation of this apocryphon, since there are three main Latin recensions, which are delineated as the Pseudo-Bedan, the Damian, and Comester versions. And within these general categories, more subtypes exist based on variants and idiosyncrasies across specific texts. More than 600 witnesses survive from around 1100 onward, from across Europe, but no conspectus and study has yet been published. And I want to thank Lorenzo for talking to me about this for close to a decade now, I think, and for sharing some of his work. And I say there were 600, more than 600 witnesses, but just about every time I talk to Lorenzo about it, that number jumps by 100 or two. So I don't know how many he's found now. Definitive knowledge about linguistic, chronological, or geographical origins, as well as the relationships between the extant versions, remain elusive. What can be said about the 15 signs is that it was composed, likely in Latin, before the mid-11th century, when Peter Damian used it around 1062, and its influence was widespread by the end of the 12th century. Armenian witnesses to the 15 signs further challenge any sense of a linear trajectory for the legend. Although manuscripts containing Armenian versions are dated to the 17th and 18th centuries, since they are written in classical Armenian, the texts likely derived from much earlier copies, perhaps as old as the extant Latin witnesses. While myriad European translations and adaptations of Latin versions exist, the Armenian versions confound claims about definite direct relationships with specific European texts. Michael Stone has offered assessments that pose more questions than answers, as he claims, quote, "This text is a telling example of the transfer of traditions not just from east to west, but in the reverse direction as well," end quote. Stone ultimately concludes, "At present, we are still largely at the stage of recognizing that a problem, or rather a complex of problems, exists." Although much is still unclear, it's obvious that the transmission of the 15 signs raises significant challenges to traditional studies that distance European literature from a more capacious sense of the global Middle Ages. A closer look at one specific textual element in the 15 signs tradition helps to emphasize further how this work raises issues of cross-cultural interactions. Common in many versions of this legend is an attribution to a Hebrew or Jewish source. The Pseudo-Bedan Latin version, which is likely the earliest, claims that, quote, "Jerome found in the annals of the Hebrew 15 signs of the 15 days before the day of judgment." One Armenian version contains a similar assertion, stating, "We have read in the books of the Jews that there are going to be 15 signs on 15 days before judgment." The Hebrew version, which relies on a translation of a Latin antecedent, instead attributes the text to the book of Jeremiah, that is, the Jewish chronicle of Jeremiah. Coincidentally, the formula "we have found in Hebrew books" also appears in a set of extracts from the Babylonian Talmud in an Armenian text. All of these ascriptions present variations on a theme, which must go back to a common attribution, because of either a shared source or relationship between multilingual versions, as well as shared reverence for Jewish apocalyptic traditions. Which isn't to say that any of this is true, but it is to say that there's something profound in the way that Christians who used the 15 signs had a certain kind of reverence for the Jewish authenticity legend. Substantial questions remain concerning where this tradition about the origin of the 15 signs began. Was it actually discovered in Hebrew annals from which Christians appropriated it? Or was this ascription a Christian creation meant to legitimize the authenticity and antiquity of the work? The latter seems most likely, but evidence to support or oppose either view is not available. Claims of Jewish origins and implications for a literary history of the 15 signs raise more questions than answers until more research has been undertaken concerning the Apocryphon's place in both the East and the West. Such evidence, nonetheless, speaks to intersections between Jewish and Christian cultural ideas, at least on the part of scribes who penned these inscriptions. Next, I turn to what is perhaps a more well-known example, which is the Apocalypse of Paul, also known as the Visio Pauli. And this isn't the Gnostic Apocalypse of Paul, but the other one. With an intensely complex transmission history across dozens of languages, tracing the details is impossible. Instead, I want to focus on some key highlights that take us beyond the standard narrative recounted about the transmission of this apocalypse. As many of you likely know, the Apocalypse of Paul was one of the most popular apocryphal apocalypses from late antiquity, certainly thriving in Western Europe and rivaled by only the Apocalypse of the Virgin in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. It survives in around 300 witnesses in various languages, including Greek and Latin, from which it was translated into almost every European language, as well as Coptic, Ethiopic, Syriac, Arabic, Armenian, and Church Slavonic. Its presence across medieval Afro-Eurasia is undeniable. Even more than the 15 signs, it was a cultural crossing work with a capacious influence across the swath of its spread, from its inception in the 3rd century to its Latin translation in the 5th century and beyond, all the way through the Middle Ages. The complexity of the transmission of the Apocalypse of Paul is, as becomes clear from what I've said so far, challenging for linear trajectories and nation-focused literary histories. As I've mentioned, in Latin alone, the Apocalypse survives in at least 11 differentiated redactions, each one based on local adaptations. All of these, of course, differ from the various versions in Greek, although those are less variegated, and the other languages of translation also show some variation. In this talk, I especially want to highlight the versions translated into Ge'ez from Ethiopia, since these rarely feature in discussions about the Apocalypse of Paul beyond specialized scholarship on Ethiopia. There's much that I could say about the history of Judaism and Christianity in medieval Ethiopia and the role of Apocrypha in these religious communities, but for the sake of time and simplicity, I'll limit myself mainly to the texts themselves. You'll find a summary of the Ge'ez versions of the Apocalypse of Paul on the handout, which offers some broad overviews of the 4 major versions from Ethiopia. As we see, a number of features I'm interested in jump out from these overviews. First, we see the wide array of adaptations in these versions. All of these are based on the Apocalypse of Paul, but they all diverge significantly in textual adaptations of narrative framing or specific details to tailor them to their local communities. All of these versions also present challenges of dating, as the manuscripts are all later medieval or younger, some even from the 18th and 19th centuries, as Ethiopian communities continued to circulate religious texts in handwritten codices up into the 20th century. In this sense, we need to ask deeper questions about the relationships between certain versions, as well as issues of periodization bound up with how we define concepts like the pre-modern, the global Middle Ages, and modernity itself, especially in relation to the diversity of cultures across Afro-Eurasia that have been affected or influenced by Judaism and Christianity. But perhaps rather than mapping linear genealogies across these texts, we can learn more from paying attention to specific iterations and their details. To that last point, I want to home in on and emphasize the other fascinating aspect of the Ethiopic versions of the Apocalypse of Paul, their cross-religious features. We saw the interplay of Jewish and Christian traditions already in the 15 signs, but these are more pronounced with the Ethiopic adaptations of the Apocalypse of Paul. As my overviews indicate, 2 of these are known to circulate among Ethiopian Christians, known as the Orthodox Tewahedo. Yet 2 of the adaptations are known because of their transmission in manuscripts revered by Ethiopian Jews, known as the Beta Israel. In the case of the Ethiopic Apocalypse of Baruch and Apocalypse of Gorgorios, we know that they are based on earlier Christian texts, probably from Arabic, but they've been adapted for local reverence to Beta Israel audiences. In both cases, the most obvious Christian elements have been omitted, and the eponymous protagonist has been changed. Instead of Paul as the visionary of the apocalypse, we find Baruch, Jeremiah's scribe, who's associated with other apocryphal visionary literature. And in the other, Gorgorios, a legendary monk in the Beta Israel tradition who probably lived in the 14th century. Again, more questions arise than answers, and the details that emerge from each specific version of the Apocalypse of Paul present more possibilities than simply comparativism of similarities across the wide tradition. The transmission histories of these apocalyptica constitute complex intertwinings of medieval textual traditions stretching across vast geographies, languages, and cultures. As Lorenzo DiTommaso claims, if a central theme is the distinctive nature of the medieval apocalyptic tradition, another, its natural corollary, is the global dimension of this tradition. Its hallmarks appear with determined regularity in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, in both the Greek East and the Latin West, mostly in the literature, but also in the art, throughout what we may call the medieval millennium. That is the 1,000 years spanning the fall of Rome and the withdrawal of imperial authority in the West, and the fall of Constantinople and the end of Byzantine in the East. Similar statements may be made about general traditions of apocryphal literature in the medieval period. Defiance of norms, in fact, may be the most distinctive character of Apocrypha, and especially Apocalyptica, including challenges to traditional definitions of canon, literary history, comparativism, and national literatures in early globalities. Finally, by way of conclusion, I want to address how the modern study of apocryphal apocalyptica is especially wrapped up with issues like imperialism and colonialism. In fact, in the transmission of Apocrypha from antiquity to the present, we see a cycle of imperialism and colonialism. After all, in the first few centuries of Christianity, the new religion spread through imperialism and colonialism in a variety of ways, and it has continued to spread with ties to imperialism and colonialism up to the present. With Christianity, Apocrypha also spread, and especially Apocalyptica, as we've seen from this conference. In a twist of irony, some of those same works were later rediscovered by Christians as European imperialism spread around the globe in the early modern period, leading to greater contacts between European scholars and the Near and Middle East. I might note that apocryphal apocalyptica continued to be taken along with the colonial spread of Christianity well into the modern period, as both the 15 signs and the Apocalypse of Paul are found in a handful of post-Columbian Maya manuscripts in the Americas. I want to briefly pose a few cases of the cycle of imperialism and colonialism in the transmission of apocryphal apocalyptica that lead to challenges to modern scholarly epistemologies. And you'll find some of my notes on this on the last part of the handout. My first example is the case of First Enoch, another famous apocalyptic work. This work was well known and part of both Beta Israel Judaism and Orthodox Tewahedo Christianity in Ethiopia because of the early spread of Christianity by the 4th century at the latest. Preservation of a full version of First Enoch persisted in Ethiopia, whereas the full version was lost to Judaism and Christianity elsewhere. A complete Ethiopic version was discovered, again, many of these are in scare quotes, by Scottish explorer James Bruce, who went on expedition in Ethiopia in the 18th century and returned to England with 3 Ethiopic manuscripts of First Enoch in 1773. Antoine Isaac Sylvester de Sacy printed portions of the Ethiopic text in 1800. The English Orientalist Richard Lawrence published a translation in 1821 and the first full edition in 1838, based on the manuscripts that Bruce brought back. Only much later were fragments in Aramaic found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, in another enterprise wrapped up with Western Orientalism. The case of the Ascension of Isaiah is similar. While fragments survive in Greek, Coptic, Latin, and Church Slavonic, the Ascension survives in full only in Ge'ez. This Ethiopic version was printed in 1819 by the Orientalist Richard Lawrence, presumably based on a manuscript brought back to England by James Bruce, although I haven't found direct evidence of where the manuscript came from that Lawrence used. Lawrence's edition became the basis of future modern studies of the work, including Auguste Dillmann's critical edition in 1877 and Charles's major translation and commentary in 1900, based on all of the known versions of the work at that time. And those remain staples in the field as people continue to go back to all of these editions for the Ascension of Isaiah. These few examples begin to open up a veritable republic of apocryphal letters, including Orientalists like those already named, as well as others invested in mining non-European cultures for insights into Christianity and early Judaism. Scholars like Barthélemy de Herbala, Jean Chardin, Heinrich Seich, Johann Albert Fabricius, Joseph Simon Assamani, and even such public figures like Voltaire and Thomas Jefferson, who both were intensely interested in Apocalyptica and Apocrypha. In fact, we find these men and other figures in the field of biblical and apocryphal studies as major players throughout the narratives of early modern Orientalism, such as Edward Said's famous book and subsequent studies. Returning both to the 15 signs and the Apocalypse of Paul poses two more cases in which attention to the global Middle Ages challenges our previous conceptions. In the case of the 15 signs, in his major study of the tradition, William Heist presented only a partial picture because he was aware of only the European versions. Yet Stone's publication of the Armenian texts and the Hebrew version from wider afield completely change our understandings. Similarly, the Ethiopic versions of the Apocalypse of Paul shift our conceptions about the work's transmission, as we see how the Apocalypse was adapted to fit local needs for particular audiences, as for the Beta Israel Jews. Again, prompted by world literature and post-colonial theory, we may look to Judaisms and Christianities that have been historically excluded from scholarship to see different patterns than were previously possible to discern. In these cases, we glimpse how the modern study of Apocrypha hinges on Eurocentric concepts that have yet to be interrogated and dismantled. For example, ideas about discovery of lost Apocrypha rely on notions of what is and was canonical in the most well-known forms of Judaism and Christianity: Rabbinic Judaism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Roman Catholicism, and Protestantism. Yet, scholars have recently taken up better acknowledgements and understandings of much more diverse Judaisms and Christianities more globally. Still, looking farther afield offers challenges to scholarly epistemologies and new ways to conceptualize what we know about Apocrypha. Again, we might turn to Ethiopia, to the Beta Israel Jews and Orthodox Tewahedo Christians, who both observe much more expansive canons and fluid conceptions of scriptures than other faith communities. For them, there was no modern discovery of works considered apocryphal to other Jews and Christians. Those works have been part of their living traditions for centuries. Even sustained study of the transmission of Apocrypha within the most well-known forms of Christianity reveal that Apocrypha were never lost or relegated to the margins, but part of mainstream beliefs and practices, even in places like Europe and Byzantium. Better attention to the transmission of Apocrypha in the global Middle Ages helps to dispel Eurocentric biases and scholarly epistemologies about loss and rediscovery in narratives about the Apocrypha. Instead, from the sort of attention I've outlined today, I hope that future study can help us to find new narratives of complexity in the transmission of Apocalyptica and Apocrypha broadly across the global Middle Ages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. And we certainly do have time for questions. I see there's already a comment in the chat there, and open up for questions either here or virtually.
I'll just speak for a moment to Lorenzo's comment in the chat. For those who can't see it, I'll read it. A bit of extra background: a significant portion of Ethiopic manuscript codices remain virtually unknown in monasteries and churches in Ethiopia itself. My colleague Lauren Stuckenbrook in Munich and his team has spent many years recently photographing what he can of these manuscripts. The current civil war in Ethiopia poses a threat to this invaluable literary heritage, among other things. Yeah, I just saw on Twitter just in the last week that there was an auction in which a couple of Ethiopic manuscripts were put up, and nobody was able to trace where they came from or what their provenance was. And the auction house had completely misdescribed these, and whoever they asked to help describe them obviously didn't have any scholarly training, because they were Psalms manuscripts, and they were the descriptions were completely wrong. And again, there was a question of where they had come from, whether they had come from private hands or through looting, which is a major issue with Ethiopia and in the Middle East right now. We've seen quite a river of looted manuscripts from the Middle East, from Ethiopia, from North Africa over the last decade or so. And some of them have these apocryphal texts, and they've been stolen from the countries where they originally were preserved.
If I just may, the widespread distribution of the 15 signs, of course, is attributable not only to its popularity, but its brevity. I mean, it's a formulaic text, as you know, Brandon. It's a formulaic text, and it's found everywhere, as you quite rightly said, from Iceland. Actually, now, as you mentioned, from post-Columbian Mayan civilizations. Through Iceland in the west and Armenia in the east, and I still have a sneaking suspicion that if one could sift a little closely through the Dunhuang manuscripts that were found in Turfan, in the Silk Road, I think if any apocryphal apocalyptic text is going to appear, it's going to be that one.
I've even wondered, I've been working on some Ethiopic texts for about a year now. I took a course on Ge'ez last year to try to dip my toes into it, which is fantastic. But I've even thought about reaching out to different scholars who work in the Ethiopic manuscripts to ask them if they've ever seen a text like the 15 signs. I wouldn't be surprised to find it in places like that, where it's been overlooked because scholars haven't necessarily focused on some of these apocryphal texts, particularly Western scholars who are looking into Ethiopian culture with the lens of what is canonical and what's not canonical. And a lot of the work so far on Ethiopian Christianity and Judaism has just been trying to figure out what is Ethiopian Christianity and Judaism, and what were the practices, and what did they believe about the canon in the medieval period. And even recent publications within the last couple of years are still trying to define some of that, without then looking beyond to what else is accrued in some of these manuscripts.
I remember asking, I think a PhD candidate at the time, he's finished now, at a conference in Munich about the possibility of the 15 signs in Ethiopic. To his knowledge, that's not the case. But again, the full understanding of the manuscript evidence is very far away. You know what is it quite interesting, and I may be wrong on this. To the best of my knowledge, and this is probably the most glaring lacuna, is that I don't think it's in the Islamic tradition in any of the Arabic manuscripts, and I don't know if that's untrue.
You would know. I've never found evidence. I mean, I also find it really strange that you've never come across Greek, that there's no Greek version of the 15 signs. And of course, that would make sense because it would be a logical connection between the Latin and Armenian, but it's a sort of missing link. But I wonder how many of these Greek manuscripts have been overlooked, even in places like Mount Athos or elsewhere, even Greek manuscripts in the Vatican that haven't been made accessible or will become accessible perhaps through digitization.
Sure, or as Andras says, that may survive, and this is a hypothetical, of course, in post-Ottoman Greek manuscripts, right? That to my knowledge are still not fully mined yet. But Andras can speak better to that than I can.
Right. I see Elliot. Fantastic talk. Thank you. I'm curious about what a process of decolonizing the field would look like in terms of the academy. It seems to me we run the risk in simply acknowledging these histories of continuing a type of colonialism. How does interaction with non-Western scholars and scholarship play into this greater project, or do you see it already taking place? Are you hopeful about this? That's I think the crux. I think that's really important. I think one way is to actually work with scholars who know the material. I'm thinking of, for example, Ayub Derelo, who is now at the British Museum and is an Ethiopian scholar who is working to digitize and describe the Ethiopian manuscripts in the British, sorry, I said British Museum, but I think he's at the British Library. So working with scholars who actually understand these materials rather than going in and assuming that we know what they are. I think one way is also to incorporate more work by scholars who work on Judaisms and Christianities and other forms of religion like Islam even. Incorporating work by scholars who work on those, especially scholars of color. I'm thinking of, there's a lot of scholarship on Apocrypha, especially, and I'm thinking particularly of Ethiopian Apocrypha, that hasn't been incorporated by scholars who study Apocrypha. I'm assuming because they don't specialize in the Ethiopic traditions. And so in one way, it can be really easy for us to compartmentalize. And I see this as a medievalist who mainly studies Old English and Latin traditions. And I keep my scope fairly well on Europe, but I think it also helps us if we look abroad more. And whereas we have a tendency to specialize as scholars, I think it would do better for us to learn how to generalize and how to collaborate in that generalizing. I'm thinking in particular of things like what Tony Burke has tried to spark with the NASCAL, the North American Society for the Study of Christian Apocryphal Literature, and the eClavis, which is a highly collaborative online site, bringing people together to try to create a kind of website that tells us what we know about Christian Apocrypha and what manuscripts survive of that. And I'm thinking of the more Old Testament pseudepigrapha volumes and Tony's more New Testament Apocrypha volumes, which tries to bring in people who study traditions like Church Slavonic, people like people who work on some of these historically marginalized apocryphal traditions, and bringing that more to the foreground rather than focusing on Latin and Byzantine Greek, but also looking at Ethiopic, looking at Syriac, which I think is going through a resurgence in the field right now, it seems like, or like I said, Church Slavonic or some of these other. So I think collaboration is a big part of it. Working with people who actually specialize in these and taking the specialized studies and making them more well-known to people who are specialized in other traditions and trying to generalize knowledge rather than cordon it off into little hubs of knowledge.
Hey, Brandon, thank you. Thank you. I'll look in the camera, so it seems like I'm looking at you. Brandon, thank you for your presentation. My question, and I'm wondering about one thing you said about the use of Greek before the High Middle Ages. And I'm just wondering if there are physical remains of workbooks or actual evidence of what that process was like. And maybe in England in particular, are there remains of like people, say it's an English monk who's learned Latin and now do they work backwards to learn Greek, or is there any kind of indication like that? Or is it just the manuscripts that may have been produced that exist?
That's really excellent. I think that's one of the big problems, and that's one of I think the lack of that kind of evidence is precisely what has led scholars for the last couple hundred years to assume that the Middle Ages just didn't have Greek in Europe. We don't have workbooks. We don't have textbooks. There may be a few, but certainly not from early England, not from England before the 12th century. We have scribblings. You know, someone like Bede would have known a handful of Greek words and might have been able to scribble them out. But there's not a lot of evidence that people were using the Greek language. There are some dual psalters, for example, where we find Greek on one side and Latin on the other, or interlinear kinds of Greek-Latin texts in some manuscripts. But I think the lack of those sorts of pieces of evidence has led us to assume, or I guess assume or presume that there wasn't Greek. And yet we have plenty of translations of these Apocrypha that we know were made in specific places or at specific moments in time. And we know for those people to have undertaken those translations, they must have had Greek knowledge of Greek. And so even though we don't have material remains of things like textbooks, we have sort of secondary evidence by the way of translations. But again, because Apocrypha tended to not be very exciting or studied by medievalists, that evidence doesn't exist. Instead, we as medievalists, and I will include myself in this, we tend to focus on things like Beowulf or Chaucer or the poem of the Cid, or some of these other pieces of literature that are canonical, and then Apocrypha don't get handled the same way. Yeah, Lorenzo, the 12 patriarchs, Robert Grosseteste had a Greek translator for the testaments of the 12 patriarchs. That's one of the ways that it is most prominently known in the pre-modern period. Before then, it gets picked up by early modern people who try to print it. So there were quite a few people working with Greek. We just have to start looking for them, I think.
Great. Thank you so much, Brandon, again, for your presentation and for your questions. That's 2 virtual conferences for us, Brandon, in the last 6 or 8 months. So I think an in-person meeting is coming up next, I hope. Well, it's a pleasure for me to present the last paper of our conference today. We're going to backtrack a little bit through Suzanne's talk about demons and even back to Eli's return to the monstrous other. My paper today is entitled The Book of Revelation and the Gog-Magog Topos, Sacred Space, Imagined Geography, and Portrayal of the Other. And before I start, I want to say a little bit, just reflections on what we've been talking about. We've heard this in many papers. Jim Romano talked about the category of, or the terminology of the proto-apocalyptic. And Lorenzo spoke last night about the idea of where we are in our discussion, which has been ongoing, of the definitions of what apocalyptic is. And of course, Laszlo, looks like I froze there. Oh, can you guys, oh, there we go. Am I back? Okay. I saw myself freeze on the screen and I got worried. But, and Laszlo talked extensively, both last night and today, about some of these ideas. And I agree with you, Lorenzo. I think that the time is not to give up on the idea of continuing to define these categories. We talked about Chris Rowland and John Collins, and there was a long debate that's in print between John Collins and later Lester Grabb about what these things mean. And I think that these ideas are not in vain. I think that they're there to help us demarcate and legitimize what we feel is a scholarly area of study, and to protect that in a way, to look at it with a critical lens. And so we depend on models and theories and definitions. And I know that I'm wrestling with that right now, writing about instrumental music. Well, how can instrumental music be apocalyptic, right? Is that something we can wrap our heads around? And my paper today looks at, again, at a basis of another model, which I will introduce soon. I just want to start with 2 short quotes. The first by Toni Morrison, who writes, "What is the nature of othering's comfort, its allure, its power?" And the second, in a nod to our Québécois colleagues, from Jean-Paul Sartre, who said, "L'enfer, c'est les autres." Hell is others. So my paper this afternoon is a preliminary version of a chapter for a forthcoming book to be published by Cambridge University Press, entitled The Medieval Apocalyptic Tradition, from the Twilight of the Roman Empire to the Dawn of Early Modern Europe. This volume is being edited by Lorenzo and myself, but we very much see it as a collaborative monograph There you go, Brandon, collaboration with about 35 colleagues from around the world, including Brandon Hawk and Andras Kraft, who both presented earlier today. Now, the model of a common medieval apocalyptic tradition was sketched by Lorenzo in a 2014 volume on the Armenian apocalyptic tradition, and he has expanded the idea in a series of more recent publications and conference presentations, including here at Through a Glass Darkly in 2019. So I'd like to quote now from this preliminary introduction to our volume so that we can kind of set the basis here. The idea of a basic homogeneity among the apocalyptic writings of the medieval millennium, that is from the late 4th or 5th to the 15th and 16th centuries, is not new. Scholars from the time of Wilhelm Bousset have recognized a striking similarity in the revelatory content, literary structures, and eschatological expectations of the medieval apocalyptic texts. For the most part, however, this awareness has been limited to certain features such as Antichrist or to the writings of specific historical periods, religious traditions, or linguistic, cultural, or regional ecologies. The totality of the evidence demonstrates a far more expansive phenomenon. The correspondence among the apocalyptic texts of Eastern Christianity, Western Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and Zoroastrianism is so great in terms of its geographic extent and historical persistence that we can identify a common medieval apocalyptic tradition that transcended region, religion, language, politics, culture, and social class. Indeed, the ubiquity and coherence of this tradition are such that it may be regarded as an essential part of what defines the medieval millennium and the societies that constituted it. There are two phases in the history of this common apocalyptic tradition. The first, its genesis, dissemination, and zenith from the end of the 4th and 5th centuries through the 12th century. And two, its dissolution and fragmentation from the end of the 12th and 13th centuries through the Reformation in Europe. These phases, of course, are broadly circumscribed and do not always manifest contemporaneously in every region. For this reason, it is best to regard the common medieval apocalyptic tradition as one possible explanatory model. The model is well-formed insofar as it reflects the source evidence in its breadth and depth and can be used heuristically as a way to interpret and explain this evidence. The common medieval apocalyptic tradition is defined by its chronological boundaries and described by a suite of characteristics, no single one of which is definitive. First, its, quote, global geographic scope. The medieval apocalyptic tradition was universal in its compass, ranging across the Latin, Byzantine, and Islamic worlds. Second, its historical eschatological tenor. Apocalyptic speculation to court can be divided into two types based on their revelatory content. Apocalyptic writings of the historical type disclose the meaning of history and its end, while apocalyptic texts of the otherworldly type stress other content. Medieval apocalyptic speculation is almost exclusively historical eschatological. This is in sharp contrast to the apocalyptic writings of the late antique period that preceded it, when robust eschatological speculation was virtually unknown. Third, its recombinatory compositional process, that is, the ongoing creation and recreation of new writings based on older material, either in standalone form or embedded in other works. Fourth, its distinctive eschatological narrative. Medieval apocalyptic speculation features a suite of eschatological expectations that either have their origins in the early medieval tradition or else attain their full development during this period. And these expectations include the appearance of Antichrist, the last Roman emperor, the opening of the gates of the north, and the onslaught of Gog and Magog. These and other elements were welded together in a new end times narrative that had roots in the Bible and post-biblical retellings, but came together sui generis. Fifth, its boundary crossing ability. The basic homogeneity of the apocalyptic tradition translates in social terms to the ability of apocalyptic themes, oracles, and tropes during this period to transcend nearly every boundary, religious, sectarian, linguistic, social, and geographic. Together, these 5 characteristics describe a distinctive type of apocalyptic speculation that was commonplace throughout the medieval millennium. Now, I should emphasize again that the model of a common medieval apocalyptic tradition is most useful at the panoramic level, illuminating broad historical or cultural trends and answering big questions like a large-scale map where detailed topographic lines are not employed. In my paper today, I propose to fly down a bit closer to the surface to hone in with a sharper investigative lens on one particular case example, the topos of the evil nations of Gog and Magog, to see how it evolved in the tradition of commentaries on the Book of Revelation in the Latin West across the broad swath of the medieval millennium. Jewish, Christian, and Islamic legends about Gog and Magog, unclean peoples, sometimes even portrayed as monsters or demons, who dwelled beyond the geography of the known world, formed an important trope in medieval understanding of the other. Again, to quote Lorenzo, if the primary operational function of apocalyptic thought is to reveal the true nature of things to the elect, its primary social function is to maintain, reinforce, and validate group identity, typically in the face of threats, both external and internal. So drawing a clear line in the sand between the elect and the other is essential to apocalyptic thinking, both now and in the Middle Ages. And Revelation commentaries are like a type of Google search engine for finding out who is being cast as the other. From the incursion of Islam in the 7th century to Jews, heathens, heretics, and the Mysterium Iniquitatis in the 8th, to the papacy during the Great Western Schism, to, again, the papacy during the Protestant Reformation. In its secular mode, more contemporary examples of the apocalyptic other may be found in artistic expressions of fin de siècle modernist alienation. Witness August Strindberg's The Ghost Sonata, Edvard Munch's The Scream, or Arnold Schoenberg's Second String Quartet. Or slightly later, Christopher Caldwell's dialectical opposition of the bourgeois versus the proletariat in his Illusion and Reality, the first Marxist critique of art. And what might happen in the imminent transcendent digital future, when, at least according to some writings, mere biological humans may no longer have a place in a world populated by intelligent machines, as Robert Geraci queries in his illuminating study on apocalyptic AI. Now, the exegetes who wrote biblical commentaries were, as we might presume, more conservative in their outlook than the compositors of other influential medieval apocalyptic writings, say the Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius, the Armenian Seventh Vision of Daniel, the 15 Signs of Doomsday, or the Greek Tiburtine Sibyl. And so, with a few exceptions, the incorporation within Revelation commentaries of prominent elements of the end times scenario that had emerged in the apocalyptic lingua franca of the late 7th century, such as the legend of the last Roman emperor we've heard about today, the detailed figure of Antichrist, and the hordes of Gog and Magog, was scant. By interrogating the textual corpus, we see that over the course of the medieval millennium, the treatment of the Gog-Magog topos in the commentaries gradually moves away from the spiritualizing tradition that had emerged during late antiquity to embrace a historical eschatological outlook. During the fragmentation and dissolution stage of our common medieval apocalyptic tradition, we observe that Gog and Magog are increasingly posited as real political enemies, a strategy of defining us versus them during the formation of the embryonic nation states. In what follows, I'll briefly summarize both the Revelation commentary tradition and the Gog-Magog legend before turning to a handful of examples from specific texts. So the Apocalypse of John, or Book of Revelation, the sine qua non of apocalyptic literature, as we know, was composed in the last decade of the 1st century AD. And by the 2nd century, theologians were already writing exegetical tracts on this challenging text. And it was accepted as an undisputed part of the New Testament canon soon after the adoption of Christianity in the Western Roman Empire. The commentary tradition in the West is voluminous. In a quick informal survey, I counted close to 100 dedicated extant commentaries written in the Latin West between the 3rd and the 15th centuries, and this is certainly a conservative estimate. The two earliest commentaries we possess were written by Victorinus of Patovium and the North African Tychonius in about the years 260 and 380, respectively. Their ideas were enthusiastically received, assimilated, and dispersed during late antiquity and the early medieval period. What Kevin Hughes coined the Latin spiritual interpretation has its roots in Tychonius and his contemporary Jerome, and was later developed by Augustine and Gregory the Great. As opposed to what we might call apocalyptic realism, an imminent futurist interpretation of Revelation, the spiritual interpretation holds the cataclysmic events therein reveal the present spiritual reality of sin within the body of the church rather than the shape of future eschatological events. The mysterium salutis, the mystery of salvation in the world, is also the mysterium iniquitatis, the mystery of iniquity already at work, found in Paul's second letter to the Thessalonians. From the 4th to the 12th centuries, the Revelation commentaries are indeed predominantly spiritual, ecclesiological, and allegorical, mostly concerned with heretics and false brethren within the body of the church. Any speculation about an imminent end-time scenario is muted. These include works penned by well-known authors. Frank mentioned many of these: Primatius of Hadrumetum, Caesarius of Arles, Bede the Venerable, Alcuin of York, and the compilers of the Glossa Ordinaria. With the arrival on the scene of the profoundly influential Giacomo Fiore in the late 12th century, whose thought was adapted and promulgated by his ardent followers, apocalyptic speculation within the commentary tradition was revitalized by the likes of Peter John Olivi, Peter Ariel, and John of Rupescissa. Now, the Gog-Magog topos, a bit about that. Magog is enumerated among the sons of Japheth in the Old Testament book of Genesis, and Gog is adduced in 1 Chronicles 5 as a descendant of Reuben. But these two figures really commenced their long career of evil. I couldn't resist quoting a lyric by Blue Oyster Cult in the terrifying vision of the prophet Ezekiel. Chapter 38, modeled upon the great eruption of the Scythians into Asia, which took place in 630 BCE, describes the mighty invasion of Israel by forces of the north. Gog is the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, Hebrew names for people of eastern Anatolia. Ezekiel writes, "Thus says the Lord God, O Gog, chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, I will turn you round and put hooks into your jaws. And I will lead you out with all your army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed in full armor, a great company, all of them with shield and buckler, wielding swords. You will rouse yourself and come from your place out of the remotest parts of the north. You will come up against my people Israel, like a cloud covering the earth." This proto-apocalyptic dialogue, we might say, between God and Gog, already posits the latter as an instrument of the end-time scenario. And both Gog and Magog become entwined in Jewish tradition as symbols of evil powers, hostile to God and his chosen people. They appear in the Book of Jubilees, in the Third Sibylline Oracle, and in the Jewish War of Flavius Josephus. Now, turning to the Book of Revelation, in chapter 20, we read, "When the 1,000 years are ended, Satan will be released from his prison and will come out to deceive the nations at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, in order to gather them for battle. They are as numerous as the sands of the sea. They marched up over the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city, and fire came down from heaven and consumed them." Notice the transformation from the account in Ezekiel. Now Gog and Magog are not just peoples come from the north, they can figuratively be equated with all nations across the world. At the beginning of the Christian era in Jewish Hellenistic circles in Alexandria, a literary motif began to develop that linked the apocalyptic nations of Gog and Magog with another tradition, wherein Alexander the Great had constructed a great iron gate or barrier across a mountain pass somewhere south of the Caspian Sea. This idea was passed on by the likes of Flavius Josephus, as well as Jerome and Isidore of Seville in the West, and gained real currency in the apocalyptic expectations of Syrian Christians in northern Mesopotamia in the late 4th and early 5th century. Notable texts from the Eastern Christian tradition include the Syriac Alexander Romance, the Alexander Legend, the Sermon on the Last Days of Pseudo-Ephraim, and especially the Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius. After the fall of Rome, identifying the peoples of Gog and Magog became a key topic of concern in apocalyptic thought across the early medieval period. These figures, shrouded in mystery, made their abode in an unexplored, unknown land of darkness to the north, and later the east, in an imagined geography outside of the sacred space and shared history common to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And here I certainly invoke the spatial temporal investigations of Mircea Eliade and Umberto Eco. The shadowy and forbidden realms of Gog and Magog are depicted on several early maps, including Gerard Mercator's revolutionary map of the world for the use of seafarers. A particularly interesting example is found in a late 15th century manuscript at the Huntington Library in San Marino, where in a prophecy map, Gog as Antichrist appears at the center of the earth as a serpent with 4 peninsulas that reach into the oceans, symbolic representations of 4 horns, deceit, cunning, cruelty, and imitation, by which he conquers and subjugates humankind. Gog and Magog were thus the exemplar par excellence for the dehumanized apocalyptic other, an essential category, as I've mentioned, in the axiomatic construction of the apocalyptic worldview. Lorenzo DiTommaso notes that the embrutement of apocalyptic enemies, freighted by pseudoscientific theories from physiognomy to social Darwinism, is most conspicuous in medieval texts with deep roots in tetralogical speculation of the era. Christians assigned to Jews, Ethiopians, and Muslims the same barbaric social customs used to describe the monstrous races that were thought to inhabit the world's frontiers. Islamic tradition also vilifies Gog and Magog. They are mentioned in 2 passages of the Quran and feature prominently in both Sunni and Shi'i hadith. Al-Qazwini, a 13th century Arab geographer and cosmographer, summarized this early Islamic tradition in 2 extant works. In his book on monuments of the countries and history of their inhabitants, more commonly known as the Geography, he writes, "They are short-sized, sturdy, broad-faced. Their height is half of that of a medium-sized man. They have canine teeth like predators and claws instead of nails. They have hairy tails and 2 huge ears. One is very hairy on the outside and hairless on the inside, and the other is very hairy on the inside and hairless on the outside. For one serves as a cover, the other as a mattress. They have so much hair on their body that it is covered by it. They coo to each other like pigeons, howl like dogs, and mount each other wherever they meet in the way animals do." It's hard to miss these fellows, yeah? And just like the multivalent symbols of the book of Revelation, the 4 horsemen, the number of the beast, or the New Jerusalem, Gog and Magog could be replaced by any adversary who posed an actual threat, be it the Huns, the Goths, the Khazars, the Arabs, the Turks, or in more recent times, the Freemasons and Al-Qaeda. As I mentioned above, the majority of late antique and early medieval Revelation commentaries were influenced by the early works of Victorinus and Tychonius. However, both of these authors were tainted by heresy. Victorinus subscribed to Chiliasm, a reading of Revelation that assured a literal 1,000-year reign of Christ on earth, and Tychonius was a Donatist. And so it was left to the well-known Jerome and Augustine, respectively, to bring these commentaries in line with Orthodox thought, sanitizing them for distribution. As Ann Matter puts it, Augustine was the obvious antidote for Tychonius, as Jerome was for Victorinus. The description of Gog and Magog given by Augustine in the City of God is a common element in nearly all of these commentaries. After warning his readers that Gog and Magog do not refer to specific barbarous nations in some parts of the world, perhaps the Getai and Massagetai, as some might conclude from the initial letters, Augustine tells us that the meaning of these names are Gog, which roof, which is Latin tectum, and Magog, down from the roof, de tecto in the Latin. For these are a roof because in them the enemy is now closed over and covered, and they will be down from the roof when they have broken out into open hatred. The etymology of Gog and Magog is also found in Jerome's commentary on Ezekiel and in his On Hebrew Names. It's an influential description found as late in as the 14th century in vernacular and Latin glosses. As we enter the 8th century, if we look at, say, the Revelation commentary of Bede the Venerable, written in 703, or the trio of Hiberno-Latin glosses that were all heavily dependent on a mediated form of Tychonius, and these three were mentioned by Frank Gummerlock in his talk earlier, the De Enigmatibus, which is the gloss contained in the Irish Reference Bible from around 730, the Cambridge gloss on the Apocalypse from around 750, and a commentary from the early 9th century by Theodore of Orleans. We can discern no sign that anything really had changed from Augustine's explanation that Gog and Magog were really just secret enemies within the body of the church, or heretics. Now, these Latin terms tectum and de tecto may also be rendered as covering and uncovered, as I chose to do in my recent translation of the Cambridge gloss. And here the author puts it very succinctly. He says, Gog, that is covered, the people of the heretics who cover their iniquity. Magog is uncovered, that is, the heathen who openly practice their iniquity. But also in the 8th century, we begin to see the absorption of the influential Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius. This text, erroneously attributed to Saint Methodius of Olympus, who was a Christian bishop martyred around the year 311, was written in Syriac by an unknown author in response to the rapid incursion of Islam. The author himself tells us that he received his vision on the mountain of Senegar, which is northwest of modern-day Mosul in Iraq, and scholars have fixed the date of composition very close to the year 692. Its popularity and adaptability was such that it was translated from Syriac into Greek and then from Greek into Latin and distributed across Europe within half a century. Scholarly interest in Pseudo-Methodius has been uneven. In the 1970s, Paul Alexander outlined the text's influence on the Byzantine tradition, and recent studies by Reinink and Möhring have focused on the composition of the Syriac original. But the Latin Pseudo-Methodius, which appears in 3 early recensions, and its adoption in the West have received less attention. In Pseudo-Methodius, Alexander the Great becomes the full-fledged pivotal figure of the Gog and Magog legend. Chapter 8 relates how Alexander, upon encountering these foul nations in a place called the country of the sun, Regio Solis, observed and shuddered at their vile characteristics. For he said, they feast on every polluted and filthy thing, dogs, mice, snakes, carrion, abortions, and the miscarriages of both humans and animals. Guess it's good we're after lunch for this talk as well. Fearing that these noisome creatures might someday journey to the Holy Land and pollute it with their defiled and unjust state of body and mind, Alexander leads them out of the east and banishes them to the furthest regions of the north. He prays to God, who commands 2 mountains to move together until only a gap 12 cubits wide remains. Alexander then constructs a mighty gate of bronze covered with an indestructible material, thereby imprisoning the nations of Gog and Magog, who will remain behind this barrier until the last day of the consummation of the world. It is in the Revelation commentary of Ambrosius Autpertus, written in the late 750s or 760s, that we first encounter an engagement with Pseudo-Methodius. Ambrose was a Gallic monk writing from the Benedictine monastery of San Vincenzo al Volturno, and his gloss on Revelation 20 generally recites the standard Tychonian Augustinian position. But then Ambrose goes on to say, indeed, others say that the Macedonian Alexander the Great imprisoned the 24 kingdoms of Gog and Magog in the north. But he argues this event belongs to the arc of human history, not divine. And these peoples, according to Revelation, were to come from the four corners of the earth, not merely from a single location in the north. In commentaries of the later medieval period, the association of Gog and Magog with Alexander and their identification with specific enemies becomes more common. The voluminous output of Joachim of Fiore holds three primary fascinations: the Trinitarian structuring of history, concordances between the Old and New Testaments, and the eschaton. Joachim praised Revelation above all other biblical books, saying that it holds the key of things past, the knowledge of things to come, the opening of what is sealed, the uncovering of what is hidden. He has a complex of writings which treat of the apocalypse, most notably the Expositio in Apocalypsim, which Bernard McGinn calls by far the longest, most detailed, and best organized of his works. And by the way, the first installment of a true critical edition of this, after working with a 16th century defective copy, is finally happening as of last year. But Joachim's Liber Figurarum, or Book of Figures, is better known and elucidates his intricate theology more immediately than his, quote, endless repetitions of somewhat turgid Latin. That's according to Marjorie Reeves, the greatest of all Joachim scholars. In the well-known image of the seven-headed dragon of Revelation 12, Gog appears as the final Antichrist in the dragon's tail, where at the end of the final age, the seventh aitos, or third status, according to Joachim, Antichrist, who had fled to the far-off Scythian tribes, will return with Gog, the leader of his armies, for one final conflict. The last judgment and the end of all history follow. In the 1230s and 1240s, the Dominican Hugh of Saint Cher, or rather the atelier of scholars and scribes under his supervision, produced not one, but two commentaries on Revelation. Although both of these reflected an awareness of Joachim and were perhaps dangerously apocalyptic by later standards, they are not Joachite. About Gog and Magog, Hugh writes, others say that they are the 10 tribes enclosed beyond the Caspian Mountains, from where they cannot escape without great difficulty. The queen of the Amazons, under whose jurisdiction they dwell, does not permit them to escape by means of the mountains and the protective gate. Some affirm they will then go into Jerusalem to their Messiah, that is Satan, where they shall fight against the Church of Christ. It's interesting to note here that the Amazons, who according to the ancient geographers lived near the Scythians, bordering the southern side of the Caucasus, were considered in medieval Latin literature, for example, in Peter Comister's Historia Scholastica, to be the guardians of Alexander's Gate at the Caspian Gates, or Dario Gorge. Peter Ariel, the French scholastic philosopher and theologian, glossed the Revelation on passage on Gog and Magog in his Compendium of the Literal Sense of the Whole Divine Scripture, written in 1319. He directly equates the peoples of Gog and Magog with the Mongols, describing their invasion of Europe from the 1220s to the 1240s. He writes, these nations of Gog and Magog, whom Alexander enclosed beyond the Caspian Mountains, are to be sure the Tartars. For these very people went out from those mountains in the year of our Lord 1240 to devastate Georgia, Armenia, India, and Thrace, until they finally laid hold of the powerful city of Baghdad and killed the Saracen Caliphate. And a little while after, they ravaged Iconium, Lapidia, and Damascus. Then too, they attacked Hungary, Poland, Slavonia, and Russia until they arrived at the border of Germany. Writing in the first decade of the 14th century, the radical Franciscan and alchemist Arnold of Villanova represented Gog and Magog as Islam and Islamic leaders. So to conclude, I've really just scratched the surface of what I think will become a very interesting project. Even focusing on this one topos, there's considerable work to be done and a large number of texts to be consulted. With the exception of the 9th century gloss by Ottfried of Weissenberg, which Frank mentioned earlier, To my knowledge, all of the Revelation commentaries written up to the year 1000 exist in modern critical editions, or at least in the Patrologia Latina in the case of Hamo. And most have been now translated into English. But for the later medieval period, it's quite the opposite. Most are still only available in manuscript form, or if we're lucky, in a deficient early printed form. And in fact, there's no published hand list of these commentaries either. And so one of the things, well, I know Lorenzo is interested in lists of things. Andras recently published a list of Byzantine texts. I'm interested in that too. And I think that one of the aspects that Lorenzo, I talked to Frank about this earlier, is to actually come up with a real hand list of all of the commentaries that exist up to the 15th century and make those indexable by chronologically or by author. Right now, Frank has one that's unpublished. Richard Tresley published a list a few years ago, but I think both are incomplete and are in need of gathering together. It seems to be an important thing to do. I think it would also be fascinating to correlate images of Gog and Magog in these different illustrated manuscripts of the Apocalypse. So that's part of the challenge here. Further research, I think, would also include consulting the corpus of commentaries on 2 Thessalonians, where we might find more evidence on Gog and Magog. For example, in his exposition of 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 8, Theitlin of Einseldine, writing in the mid-10th century, abruptly switches over to a discussion of Revelation 20. And this commentary tradition is far less studied than the Revelation commentary tradition. So anyway, I hope I've demonstrated that despite the more conservative nature of biblical exegetes, the Revelation commentaries participate in and demonstrate the recombinative nature and the shared storehouse of images and expectations found in the common medieval apocalyptic tradition. Thank you. And I'll look over here at the comments. Certainly welcome questions here online. Yes, Lorenzo, talking about the well-published dialogue between John and Lester Grab on the definition of what constitutes apocalyptic literature. Stunned into submission at the end of the conference. What do you think, Lorenzo?
Well, honestly, I think scholars are a very well-mannered bunch, and sometimes ideas of asking tough questions of conference hosts holds them back. Yeah.
That's good. That's why it's better to be the organizer, right?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody asks you difficult questions. No, I think that's probably it. Plus, I mean, you covered this, even if it's just 40 minutes or whatever. You covered the subject so thoroughly. I mean, I detect a couple extra books coming out there. I see Andras. He's got a question.
Oh yeah, Andras says inventories of sources, texts, and manuscripts are an essential step to generate a solid foundation for later scholarship. How to do such lists, knowing that any inventory will remain a work in progress for decades to come. Yeah, right. It's always a matter of continuing to expand. Well, like I say, I think that at least, when we look at these Revelation commentaries, if you look at the commentary tradition, think back to 25 years ago, and you look at a lot of these, I know much better, of course, the early medieval Latin commentaries, everything from Victorinus up through Tychonius and Primasius and Bede and all these. 25 years ago, very few of these existed in any kind of critical edition. And I think that Roger Grisson, Monsignor Grisson, who did this reconstruction of the Tychonius commentary based on its attestation almost verbatim in later sources, including Beatus, was a great spark in this, because he was very methodical, as I'm sure you know, Andres, when before he did that reconstruction, he did new critical editions of all of the later authors that hadn't been done. So he did a critical edition of Bede, and he did one of the Reference Bible, and he did one of Beatus, and then he did one of the Cambridge Gloss, which is the most recently known. That wasn't even hadn't even been. It was laying in a library in Cambridge until the mid-90s. Didn't even know it was there. And so I think that you look at just how quickly, and then due to the efforts of Frank and others, how many translations have been done. The Corpus Christianorum in Translation Project, which has commissioned scholars to translate into a variety of vernacular languages. I think you look at the evolution of what's happened in those 25 years, and you can see how quickly all things have developed. And so I think with any kind of these inventory lists too, those kinds of rapid changes can happen. But I think in this particular case, it's really quite astonishing that so much has been done for the early medieval commentary tradition, which I've just been talking about, and really how little has been done in terms of really getting it organized for the later tradition. So I think that there's an open door in scholarship to not only start compiling a list to get to work on this, but creating critical editions and consulting manuscripts.
I think it's also the case, if I may step in, it's also the case. It's also the case. Two forces at work here. One is that it's a broader, a little more long-term phenomenon of attention on the part, and this actually goes back to what Brandon was talking about, attention on the part of scholarship up to about really 30, 40 years ago on classical texts, New Testament texts, and so on and so forth. And anyone who works with apocalyptic literature, magical literature, commentaries, apocryphal literature, and all the other stuff, outside of some magnificent manuscript catalogs, more often than not, those items were either ignored or in manuscript catalogs, handwritten or the later printed ones, would have been just cited by a very simple entry, and something like recueil or a prophetic text if you're lucky, or just compilation. So you have that. So these things that we're interested in now, as Brandon said, not just the origins of the text, the biblical text, the classical text, the Gospel of Mark, Cicero's De Republica, which were well cataloged. I mean, those were cataloged very well in the major libraries back in the 19th century. The stuff that we're interested in now, and especially in terms of later and reception history, have only recently started to be cataloged. I'm speaking here in the last 30, 40 years, but there's still much to do. At the same time, as libraries have put forward their catalogs and highlighted their holdings, especially over the last 20 years with the digital age, they, on the one hand, the early manuscripts are comparatively rare, right? For every 7th or 8th century manuscript you're going to find in a major manuscript library, you're going to find 500 manuscripts from the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. And so it behooves those libraries to have digitalized them first and put them up first. So, I mean, and studied first too, because they're so old, relatively speaking. So the end result is for Latin commentaries of the late medieval period and a host of other corpora, so many interesting things can be found today. It doesn't take much. I know that I left the Bodleian in Oxford about 3 years ago, and I mined it very, very well for the stuff I'm interested in, certain types of apocalyptic texts. And a researcher of mine at the University of Toronto, a PhD student at the Center for Medieval Studies, went back to look at some of the stuff I was interested in. He attacked that, the new Oxford online database, and everything had changed. Everything had changed. He found lots of things that I knew weren't cataloged or weren't available to me at that time. So this is a really good time for manuscript research.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Lorenzo. And I think also the idea of like I think some of the work that you did in your book on the Daniel material, trying to disentangle what things are fragmentary, like in the commentary edition, which things are commentaries proper, right? Which is a dedicated commentary on Revelation, and which is just some kind of commentary that appears in another source. As we know, in medieval literature, these things get fragmented and put in all kinds of different bodies of work that we wouldn't consider apocalyptic literature per se. So yeah, I think that needs to be done as well.
I see a chat question.
Yeah, chat question here from, who's that from? Is that, I can't see, is that
Eli.
Elliot? Oh,
Yeah.
Eli, hey, wonderful. I have a question, but my internet keeps cutting out and lagging. A few years ago, I read Noreen Giffney's work on the representations of the Mongols as monsters, especially Gog and Magog, as a means of funneling Christian emotional responses to invasion in the 13th century and a seeming disruption to a Christian ownership of time and history toward productive, specifically defensive ends. Do you see any similar or contrasting emotional responses in the depiction of others associated with Gog and Magog? Essentially, Giffney reads, yeah, I think so. I think that this idea of othering is a lot about an emotional response and a need to do that to feel some kind of sense of ownership, some kind of sense of belonging as a community. And I think that as we, again, I've just started to get into some of these later commentary texts. I think we start to definitely see more idea of a defense of some kind of emerging nation as that starts to happen in the later medieval period. Responses to trauma, yes, definitely. And I also think the idea, as I was just kind of trying to get at, that the idea that there was some kind perhaps of shared geography or shared time or shared history to a lot of these different religious traditions and communities and geographies in this medieval period, and that Gog and Magog can be posited to be completely outside of that. And so that they can become an enemy that is outside somehow of that sacred space and time that's more common to these groups. So I don't know that work of Giffney. So I thank you for sending that to me. I'm looking forward to reading that. And thank you for that question. And Laszlo writes, 9th century Hungarians were also associated with Gog and Magog by Western sources. Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole, I mean, there's, writing just about the history of Gog and Magog outside of Revelation commentaries is fascinating too. There's plenty to work on in that. Yeah, thank you, Eli. Well, I guess oh yeah, Karlyn, go ahead, please.
You mentioned the images and maps, and I was just curious if you looked into the map mundi and what your thoughts are that we have this, apocalyptic location. I guess they're making it seem like it's a location on maps.
Mm-hmm.
That just fascinates me.
Yeah, I think it's really, well, that's why I've seen a few examples of that. There's that, do you know that book on that Huntington manuscript that I referenced? It's called Apocalyptic Cartography, and they're specifically looking at that manuscript of the Huntington Library, which has some really interesting prophecy maps on it, but they also reference some of the other mappamundi. So yeah, that would definitely be another great alignment with some of these visual aspects of Revelation commentaries. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little, I guess, since I'm trying to hone in a little more on Revelation commentaries, ultimately, I'm trying not to get too distracted by following the Gog Magog trail all over the place, but yeah, it is really interesting. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, from Andros to Everett. Let's see. Elliot asked before with regard to Brandon's talk, how can we avoid colonialism today? whether one way to avoid a mistake of the past, not to fetishize text, and instead to appreciate the open quality of apocryphal narratives. The transmission history often gives a variety of texts which dismantles and challenges idea of stable texts. Yes. Yes, I agree. I think that's something that we're all looking at today. I don't know. What do you think about that, Andras? Do you have any ideas?
Oh, forgive me. It's so late up here. My brain is only half working.
I promise that. I appreciate you staying with us, Andras.
I struggle with this. It's an open question because not every text can be edited, because I would just end up in not one text, but let's say a dozen texts. That's not feasible. But at the same time, just a critical edition is also blindfolding us. So editions are important, but critical editions may not be the right way. There should be something of a golden mean in the middle. For example, recensions. An obvious way. You talk about pseudo-Methodius in Latin, there are 3 recensions, there are 4 recensions of pseudo-Methodius in Greek. We have scholarship only on the first recension of pseudo-Methodius in Greek. All the other 3 recensions are completely unknown, unstudied. So an appreciation in scholarship of recensions is important. Translations might be one way, doesn't get tenure, doesn't give one great fame, but is a useful tool to promote the importance of different versions of a text, because I often see that we have a fetish of textuality as something stable, and it was very, very fluid. And the manuscript transmission shows this very clearly. And to draw these borders is tricky, but I think these are hard choices that have to be made. So again, a golden mean. Not every text has to be edited, but major recensions have to be. And translations are needed for scholars who are not fluent in that particular vernacular to actually approach these. So a balanced approach. Some more editions, not only of the archetype, but of sub-archetypes, and then of later recensions of a given text.
Thank you, Andras. Yeah. I just recently did a translation and I still don't have tenure. Are you telling me that was a bad move? Thank you, Andras, and thank you so much for staying with us till, and Laszlo too, for staying with us till the very wee hours there. And Lorenzo did put that Huntington manuscript in the chat, the one I was talking about, the apocalyptic cartography. Well, what do you think, Lorenzo? Is it time to set people free?
Oh, yes. I know what we would normally do right now. We would have a bit of a break and we'd all gather for a spectacular dinner all together. Where are you going? Is it Marigold? I'm sorry. What was the place?
Yeah, we were there last night.
Oh,
I had
last
to have
night,
a
okay.
drink because you weren't there.
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think this has been absolutely fantastic. The papers have been uniformly top shelf. I've learned a lot from every single one of them. I've got a pile of notes here. Of course, one eventually has to go through them, or else they sort of fold in on each other and glaciate over time, and you can never open them up again. But I thought this was absolutely fantastic, and just from my end, I thank all the participants. I thank all the people who made this possible at your end, Colin, and I wish everyone, as we come out of this pandemic, ça va bien aller, right? Everything's going to be all right, I hope.
Yeah, thank you, Lorenzo, and we're looking forward to convening in Montreal next year in 2022. So we hope that all of you will come or tune in virtually. And I also extend my thanks to all of our presenters from all different time zones for these wonderful papers, for those who are here, to our fabulous tech crew. We've had a tech crew of 2 folks sitting in the room behind me full time to make this happen so well. And yeah, that's it, I think. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.